the whole thing started really when I was young, like I said, and I was in elementary school. We were living in Florida, and I had a teacher. I believe it was the fifth grade, um, and the teacher would make us every day before we left school sing Jingle Bells in Spanish. I remember that, and his name was Mr. Freeman. And the one thing that he always wanted us to do is to learn that song and learn about history because he was a history teacher. And I remember whenever I left the fourth grade to go into the fifth grade, yeah, it was the fifth grade, everybody used to have these horrible stories because he was this, big black guy and he was mean and everything. And if you got out of line with him, he would be so awful to you and stuff like that. And whenever I finally got into his class, I mean, it was just like completely amazing. He was completely the opposite of what people had told me about him. And I think that's probably one of the first times where I've actually gotten inspired. I might have gotten a little bit inspired before that in fourth grade, but in the fifth grade, that's where I had to do my book reports, where I just mentioned it about I did Ponce de Leon and how he discovered Florida and then George Washington. And I was living in Florida too, by the way, when that was going on. So that's one of the reasons why my book report was on Ponce de Leon and the Fountain of Youth and stuff like that. And mind you too, I was interested in all that stuff, and I didn't watch Indiana Jones until I was in my teens. You know what I mean? And this was back whenever I was in the fifth grade. So, and and I'll say it again too. I mean, I wasn't a good student at all. I didn't make A's. I didn't make B's. I was a failing student, to be honest with you. I'd make A's maybe in PE, something that was easy because I was a skinny little guy who was very active, had no problems with doing exercises and stuff, but I wasn't very good at schoolwork whatsoever. I was actually a bad student more than like a bad student. I wasn't really. I was like I like to cause trouble more than I did anything else. But the one thing that I can say though is I loved history. I might have played it off in school like I didn't, but when it came down to it, I mean, I would go home and I'd read the textbooks and stuff because I wanted to learn about history and the stories that were inside of it. And that just continued all through my life, even during the times after I dropped out of school. And because I dropped out of school actually at a very early age. I made it to the 8th grade and dropped out in 8th grade. I never even made it to high school. So when even after that though, I was always, reading about history, getting information about history and stuff like that. So it's been something that's been there all my life. I didn't start really getting into the full-blown aspect of educating myself until later in my life. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I was always doing that, because there was a time of a huge time gap in my life where I didn't, try to educate myself. And it took me until I was in my late 30s, or just going into my 40s, before I finally figured out that, I'm only hurting myself. It doesn't matter if I'm in school or if I'm not in school. If I'm not learning something, then there's something wrong. and if I want to have a better life, then I need to constantly be putting myself in check so that I was learning something. And the thing about even those times, I mean, I was one of those kids and young adults above 18 and 20 and all that who got hooked into the wrong crowds, did the drugs, the alcohol, stuff like that. I'm 50 years old now, and I can safely say, that I was was on a downhill. You know what I mean? And but while I was doing that, I was always doing the history thing, and it would come up in conversations, and people would say, "How is it that you know that stuff?" And I was like, "I don't know. I just read." That was always my big explanation for it. So I got into history. Don't get me wrong. I didn't get into like ancient history until these years in my 30s and 40s, up into my 50 years old, um, until this time period. But I was always interested in American history. I was interested in European history, things of that nature. Everything going back to Rome. I like the Byzantine Empire, but I wasn't aware of the Persians or the Assyrians or the Sumerians. Those were alien to me for the longest time. I've heard of them, you know what I mean, but I didn't really know about them. I dabbled a little bit with the Egyptians, but not very much. Every time I got into the Egyptians, it was usually had something to do with Aleister Crowley or some kind of witchcraft stuff. Like I was one of those 17-year-olds who believed in the Necronomicon. You know what I mean? And I didn't realize until I was about 23 that was just a fake book, and there was nothing real about it. But I was one of those kids. But anyhow, getting into that area too, I don't want people to misunderstand it at all either. Like when it comes to like ancient astronauts, yeah, I got into that. I did full blown. I started getting curious in a lot of the ancient history because of stuff like ancient astronauts, and going in and researching Zechariah Sitchin, and finding out if what he was saying was actually true or not. And in the end, it didn't really matter to me because of the information that I'd learned from starting out with him, you know what I mean? Because I went from looking for lost civilizations or proof of lost civilizations to and aliens, the Anunnaki and all that stuff, to I went from there to learning about these cultures who sprung up out of nowhere, basically in the middle of a desert, created houses out of mud, learned how to create crops and stuff, and then how they ended up migrating. I started learning about the Sumerians and their gods and their lore, and it went from there into the Egyptians. I started getting back into the Egyptians and taking it serious, and learning about the Amtuat, which I've made posts about on my videos. But I do want to go further in the Egyptians too, because I know there's a lot more that I need to check out on there. But the Sumerians are the ones that I first caught on to and got interested in. I turned around and I went from the Sumerians into the Urartu, and then the Turkish, which back then it wasn't Turkey, it was just the Urartu, which is up around Armenia, I believe it is. Yeah, Armenia. And then there was the Hittites, you know what I mean? And that was something that really just amazed me, because then I started learning about what, like a lot of people with Zachariah Sitchin, they don't understand his writing, and they say that all of the stuff that he wrote about the Sumerians were false. And I found out later on that the reason why they felt that way was because they were reading the wrong text. Zachariah Sitchin was taking a lot of the information that he got from the Phoenicians, and during his time he had mixed the Phoenicians up with the Hittites, so he believed that he was reading stuff from the Hittites, which weren't the Hittites. It was actually old Phoenician writings. And I learned all that because of, research and finding out for myself and listening to old interviews and stuff. And even through that whole process, none of the stuff was, all aliens from outer space and stuff, but it was amazing because they did believe in giants, you know what I mean? The Hittites, the Urartu, the Phoenicians, all of them believed in it. And I ended up having issues with the Greeks because I started finding out that with history, most of my life and most of everybody's lifetime, we've been brought up on this Western philosophy that rotates around the Greek and Greek history. Everything seems to stem from them, and in our educational system, we aren't introduced to the Persians, you know what I mean, and their culture, and then what they believed in. It took me until I got into my 30s to finally realize that the Persians were the first empire to actually believe in freedom. They abolished slavery, They just didn't believe in it. I hear some scholars try to beat around the bush and say, oh, but some of them had slaves. And I was like, I've been reading the papers, okay? And there's never a place in there that mentions that the Persians ever owned any kind of slaves. And then I started learning about the Zoroastrians, and then about oh gosh, I forgot the name of the religion they had above them. It was up around it was the Indo-Europeans, or the they're the ones that had it. It was like Mitzvah or something like that. I don't want to get into a history lesson, but later on I'll pull it up and make a thing about it. But it all that stuff started coming to or I started learning about it, and I really liked it. And I started learning about, these cultures that formed metals and like iron working and stuff like that. I learned more about the pyramids and about countries outside of Egypt that was actually, doing the same thing. They were building pyramids all over the place, but at a smaller scale, the smaller pyramids. And it just amazed me that a lot of the history that I thought I knew, I didn't know. And the only reason why I did it was because I got caught up with these crazy pseudo-historical figures, I guess you could call them. But they inspired me to do what I'm doing now. And I say it 100%, I would have never done this stuff if it wasn't for being inspired by those people in my life, and I really like it. I mean, a lot of the stuff that I learn now is probably boring compared to a lot of that stuff, but I'm learning a lot. I'm learning, about how the Assyrians stored their grain and how it was managed and distributed, and about food supplies coming to the emperor's palace. You know what I mean? And the sacrifice or the sacrifices that the temples had to make, and when they had leftover grains, they would send it to the emperor, and then so forth. There was an actual system where they were working together, and I've learned, that these historians are actually using textiles, to indicate what culture did what and where they came from and stuff. They can tell by textiles and fabrics and stuff like that which regions these peoples came from, and it just amazed me. And then I started learning about linguistics and the Brothers Grimm. A lot of people don't understand that, the Brothers Grimm actually were the ones who really got the whole linguistics thing going. And I didn't learn a lot from them until I learned about Romanticism in writing, which that was recently too. That was within the last 10 years that I learned about the romantic movement, and the Brothers Grimm, Sleepy Hollow, and I learned about them, and then I started learning through history about linguistics and how it originated, and how they use language separate from the written word. You know what I mean? Like, they can track words that come out of your mouth and the way you say it without writing it down to a history that can go thousands of years back. Like the word water in the United States or in England or English period is the same as the word water in Turkey. You know what I mean? And there's a connection there which goes back. So I thought that was always pretty cool, and I always enjoyed learning about stuff like that, you know what I mean? But those are the kind of things that I am into now, you know what I mean? And I wanted to talk more about the stuff that I started me out on everything, but as I kept talking, things kind of, went further, and I'm glad it did, because I was able to talk more about this subject. This is something that I have always been interested in, and I really do enjoy it. I don't think anybody could have discouraged me from learning about history, not even today. So I just I wanted to make my first video a little bit about that, you know what I mean, going over what I'm about when it comes to history and stuff. And I'm always open-minded to people whenever they want to talk about it, but I'm always the type of person who will say, look, this is what I learned, this is what I learned, and if you don't agree with me, I'm going to try to show you some evidence of it, so, and then maybe, figure something out why your opinion is different than mine. I just recently did that in chat with Robot, this guy that everybody calls Robot. We both did the Tuat, and there was a term that I learned in one of the texts for the Tuat, which is called Petra, and he said that there was no word Petra that was written in it, but later on, after I found the text that I was looking for, which took me about 2-3 days, I was able to show him that this was the original text that was written in 1905, and the word Petra was in the original text, but the man who discovered, I think it was I forget which tomb it was, and was supposed to have been the guy who deciphered the Tuat was wrong, and he did that in a lot of the things that he done, and it was known because I've learned about it and I've read about it, but it was known that he was often wrong. He was a great archaeologist for his time period, but he always misinterpreted the words and stuff, and that was on me because I was reading the original text, and then I went through and I read his text, and I noticed that it was two different names, and I was like, that's actually what we're witnessing there is a rewrite. It was where later on somebody interpreted it and came out with the right name instead of Petra. So that is one example of the kind of person I am when it comes to history. Now I know that I caught it and I found it. Those are the kind of gold nuggets that I look for in history. I want to find those little stories within a story, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm about when it comes to all that, because that's what it's all about, period. I mean, you've got to enjoy what you do, you know what I mean? If I didn't enjoy finding these things and learning about them, then I wouldn't be able to I wouldn't be able to do it. I mean, I've gotten to the point where I've had issues with a lot of things in my life, and it's just something that really I do enjoy. So Mr. Robot, Robot, he's on the chat right now. He's wondering when we're having this Jetsy conference. I will see if he, or I'll tell him that I'm on live stream if he wants to get on, but it's up to him. Oh, he's talking about we're going to have this Minds round table, which we're going to do for I believe it's on Saturday. It's on Friday or Saturday, and it's going to be everybody in chat gets together, and we are going to do a round table event for the once a week. And everybody can get on there and talk about topics and stuff and what's going on in the chat and things like that, which is going to be pretty good. So that's something that I do look forward to. So I am going to go ahead and end this right now, and after this I will come back out with something else for tomorrow. I believe it's current events. I'm not 100% for sure. History. Now, tomorrow I'm going to talk about gaming. So I'll be on here to talk about gaming, and then current events is on Thursday. So I will be doing the gaming tomorrow. And there are some pretty good topics that I can come up with on there. I've got some stuff with emulators that I've been working with, and then there is the thing that happened with Xbox and Xbox and PlayStation over Activision, which I do want to actually get into that and have a conversation. I am recording this video, so whenever I am done with this, I am going to publish it on YouTube, and then I'm also going to put it on my chat, so you guys can watch that if you want to. You know, the whole thing about what I'm saying here, though, you know, is that when it comes to history, I do enjoy history. So I'm wanting to create kind of a show where I can have people come on and they can discuss history openly with me, their thoughts and their views about what took place in the past. And I don't want to cause any kind of disruption. I just want to have a conversation about it and get your views on it. And if I'm wrong about something, then you can pull up some evidence to correct me. If I'm wrong about it, then, or you're wrong about it, then I can pull up some too, you know, and actually get down to the nitty-gritty about history and find out what really took place. I mean, that's what I'm really into and what I'm looking forward to doing. I enjoy a lot of people's take on history because a lot of people actually have different viewpoints, and I just think that that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? Let me see. Yeah, the Roundtable Conference, or the Minds Roundtable event will be that would be let me see here, Friday, I'm guessing. Yeah, Friday, and that will be at 6 o'clock. Yeah, 6 o'clock. And we set that up, because there's Mark, who is in the chat group, that's going to be, I'm going to let him know. I'm going to say it's on Friday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. And let them know that that's when the Minds Roundtable weekend. Okay, it's the Minds Weekend Roundup event. That's what we're calling it. So, and that's going to be on Friday at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. That'll be 7 p.m. I believe. Or no, yeah. 7 p.m. Pacific Time. And 10 o'clock British time. So, because Mark's British. So, we have to keep track of all that stuff. And that's one of the people right there I was telling you about, he's interested in history and stuff like that. So I think that's pretty cool. That's something that this is something that I did want to add into my weekly conversation and topics. It could be at 5 p.m., but I believe it's actually at 6. Yeah, because I got everything else. Like I've got Strangeness at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, and I told him it would be right after I do my Strangeness video. Even though I don't put an entire hour, or I don't put an entire hour into a live stream, that doesn't mean I'm not going to give it a 1 hour time slot. You know what I mean? So it's still going to be 1 hour in the time slot no matter what, because I think it's safer that way, just in case if I do get a bit of inspiration and I'm able to talk on farther with the topics that I'm wanting to do, then I can do it. But just so you know too, these they're not the best in the world, but these photos that I'm putting on my slideshow there, those are what I created. I'm not that big of an artist, but at least it's mine, you know what I mean? And I've also got my own music that I'm putting on there. These are Phoenician boats. Before they had weapons that they put out the sides. They had the rowers down on the bottom, and on the top is usually where people who had weapons, I guess you'd say, spears and stuff like that, or the captain or whatever, they were on top. And I'm sure they looked a lot better than that, but I just wanted to give a rough draft of what they look like and the designs that the ships had. So that's all mine, and I want to make more stuff kind of like that too. But to be honest with you, I've been doing so much on streams and stuff like that that I have barely had any time to do any CGI or graphics, and I really want to get back to it. I even put the stars in the back right there, and like I said, don't make fun of me. That's because I'm not an artist. This is something that I do to try to get better at it. You know, it's part of that learning thing I was telling you about, you know. But anyhow, I wanted to at least do a short stream and let everybody get to know me a little bit better. And if you guys want to make comments in the comment section. I've got a chat. It's named 24/7 live stream TV right now, because eventually that's what I want to do. I started out trying to do the whole 24/7. It's 24/7 live stream TV is what it's called. No, sorry about that, but I tried to do it, and it just really caused a lot of issues with other things that I have to do right now, and I finally had to regroup. I'm going to try to get this stuff organized a lot better, maybe get a better following and stuff like that. But I have the chat set up in the chats. If you guys want to go in there and check it out, you can. I'm always in the general chat, so if you want to talk to me there, you can come in there and find me. Just use the @ and then Roger_Hanson, and you'll have no problem finding me. Everybody's more than welcome. If you want to get on Jitsi and actually have a conversation with me while I'm doing this, man, you're more than welcome to do that too. I've said it in every stream that I've made so far, and I mean it too. You guys are all more than welcome to show up, and eventually I'd like to get, people who would be willing to sit down and have an interview with me, or maybe give a lead in of, what they know about certain topics and stuff. So that's another aspect of what I'm trying to do here, you know. So with that, I am going to end this. I hope you guys enjoyed what you've heard. If you want to hear more, or if you have certain things you want to hear, let me know in the comments. Thanks for listening. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of my stream. I'm Roger Hanson, and today my topic is going to be ancient history. Before we start, I'd like to introduce Karma Love. Say hi, Karma.
Hi, everyone.
Now, earlier, I was planning on maybe doing something with Robot concerning the beginning of the Industrial Age, but we were talking, and the topic I had, he wasn't really too interested in. So I decided that instead of doing the Industrial Age, maybe I'll just go ahead and continue with what I had done last week and go over some stuff with ancient history. I really want to go through the Phoenician history too, because I think that is something that I really do want to talk about. Me and Robot had a little bit of a conversation there.
What did you say? I apologize. I apologize. I got distracted for a second. You said, what about history? No, never nothing much, too much about history. And when you said you're going to do Phoenician, I saw in the chat. But yeah, I don't know too much. So I'll be tuned in and just observing.
Yeah, I know if Robot shows up, he'd probably enjoy the topic anyhow.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw in the chat he said he was going to tune in. Maybe you should tag him or something and tell him.
So basically, the
Okay.
topic is going to go according to kind of one of the conversations
Okay.
me and Robot had the other just the other day, and it was about Phoenician history. And the truth is, he's right. There really isn't anything documented concerning Phoenician history. Most of what was written or is left behind is what people who were against the Phoenicians usually wrote, and that's going to lead into the first character that I'm wanting to talk about, and he is known as Eusebius of Caesarea, and he lived between 260 to 341 AD. He's also known as Eusebia Pampili.
So there's going to be some sort of bias, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, there is going to be bias, and the reason for that is because of what me and Robot was discussing. There really isn't very much information when it comes to Phoenician history. The thing about it is there's literally nothing in Phoenician that is about their culture, about their society or anything. It was pretty much destroyed by the people who were opposing them, and the reason for that was like there was a really big war back then that took place between the Phoenicians and the Greeks. And the Greeks were notorious for doing that whenever they had enemies, like the Persians, for example. They did the same with them. They would try to destroy everything that pertained to them. And you can see that all over history, you know, where societies and cultures have destroyed their enemies' literature and stuff of that nature. But basically, that's what happened. For us to get any proper kind of information, we've actually had to dig into the to the records of those enemies that of the Phoenicians and kind of get like little quotations here and little quotations there, or you know, fragments of information that pertains to them. it's sad to say, but yeah, a lot of that information is gone, and the only thing that we have to go off of is the Phoenicians' enemies themselves, who did what they did with the text and stuff like that concerning the Phoenicians. So um, that's kind of what I'm gonna go into with the first person that I'm about ready to talk about.
So there's no, because I'm looking now, just listening to you, and then I'm like looking at the map, and because like I know I'm more familiar just based off of the stuff that you've been talking about in regards to their culture. Excuse me, hold on. Most High bless you. And then I'm more regards into that, like familiarity. But when it comes to like exactly who they are and their history just in general, I have no, like I said, no call. And then I'm looking at it because they have like hieroglyphics here and they're close to Egypt, but it looks like they're more part of Asia. Is that right? Or because it looks, how can they be so close?
Yeah, the Phoenicians were mostly located up near Greece. You know where Greece is? It's right up around there, around Turkey
Yeah, I see
in
that
that
here.
area.
Yeah, Greece, and then it's like Anatolia or something. But then, like where it's showing it is like it. So it start. It says Lebanon. That's what it says. Okie dokie.
Yeah, that's actually like the heartland of, or the center of their kingdom.
That's what I see here. It's like three different maps. Like this is weird.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you've ever
Yeah.
heard of the Iliads, but Troy was a part of the Phoenician Empire, and it was located right there in that general area. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, the Iliads. I had to read that in school. The Iliads. That's the only reason I am familiar with that. But that I only we only read the Iliads. We didn't read the whole book. Just
So yeah, the thing about um, the Phoenician Empire is it was huge. It covered a lot of area from that area that I just mentioned to, Carthian, and there was a lot of different conflicts that took place. I think there was like 3 wars between Greece and Phoenicia, maybe 2, but a lot of the information got screwed up. Basically, it got destroyed, and it took um, a lot of people coming together and piecing a lot of fragments of information together that was most or pretty much all from the Greek who were against them, and like things did get pretty messed up on information. Like I mentioned Sitchin before, and like Sitchin, everybody believed took his information off of the Sumerians, but he even said it in an interview that it was off of the Hittites, which in reality they found out later it was actually Phoenician history, and the Phoenicians and the Hittites back then, their stories kind of got intertwined with one another, and people got them confused.
okay. So how do we differentiate? Like how do we know for certain? Like where is it where we can kind of like I would like to say directly trace. I know there's always going to be a little bit of waves, but I mean, like, how, if it's getting mixed up and signals are getting crossed, okay, see, they have stones here, the Hittites do. They have, yeah, I see that. So that kind of talking about, so, but they're different. And that's probably how they were able to just go ahead and say these are them and then but still with the Phoenicians not having any real information. That's really interesting. Something there's a reason for that because everyone has a little bit of something. Like they disappeared without a trace.
No, it's quite the opposite. They didn't really disappear without a trace. You have to understand something. There was a lot of animosity between the Greeks and the Phoenicians. It actually spanned for a pretty lengthy amount of time. I think there was three, maybe two wars between them, and in this time, there was a lot of animosity that built up, like I said, and you know, Greece. Everybody makes it out like Greece is always like the good guys, and that's because most of Western society is built on Greece beliefs, and stuff like that, belief backgrounds, history, and the truth is Greece had repeatedly done this to people. They would their enemies, if they had a problem with their enemies, they would decimate them, and not only decimated them, but they wanted to get rid of everything. They wanted to get rid of their history, their stories, everything. But the only thing is the harder as hard as they tried to do this, they couldn't get rid of it. It actually blended into their beliefs. So you have a lot of
Right,
Phoenician
especially when you think about
uh, myths and
the
the history blended in with Greek history, which also happened in Egypt as well. And no matter how much they tried, but they did try. They tried their damnedest to just make them vanish from the face of the earth and never exist. Um, and it took a while.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's just like traditional history is so misinforming.
So you need to understand that a lot of the things that we've been taught all throughout our time and before that up to
Hmm.
this point has been basically taught out of Greek mythology, Greek traditions, and we have a society that's been raised up on learning Greek history and Greek thought since that time period, when in fact there was a lot more history that should have been available to people when it
I
comes
did say so.
to history. Um,
It's so normalized. Not that's yeah, it's just like, yeah, that's what we do, and it's not normalized at all. Hold on one moment. I'm still listening, but I have to multitask for like give me 3 to 4 minutes, but I'm still listening, okay?
all right, so continuing on, I was talking about Eusebius of Caesarea. He was Eusebius of Pamphylia. Also, he was a bishop of Caesarea in Palestine. And he was also considered the father of church history. Um, he was a scholar and presbyter in the church at Caesarea. Um, his major work was his history of the church, like I mentioned, and it was a massive piece of research that preserved quotations from older writers that would have been lost, specifically for researchers of Phoenician history. Now, the extracts from his book was from his book called Preparatio Evangelica, or Preparation for the Gospel. Now, uh, the, it's taken from a translation by E.H. Gifford in 1903, and it's a considerable gist of Phoenician theology that was made available. In fact, Phoenician history contained in his book is the oldest non coded document of the Western, what the Western world's historical archives has. Um, Furthermore, it is particularly valuable because its author, Chinua I've always had a hard time saying his name, but that hi that is one of the references that he used in his argument, and is contained in his book.
And this was the guy who wrote the preparation of the gospel.
No, Santa Chananathian is an earlier writer that he used in his book as for quotation, or he quoted him in his book, and he was an earlier writer that was into Phoenician history, and uh, Seneca Neaphion, or Neaphion, was he didn't believe in myths or anything of that nature. If you came to him with all of that, he'd turn you away. All he wanted to know and learn about was the truth about what actually happened.
Truth.
Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
Chenafion, he basically denounced myths, and he was a Phoenician writer, and he basically denounced myths, and if it wasn't for Eusebius writing his quotes within his books, it would have been lost to history forever. So, in that aspect, he actually um, saved that part of Phoenician history. So,
Mm-hmm.
that's
I heard the
one
name
thing.
before. Centurion A. What does he do? Your
Now, Sanitara Naphion was a writer
this name was
before the whole
Centurion
thing with
whole
Eusebius and
family.
everything.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay. Well,
um,
can you? Okay, I
he
apologize for interrupting.
was
What were you saying?
basically the guy that he wanted to. He took quotes from him because he was a pagan.
No, Baba, I have that. That's not the part. I like to know who he is and what he does.
Well, basically, Sennacherib was, well, first of all, he's a free man, and he
Yeah.
was a Phoenician
What he
historian. He
does.
was also a writer. He would write about the truth whenever he found it, and he would always search for stories of the past. So he was basically one of the first historians in
The
history
truth.
back when we call our history ancient history. So he was like one of the beginning, the first ones to do it.
Was he exposing the truth about like the homosexuality practices and stuff like that, or is that completely separate? Okay, completely separate.
I've had that question before, and I've had discussions about it. And the thing you have to understand is, like, it was a different time back then. Like, homosexuality wasn't even a word back then. It wasn't even termed that way.
It was just because like love was the like it's yeah, it wasn't really considered homosexuality. It was just sexuality.
You got to a lot of cultures back then and civilizations didn't even, it wasn't even a issue, and a lot of them actually practiced it.
Yeah, like, but it's crazy because only in certain cultures, like certain cultures, it was normalized, and other cultures, it was not even a thought type of thing. So it's just interesting to listen to and absorb again. But okay, I'm going to mute for a second, but I'm listening. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, a good example of what I'm trying to say is, like, back in when they came out with the Iliads, okay? What we read in school was very watered down, all right? But if you read the original text, you would find out that there was a lot of things in there that was not very good. It had homosexuality in it, a lot of homosexuality, and it also referred to men, grown men, having sex with boys, pedophiles basically, and it was pretty bad.
And you're talking in regards to the acts with children, are you speaking in general? Because what I'm hearing is specific, and if I'm incorrect, I don't mind being incorrect. I'll retrace. But what I'm saying is, you're talking about how it's becoming more normal for people to basically have.
No, I'm talking about back then during that time period. Today it's unacceptable, but back then it was everywhere. It was acceptable according to a lot of civilizations. They practice it, and I mean a lot of civilizations.
Having sex with children, we're talking about, or homosexual. That's what 315. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying.
Now, being honest, I can't really say uh, either of the two are different according to that time period. I really don't believe they saw it as something that was different. It was just something that was normal to them that they did.
But it's not, because they're attempting to normalize it. They're putting people in place.
Now, see, this is an example of what I'm talking about. Like you're relating to the here and now, and what I'm trying to say is there's a time where this stuff was done. And none of this really has anything to do with the kind of stuff that's happening today. You know what I'm saying? It's this is just the way it was back then for them. This was their way of life. Um, and today, with the issues that are going on today, it's just not the same. Is what I'm basically getting at. It's
Do you feel homosexuality has something is connected to increased interest in children's sexuality, or do you think it's unrelated?
now on that topic. The easiest way for me to say it like is like this. Okay, there has always been homosexuality and pedophilia since the beginning of civilization, cultures, um, and there's evidence written in the literature all over the place, not in one culture, but quite a few of them. So with that, I mean, I personally don't feel like it's an epidemic that just recently started. You know what I'm saying? It's been around. As a matter of fact, it's less prevalent now than what it used to be, in my opinion, because of the literature. I've mentioned the Iliads, and that's just one of many. Now, what I have noticed is that it's become more of an issue today than what it was back then. Okay, people don't, or people back then didn't really make an issue out of homosexuality. It was just, they made references to it, but the word homosexuality was never really coined. Another thing too, I see a lot of people who have this idea that like we came from this golden age, and it's farthest from the truth. Everything that I've read that concerns history shows that humans have come from a very brutal past. There was never any kind of golden age. If you
Yeah,
want a good example,
I just
you
want to
just look
see
at
how many cultures.
the
Like, yeah,
Assyrians, the ancient Assyrians. They were very brutal. They, the Greeks, okay, the Greeks, for example, would take and murder their children if they were born deformed or with any problems. But then after that, they would turn around and make criticisms towards the Phoenicians, saying that they sacrificed their babies to their gods. You know what I'm saying? So in their mind, it was okay to kill your baby if your baby was deformed, but sacrificing them for your God, that was a totally different thing. And it was always like that. It's crazy how all the mentality back then was. You know what I'm saying?
Syrians, excuse me, are they Arab descent or?
Yeah, the Assyrians. Now, before I answer that question, I want to bring up something from what we've just been discussing when it concerns the Assyrians, okay? Now, when I was talking about brutality in that time period, the Assyrians is a real good example of what I was referring to. There is documented amounts of tablets that's been collected from the Assyrians, and within those tablets, you can hear about how brutal they were towards their women. I mean, some of the stuff that they did just towards their women is completely mind blowing. So that is one good example of the brutality that took place back then. And that's not even mentioning what they did to their enemies. You know, they would take the skin off their enemies and put it on the walls of Nineveh. But besides that, with your question about them being Arab, now a lot of people today even have an issue, or they don't understand the time period back then. And this goes back to what I was talking about understanding the time. You know, there was a movie that came out here recently about a Persian, or no, it was somebody from that time period in the movies, and the guy was white. And a lot of people had a fit about it. Well, they didn't know the history about that. You know, the truth is that before the Arab invasion, the majority of people in that region was either Arab, or no, they were Aryan, or they were Semitic. So,
I mean, but everything came from Africa. Like the land literally was split off. It was the same people to the extent of which, like I said, from I'm talking about way beyond there being um, cultures defined and different type of quote unquote races. Just as the people, it's that being the center. That's why they call it the heart. And then it breaks off. So based off of where your location is and just what season it is going to determine the type of skin complexion that you have. This is something that we often forget as well, because you can be very light skinned, but very by, I guess, denomination or nationality, African American or African or of African descent. But that technically is true for almost everyone, actually everyone, because if it, that I mean that's actually a human. We're going to just be fair about it. And when you do that type of we look at it like that, at least from that extent, is the same culture, or not the same culture, but like we are all the same people, and we just got spread out, and we kind of walk over that part of the story. Or am I incorrect? Where was that not?
now, granted, you're right about that when it comes to environment. Environment over time can affect the color of your skin and
I
stuff
can
like
hear
that.
you.
But you know, there's more important things to understand too when it comes to history. Like DNA is one of the newer things that's coming into play. But then there's also linguistics as well as archaeology. So there's a lot of different factors that are taking place there that has to be understood. And you know, a lot of people have an issue with racism these days, and that right there by itself causes a lot of problems in archaeology and history and being historians, because that's something that has to be calculated when determining, you know, what the history of man is.
How
So
do you understand what's true or what's not true, and what makes it to where?
the thing that is most important is hard data. Okay. Now you got to understand, come from a uh, we come from a lot of lore. Our history is full of lore, and it goes all the way back, myths and lore, and things that just aren't true. Okay, and it's in our writings all over the place. And for a historian and an archaeologist and all of these people who do the research, they have to go through all that stuff, and they have to come up with the hard data and try to understand what's true and what's not true when it comes to that.
I feel, and you're saying that race is important in regards to knowing the truth about it. And
Not racism. Not. That's not what I'm saying.
oh, I was just going to ask you a question. I was just using that as the lead-in because so you know what I'm referring to. So when you're saying like race is important, and then it's something for you to be able to know, I just would like to wonder or ask you: do you feel as though you'd not be able to learn the same amount of history without being able to equate it to race, or
Yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is like races and cultures generally do the same thing, and they have.
do the same things?
No. Technically, I'm saying that races and cultures generally do the same thing.
Right. Regardless of race, right? Regardless of race, it'll be different races doing the same thing, right?
No, actually, in some cases, yeah. Uh, Regardless of race, because some cultures had different races in them. But generally, they kind of go hand in hand when it comes to what I'm talking about. This has to do more with the behaviors and what people did and the differences in each culture and recognizing those differences so that they could identify these different cultures so that they could understand like where they were located and where they came from. And that had to do with linguistics and archaeology as well. Hard
I
data.
completely understand what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm listening to you. You're no. Listen, let me just please. I'm just asking a question. Literally, you're saying that it's important to understand these separations in order for us to understand who we are, despite the fact that among studying these separations, they are quite often more similarities, which I feel as though does that not draw us back to us being of one? I understand race is important, but can we not use it as a way for us to be able to actually see how we're more correlated and connected as a less than how we're all separated and this is this culture and this is that culture? Can we not bring it back together? That's all I was asking.
Okay, so let me try to break this down a little bit better. Okay, through textiles, for example, textiles and migration patterns and DNA and archaeological finds are what is important here. And you keep mentioning differences and differences. Yeah, there's differences that are being researched, but you got to understand that because of these differences, it actually does, kind of show freaking the similarities as well. They need to do this in order to, find out what the migration patterns are of certain civilizations so that they can
Oh, so they
figure out
started somewhere
where
else
they're
and they moved.
coming
That's what
from.
migration is, right? When
So,
they start, yeah. Okay.
yeah, it's when cultures and travel, from one place to another. And when I refer to textiles, I'm talking about like blankets, okay, and the patterns that are put into it. So, whenever one culture creates a certain blanket in a certain style, what they can do is they can remember that style and they can go to another culture and
Mm.
remember that style as well. And after they've done the research and they know the patterns of those blankets, then they can say this cloth was made from this culture, and this cloth was made from this cloth culture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it.
And yeah, that's basically the way that they do their research when it comes to historians, archaeologists, linguistics, and now the new thing is DNA. You know, people are, or the new big fad in historical science is DNA and doing DNA to determine the migration patterns, which a lot of linguistics or people in linguistics are having issues with. They don't really like that too much.
Yeah, because DNA can be altered. I mean, you can, yeah, you can genetically mutate things into certain stuff, influenced by humans, influenced by my natural occurrences. There are different things that can cause DNA to shift and can manipulate findings. Yeah, I know. I've been a privy.
Well, Karma Love, you know, we've had a really, really good conversation, and believe it or not, I think that we have covered a lot of things that were not only historical, but there are a lot of things that kind of touch on some pretty I would say, controversial things that are going on in the world today, you know, and I think that's, to me, what's the most important part about it, where two people can sit down and talk about controversial issues in an intelligent way, and I really think that that's what we did tonight. And I really do appreciate you being here. But I think that it's probably best to end the stream now, because it's actually at the right point where we need to do it. I would like to thank you for being with me, and we can have this talk at a later time, you know. I've given you some material and stuff that you can look over, and we could talk about it later on when we get back into Phoenician theology and stuff. And I appreciate you being here, and we could talk later, okay?
All right, have a good night. Be safe.
I believe I just messed up on that. I'm not quite sure, but my mic was muted. Let me go in and test that. So, to see if that actually worked on my whole introduction. sure, but my mic was muted. Let me go in and test that. Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to the first episode of Minds Roundtable Weekend Event. I believe that's the name that we decided to do this in, or the name that we decided to go with on this. So with that being said, let me go ahead and start the episode. I wanted to, or I was saying something before I figured out that my mic was muted, but I'll repeat myself so I can say it. I am Roger Hanson. I go by Roger Hanson on Minds. I go by Roger Hanson in real life too, and I'd like to welcome everybody to the first episode. Right now we don't have anyone in the room, but I just got word from Mike Edworthy that he will be on shortly, or he'll join me shortly. He asked if this is video or audio, and I told him it's either one, it's up to him, and that goes for everybody on here too. If you guys don't, I know there's a lot of people who don't like doing the video thing. I'm one of them. I have issues about it too, but if you guys wish to do just audio, you're more than welcome to just do audio. It's up to you on what you want to do. So just don't worry about that. Don't make it an issue. If you don't want to do it, I've got it set up on Jitsi too, where you can just talk with chat on the side, or you can do it in the 24/7. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sound check. Should be. Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me? Mark? Hello. Let me see if I can hear you. I gotta go to this and see. Hello, Mark. Can you hear me? Hello, Mark. Can you hear me? Hello. Mark, can you hear me? Mark, can you hear me?
No.
Okay, so let me see real quick.
Nope.
Got to get the audio and everything going. I can hear you.
Nope. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just until it's all. I'm confused with this, I suppose.
Alright, so let me try to get this.
This is hard, Bob.
I had it working before. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? This is crazy.
Okay.
Can you hear me at all?
Yep.
I have absolutely no idea what's going
Yeah.
on. How about now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I can.
I did, it put it in the settings where I was muted, and I didn't know that it was on the settings like that. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I have a bit of an issue because I've got 3 separate microphones set up. Knowing which one's the best one. We're trying to
hear you
through. Cool.
Am I getting an echo?
No.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. All right, welcome, Mark.
Cool.
I made my introduction and everything on this, and hopefully more people will show up. Mr. Canadian, he decided to bail on me somewhere. Left me hanging. He was gonna be my what was it? We're introduced. He's gonna be the guy that opens it.
Yeah, an anchor. Anchors. Yeah.
It's like he's like, I can do that, I guess, and then he doesn't show up. That's just rough. I feel like Jack Benny. I don't know if you've ever watched Jack Benny.
Yeah. I've heard for a long time, but yeah.
Every time my dad watched TV, he loved watching Jack Benny. It was just one of his favorite shows.
Something that is something that I've not seen on terrestrial UK TV. It's not a UK thing.
Yeah. Well, the one thing, man, I was glad you got on here because, like, me and Tom were talking about maybe you'd be interested in talking about some of the tech stuff that you've done and stuff like that.
Where do we start?
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just a basic conversation about it. You know what I mean? Nothing technical or anything. Later on, maybe we could get you to sit down and kind of do a lead-in or something. Talk about it.
Can they?
You know, because I think that's actually pretty cool. I've sat and read in chat where you guys have had conversations about some of the stuff you've done, and it's pretty good stuff, man.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, I suppose. Quite a long history in the industry. God, I feel old.
Yeah. And then, like, you and Rhea, you always do that chess stuff.
I haven't actually played with it in a couple of weeks, actually.
Well, you guys like the strategy stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I can play chess, don't get me wrong, all right? But you try to get me to learn those strategies, I'm gone. Just you can sit down and beat me over and over again, and I would just end up just getting my ass whooped. I used to have a friend of mine in Evansville, and I'd go in. We'd had this coffee place where you could go in and just mess around, and we'd drink coffee and play chess. And he would get so mad at me because I would just sit there and keep getting my ass whooped, and he'd be like, "Why don't you even try anymore? I know you're gonna beat me. It's not a matter of if. No magic wand saying I'm gonna miraculously beat you."
You feel like that with Rhea sometimes. Yeah. Yeah.
When somebody looks at you and says, "I can beat you in 2 moves," I'm like, "Oh, there goes the enthusiasm." You know what I mean? You're not going to actually try.
I'll pick up my coats now.
it's like, okay, whatever, man. But I was wanting to talk, about stuff like that too. Maybe, maybe even have a day where you guys would actually do that, because I'm wanting to do at least, a short video once a week about gaming. And with me, my gaming, it doesn't just go like video games and stuff like that. I get into chess and magic and stuff like that. Magic the Gathering and
Yeah.
all the basic geeky stuff.
I haven't played any games for a long time. Bought some computer games recently, but I've just not had any time to pick them up.
Well, you do chess.
Try?
You do chess.
Yeah, but again, I don't play that often.
You guys do it on chat all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, all the time.
Well, anyway, coming up with puzzles. I've spent more time trying to resolve community members' problems.
It'd be good to like get Rhea on here, and then I think Than does it with you too, doesn't he? Or Thon?
Yeah, that's right. Pronounce his name.
Get all of you, man. Like, let me see if I can find it. Like, it's actually on here. You guys have tons of it up here.
Yeah. I'm just looking for games myself.
Like right here. You know what I mean? Like she's talking about like mate and two for black. And then what else? Dan's got this one right here. Just all the time. That's the kind of stuff that I've been talking about with like wanting to do gaming too, like there's a whole lot different aspects of gaming if you really look at it.
Indeed. Yeah.
But the tech part is something too that I was wanting to talk to you about, like maybe sometime getting you to sit down and like kind of talk about some of the stuff you've done.
Yeah. I've done a long, tedious conversation about my history.
You can say as much as you want. You don't have to like spill out your whole life if you don't. I mean, if you want to, you can. I'll record all of it and make it an interview, like a lead-in. I just introduce you and you just tell your story. You know what I mean?
I've had a couple of interviews. In fact, I had one quite recently with World Pirates Network. But yeah, that was the first one I've had in a little bit of time, actually.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you if you want to do it.
Yeah, fine. Just come up with some leading questions.
Because like I used to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, and I had a sponsor. He was like in his 50s or 60s, and one thing that what you said that he used to tell me about his life was he went into those shopping centers, and he was the one that had to do all the remodeling and stuff before they put all the furniture or the stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they were actually a big job. I mean, it wasn't something that you just went in there and said, this goes here, this goes there. He's like, they had it all put out there. Like, when you walked into the store, the first thing you seen was what they wanted to sell the most. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had to put all the displays in the right area. And then when you were talking about that stuff, the only thing that crossed my mind is, man, they had to, that computer system for that had to have been something else. For just
multiple computer systems. I don't know. It's just infantry databases at the end of the day. It's not. So,
like
yeah, it's not a. Well, it depends on the size of the store, but.
I think he said he had to do J.C. Penney's.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, 8.8 systems and so automated tails infantry systems and all the sort of related sort of stuff.
Yeah. Me, for example, I mean, the best I've ever done was build a computer, you know what I mean? And that's it. At least I was able to do that. But I've kind of gotten an idea of what you guys are talking about, you know what I mean? Because I know that has to be a big project.
It can be depending on the actual project. I've been into some fairly large places my time. One of the most interesting jobs was an insurance company in which they didn't have any of the equipment provided. They had to wait some 6 weeks for the equipment to provide. I was employed as a contractor, so I was on a specific time, and they had to increase my contract, and for the first 6 weeks I was just sitting around doing nothing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, waiting for something to happen. Obviously getting paid for it, but yeah, just twiddling my thumbs for most of the day.
So you kind of had to sit and wait around. Wait, what do they call that? Hurry up and slow down and hurry up or something like that. Where you had to just wait.
Yeah, I don't know. Logistic issues, project management issues, I suppose. Yeah, but really interesting contracts. Some of the most demanding is working for a retail company back in 2001, just building computers all day, every single day. Something 8 to 9 computers. So from bare bones to the actual device to operating system to ready to be shipped out to retail customers.
Oh wow.
Most demanding.
I have no idea what's going on here, but my browser thing on here.
Yeah, I noticed that when you scroll up and down on that browser, it sort of flickers.
It's really weird how it's doing it on there, because it's getting the conversation and everything between me and you, but then when we have that screen share thing that I have on there, it doesn't do it, so it's really strange. I had the there we go. I think that might do it.
Okay.
I'm not sure. It's crazy. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing there. But yeah, it was stuff like that I was thinking would be good content. You know what I mean? I really enjoy that stuff, and I think that's probably what a lot more people need to hear. You know what I mean? There's not too many people out there who are doing stuff about what's going on in the tech world and stuff like that. And I mean, not like what the people are telling you in the Wall Street Journal, but like real stuff.
I ignore quite a bit of the news. I'm not interested in latest technology or latest devices per se, reviews and stuff. If you see my channel, it's a lot of it's related to sort of security news and sort of more general, wider sort of information.
Mm-hmm. There we go. I think I got it. No. That's crazy shit. I was like, I think I got it. They just, well, it's fine anyhow. It's just you on there and us talking, which that's what I really wanted. Just to have a conversation with everybody on here. That browser, the URL address thing on the OBS isn't really all that great. I could switch it over to like a Windows capture and get a better shot of it. Then, like right here. And turn this on. There we go. We got you. Look at that handsome face. I keep trying to use that the browser thing, and it's not worth it. It's a pain in the ass more than anything else. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and stop using it and just go with that. I could probably. I'm trying to get rid of the self view. Just a lot of that. There we go. Put you over there like that. Got chat. We got you.
Very glitchy.
Trying to get it all technotronic, make it all technological and everything. Think it would have been better if they would have set the chat on the other side, to be honest with you.
What do you mean?
On the capture or the Jitsi. I think if they would have done the chat on the other side, it would have been a lot better. Or at least give you an option of where to put it.
Yeah, Jitsi, I've got I think Google in YouTube sort of integration into it. If you haven't so much problems with OBS, you could actually stream this directly to a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I wanted to do that, but I kind of get nervous about setting it up. I got this far. You know what I mean? And Dan, he really thinks that I know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? And I'm like, man, don't even believe that. That's not true.
Just pretend you
do.
it.
That's all I've ever done. I've been doing this shit for like freaking almost. Well, I started YouTube and everything like 9 years ago. Well, I played around with it for 11. Because, and I had this crazy idea that I wanted to use like just regular computers and stuff like that and do it as cheap as possible. And like, YouTube whooped my ass and taught me a lesson. Taught me you can't do that.
As long as you know what sort of hardware you're buying, you can set up a fairly inexpensive sort of system.
Well, you can if you like go to like a higher CPU. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about like getting a computer that's just a potato, you know what I mean, or a toaster, or whatever people call them, just a regular computer that you get out of the computer with 2 cores, okay, and even an old one, you know what I mean, like one that's been used.
There is the old sort of Moore's law sort of thing, which suggests that technology increases every 10 years or something. I think that we are at a sort of situation now that you could buy a computer from 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, and still be perfectly okay for at least another 5 years.
Yeah.
Never 10 years. I'm not a big believer in just buying the latest machines just because it's fast.
Well, I was trying to get into stupid stuff too. Like, you can't take a regular old computer and try to do like video games. You know what I mean? Like Minecraft, for one thing, looks horrible on a freaking 2-core CPU. It's like you got to open these boxes and everything blacks out.
I don't know. I was following a YouTube channel in which the commentator uses extremely old Macintosh machines, Apple Macintosh machines, from let's say 2014 and further back, and try things like Minecraft servers with varying results.
Yeah, I ended up learning that when you use the older ones, and you play games like Minecraft and everything, it's best to just switch over to Linux. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I am not a big Linux fan, you know, but because it's really hard to comprehend. But if you want to go old school, I mean, that's the best way to go, is just switch over to Linux. Because
again, depends on your specific use case, but yeah. I mean, granted, we've got various games that will only work with the latest version of DirectX and Microsoft frameworks. And
I also found out, like on here, so when you helped me out, like on 32-bit and then the 64-bit, like if my CPU is a 32-bit CPU, then I can't get a lot of the stuff on Linux than what I could if it was a 64-bit CPU.
There are specific distributions that still use the 32-bit architecture, the x86 32 architecture. Yeah, it's a matter of doing your research.
It really is pretty interesting. I went and found out that the CPU, well, not really, the CPU determines like if you can get Google Chrome. You know what I mean? Like if I had a 64 CPU, then I could get regular Google Chrome. But if I only had 32 bits, I had to get that Chromium.
Yeah, I think Google Chrome is only 64 bits or HF ARM7 architecture these days. I think even Firefox has stopped producing a 32-bit version.
Yeah. And they've been saying it for years that they were going to do it. They're going to put out one that can handle 32-bit, but they've never done it. I think they're.
But again, things like Google, Chromium, and Firefox are open source products. Google Chrome not so much, but so they can be compiled for 32 bits machines.
Well, if you remember, the problems I was having when I was on Linux was because like we went into my sidebar and it was had errors on the side of it. And then I found out that like you guys had mine set up to where it was only doing the Chromium, and I'm like, no man, I don't have Chromium. I've got like actual Google Chrome because I had that 64-bit browser, you know.
Well,
But
technically, under the hood, they're the same thing.
you know,
After all, Chrome is built on Chromium. It's only the Google proprietary libraries and functionality that is not included.
now long time ago I heard it had something to do. What was that? It was called that Pepper program. Yeah.
Pepper is now a version of an open source re-engineered version of Flash.
Yeah. And they had to take Pepper out.
Used to be. Yeah.
No. That caused a big effect on a lot of the computers and stuff during that time when they did that.
Mind you, Flash hasn't been a thing since
Like, yeah, it's been years.
2014.
2000.
If I remember rightly, Google removed all Flash usage from Android in 2014. And it was only about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that Flash became Adobe stopped producing Flash.
Yeah. They said that it was going to take a while for them to get it out of the systems.
No, if you remember back in the late 90s, 2000s, Flash was sort of go-to sort of framework.
That's what I remember too with all the games too. If you wanted to play all the computer games, and I'm not talking like all these internet games you get off Steam, like the ones you download and everything.
The actual online sort of software as a service.
Yeah.
Um,
You had to have it. I mean,
Yeah.
You just had to have it. If you didn't, it wouldn't work. But that's what I was wondering too. If maybe that would have had an issue with it. Maybe they have old Adobe Flash programs still inside their Chrome system.
I've not seen an Adobe Flash site in
Well, like on Chrome.
5 years. Well, no, it wouldn't be in Chrome because again, Google removed, stopped their contract with Adobe back in, like I said, about 2014.
They're completely away from Adobe altogether.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so.
I think that's a good thing, to be honest with you. I mean, I use Blender, which is an open source done with Adobe, don't get me wrong. But like, they're a bunch of thieves, man.
Well, I've been extremely critical of people like Adobe and Microsoft's usage of software as a service, so cloud and subscription payments. I mean, once upon a time, we used to just go to a shop, buy a piece of software in a box, and have a perpetual license.
Have you seen the prices they want for Adobe Prime?
Not for a while.
They want like $300. Over $300 for Adobe Prime, and I can do the same thing on Blender, plus have computer graphics to go with it.
That's 300 over an annum over a year.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I turn around, I get on Blender, I do it for free, and they give money to Blender to keep it going. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure about I know Blender gets a lot of money from a lot of open source projects, money from various other companies. I'm not sure if what Blender's revenue source is.
They're sponsored.
Donation to the facilities for Blender, but
I won't say that they're owned by Adobe, but I'll tell you what, they're heavily sponsored by Adobe, which probably means they're ripping Blender off. You know, all those people getting on there coding for open source, and Blender's just going in there and stealing it.
It's not really stealing it. That's the point of it.
Yeah, if it's free, don't get me wrong, but
to be able to redistribute the code.
I know, but come on, I mean, you know, they're making money off that shit. They're like, oh, look at what they did on Blender. Yeah. I wonder how many ideas were just completely stolen from open source.
Well,
you know what I mean?
We used.
Repackaged.
I don't like it stolen because again, that suggests that you actually take it away from the original.
Take it and repackage it for your convenience at a small price of $300.
But we've seen this with the industry
all
many
through.
years. I mean, Microsoft back in Windows 3.x, was going on. What was it? WordPad or MS Paint was actually technically stolen.
Yeah. Well, Windows. Okay. Let's talk about Windows XP. Okay. Now back at Windows XP, when it came out, if you had the disk, it didn't matter what computer you put it on. All right, I could put it in this computer, or no, Windows 36, or what was that, 32? Just before XP.
98.
Yeah, 98. I could do that with Windows 98. Any computer I went to, I could put the disk in, and it would put Windows on that computer. All right. Then all of a sudden, they came out with their keys, and once you use that key, you can never use that Windows program again.
Well,
That was it.
back in that time, I was doing a lot of corporate work, and when it came to new machines, it was always audited, so license numbers must match up with the machine serial number.
Yeah.
When you're doing an installation of 500 machines, that can be quite tedious.
Yeah. That's horrible. Well, I know whenever they came out with Windows 7, I think it was, and they wanted to get rid of Windows XP. They said Windows 7 is the thing of the future. Windows 7 is the thing of the future. Every company that had Windows XP had to freaking change their program.
Technically, quite a few companies, a number of companies I know, actually stayed with XP for a long time.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it, if you are in a big corporate company, you might have software that's been developed specifically for your company. You might have your own in-house development team. When you come to a major upgrade like that, your software may not work with the latest operating system. So
that's what happened with Denny's.
So you have to, for a while, at least for a while, to stick with the operating systems that you are using. and also there's things like staff training. I mean, if you think about what happened in Windows 8 with the Metro user interface, you've got old school computer users that have been using Windows 98 or XP for ages, and they've seen this new user interface.
Yeah.
So that needs training. Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Denny's over here in the United States?
Yeah, I think rings a bell.
They almost went out of business because whenever they switched over from Windows XP to Windows 7, they were holding on to the program, and it made big news because, like, at the last moment, they turned around and they said they were going to discontinue Windows 7. So that's when you said that reminded me of that when Denny's did that, because they had to, like, within a year they had to switch over from Windows XP to Windows 7, and I think they were getting ready to come out with Windows 8.
Okay, technically, well, depending on infrastructure stuff, it's not necessarily a good idea to just upgrade your machines.
Yeah.
Because of things like staff training and software compatibility or even hardware compatibility.
Well, they had to time in too, like on their clocks. They had their employees had to time in with Windows XP. So they got. I mean, it was like, man, it's too late. You need to get your butt on the ball and get something done, because. And then they had those cards where you could get your paycheck.
Oh, the Times card, yeah.
Yeah, where you get your paycheck sent to your bank without having to have a check.
I've heard stories about big factories not upgrading just because their old hardware, I don't know,
it was
$1 billion packing machine compatible with Windows 8.
Yeah. It's crazy. And they just never upgraded, and I guess there was something that happened where they were all involved with the internet somehow. Well, I guess if they're doing the payday stuff and the time cards, that would be important on the internet. You know, but that affected them to the point where they had to literally upgrade their computers, and all of them had to be upgraded, because if they didn't, they'd just be screwed. You know, the main office wouldn't know what was going on. The employees at each diner wouldn't have gotten their paycheck. Stuff like that. That's crazy.
Yeah. But funny enough, I still occasionally come across things like point of sales machines. Occasionally, very occasionally, ATM machines. Shop display screens, still using things like Windows XP.
I have no problem with Windows XP. I don't even know why they did that, to be honest with you. It was a good program. There was, other than the thing I was talking about the Windows 98. You know, I think it was bullshit that they made it to where you use the disk once. You know what I mean? And they're coming out of that now, because now they have those like where you put your program on your computer, and then when you change your computer, all you got to do is transfer it from that computer to the new one. I think that's cool. But I don't like what they did with that, where they made it to where you couldn't just use your disk more than once. You know what I mean? Like, I think.
they've got to make money somehow. Funny enough, I don't know if this is completely true, but there's always been a suspicion that Microsoft has never made money through Windows itself. It's always been, or at least on the consumer side. Maybe on the corporate side, but on the consumer side, they've never made any money. They've made a shortfall through selling things like Microsoft Office and
You know what makes me think
latest in direct tax and stuff.
You know what makes me think that's a lie? Windows Media. Okay.
Windows Media was well, it was only a few.
This is odd, but if you remember, okay, do you remember when Windows 7 ended and they came out with Windows 8 and they said they were going to disconnect with Windows Media altogether?
Mm-hmm.
Windows 8 didn't come with Windows, all right? It caused such an issue that with Windows 8, that if you got Windows 10, you'll find out that you got Windows Media back. It's right on that program, man. If you want Windows Media Player, it's right there and available for you through Microsoft. But it caused
I've never actually used Windows 8 in a production system myself. I've installed it for other people, but not because I'm a Linux-based operating system user. I don't even think I've had a virtual machine with Windows 8 or not.
Windows 8 was horrible. Yeah, you were fine with it without it. You dodged the bullet. It was horrible. I was like, yeah, I'll give Windows 8 a try. And then I gave it a try, and all of a sudden it's like, man, can I go back to Windows 7? So I went back to Windows 7. Then they said, hey, we got Windows 10, we'll let you guys have it for free. So I gave that a try, and now they like compartmentalized everything. So if I want this and I don't want that, I can just leave that alone and I can have this. But they want my freaking email address now.
2 points about that. Windows 10 or ever since Windows 7 free. Free in monetary terms, even though Windows 10 Professional is, I think, $190, maybe $200.
Yeah.
Per license.
Yeah.
But yeah, you say free, but they're taking data from you, so it is not free.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, they're making money off this stuff, man. They're just like banking. Like they got all that data coming in, and you know that stuff's going out to people who want to buy it. You know, advertisers and stuff like that.
Trusted partners.
But I wanted to also. I was hoping that maybe we could get some people on here to talk about like some of the current events that are going on, like that stuff we were talking about with like Twitter.
Yeah, I've not really been following Twitter / X, whatever I want to. I've seen some interesting videos on theorizing why they've changed their branding. Because I can't think of his face.
Elon Musk.
Sorry?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, indeed. He has got a history of wanting to call everything X.
Yeah. Yeah, SpaceX.
Well, before PayPal became PayPal, he wanted to call it X.
Well, you remember SpaceX, right?
Yeah, indeed.
Fuck it. Let's name it X.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys.
But I have seen some interesting theories that in China there are this move to create sort of singular platforms that will do everything.
Oh man.
So things like whatever it is, and Alibaba becoming not only a shop but a payment provider, a communications platform, a social media video platform, an all-in-one encompassing sort of system.
Yeah.
That is the theory behind X. By calling it X, it makes the branding a lot more easy to remember.
Yeah. He wanted to name it X Corp or Corp, and then he changed it to straight X without the corporation on it.
Yeah. I think there was a legal challenge about X Corp, if I remember rightly. I'm hearing somewhere that there was some sort of legal challenge.
Yeah. I also found out too, like Twitter actually had no profits out of the last 10 years except for 2 years out of those 10 years. Like no profit whatsoever.
Yeah, this is the question about the social media industry. It is, unless you've got a niche, it can be difficult to make profit.
Yeah. I was amazed when I heard that. I was like, because and then they said that not 80 to 90% of the money that they did make was out of advertisement.
Yeah.
And the rest of it was from like subscribers and stuff like that. But that's not very much, you know. Like, so he wanted to go in there and change it to where it wasn't like.
Well, it is a lot, but it's not a lot compared to the number of users. So it's not a lot compared to the percentage of the user base. Remember, Twitter includes an international company. Therefore, they've got offices in a lot of countries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, can you honestly say that when you get on YouTube and you make it, or when you get on Twitter, you make a tweet? If you make a tweet, do you honestly think it's worth anything? I mean, like, is it even worth getting on there and do that? I mean, will anybody even freaking see it? I mean,
yeah.
You know, I mean.
That's the problem, right? Having these sort of large social media organisations, the more users you got, the more sort of crowded the space becomes.
I just think it's useless. I mean, okay, so they want me to share to Twitter. Why would I do that? I mean, nobody's going to see that. I make videos all the time, and you know how many videos I've shared on Twitter? Maybe 5. Because it's not going to help whatsoever.
Again, this is all about niches and being able to find an audience.
Well, they've got that though.
You as the creator, content creator, finding a niche and finding an audience.
Well, you got the girls that lick on microphones, dressed like Laura Croft. Yeah. And then you got freaking the girls in bikinis in the swimming pool that freaking write on themselves and freaking tell everybody, "Oh, thank you." Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
That's the new thing. You
I don't
know?
know. That depends on the demographic, the users, sort of thing.
They do that.
I mean, I'm not going to spend all day watching.
You don't. I mean, they do that. I went on Twitch. What was it, 4 days ago, and they recommended all these freaking girls, man, that were dressed like Laura Croft, had these funny looking makeup on their eyebrows and shit. And they said they're just there to chat. That's all they want. They just want to chat. And I'm like, oh, whatever. You know what that's all about, dude. Then that ASMR, you know.
But that's Twitch's sort of market, isn't it? That's Twitch's demographic. It's the sort of I don't know, 14 to 22-year-old sort of yeah.
Down. Seriously, dude. Do you want to sit there 15 minutes and hear that shit?
No.
This is supposed to be ASMR. Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah.
When I first heard the word ASM or the term ASMR, I was under the impression that somebody was supposed to whisper to you. You know what I mean? And I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Just sit and whisper to you. But now it's evolved. It's like now they lick on microphones and make cat sounds and shit. So I'm like, what the hell? I checked that out, and I did check on the Twitter thing, and that really actually got me interested in what I was talking to you guys about with that Activision, where Microsoft and Activision, where they had to go to the federal courts.
You have to remind me.
That's actually big news. They were talking about. Do you remember back in the 1800s when they had the law that was put in place here in the United States about corporations that couldn't fail?
Well, I don't remember about
If they get too big, they have to break up.
Yeah, the monopolies.
Yeah.
They just yeah.
And now they were trying to pull that shit with Activision and Microsoft merging. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I think if a corporation does get too big, that they need to freaking, you know, break it up.
Yeah. Well, we could have a real discussion about banks.
In today's world, I mean, you're looking at Activision. This is a freaking video game. You know what I mean? The fact that a video game is going to federal court over the size. I mean, that's mind blowing. You know what I mean?
I remember when Activision was a very, very small company.
Yeah.
In the early 80s.
I don't even. I never knew they were that big.
No, but yeah, they've had some scandals recently in relation to alleged sexual harassment and really questionable management attitudes.
Yeah, I could see that happening. I never heard about it. I mean, it was like I knew that Activision was Blizzard. You started the video game. It was on there, but other than that, I mean, I never paid much attention. And then the big stink that caused all that was because of Call of Duty. Of all things, Call of Duty was the biggest problem. It's one of the biggest video games on sale on the internet apparently, and they didn't like the fact that I guess it's Nintendo that's losing Call of Duty or PlayStation.
No, one thing Nintendo's quite a insular sort of company. There's always have been. They know the demographic and they know.
I know that they ended up Xbox and Microsoft ended up winning, but then they gave a 10-year lease to Nintendo, Japan Nintendo, or
could be Sony more than likely. Anything.
It's
Because Nintendo, as far as I know, Nintendo tries not to directly compete with anybody. They go down their own route and ignore the rest of the competition.
You remember though, back whenever they kind of went out of the mainstream, they did put their hands into PlayStation.
Okay.
Like, I know they've got a little bit to do with them. I just didn't know that it was so much that they had to get a contract to do Call of Duty. I just
obviously some of these games are big names and therefore they go platforms.
I think the legal aspect behind it is what is so amazing to me, that like this caused such a stink that they had to go to federal courts, and apparently European or the European Union is against the merger, and so is Joe Biden. It's like
I would have to do some research on that one.
it's pretty good stuff. I mean, that kind of got me thinking a lot on the stuff that I was reading about Twitch, and like when the other day when you were talking about Amazon being involved with Twitch.
Yeah, being
I was like,
parents company, yeah. If I remember rightly.
was it Twitch?
I remember. Know what you're talking about. Was it Twitch? No, it wasn't. It was some other company. I remember. We were talking about it in general.
Oh hell! I reloaded.
That's me. Okay, yeah,
that was me.
I'm smooth for now.
I had to reload. There we go. Yeah,
Mass improved that.
the Twitch thing is what got me caught up on that, because I was thinking about that when you guys were talking about it, you and Fawn, and we were talking about what was it? It had to do with the live stream, and then we ended up having a conversation about Twitch, and it was about Kick, that new platform that came out with Kick, where people had to pay, or no, they became employees of Kick. And I was talking to John, and he mentioned it to me, and I said, well, why don't you come to mine, because like you don't have to be their employee, it's just, you get paid what you put into it, you know. and that's why he came over here from YouTube. Well, he still does YouTube.
Yeah, I want to look at the contract on the Honda, so because I can see you've been fraught with problems. But yeah.
I'd rather do something like mine's anyhow, rather than mess around and get hooked up with Kick and having them be my boss. I'm like, that's like straight out just saying screw all the bullshit, you know. We're not gonna lie to you. You're just our employees, because that's what YouTube does. I mean, they're basically stringing everybody along with the advertisers. They use that as an excuse so they can get their creators to do what they want them to do.
Well, I believe YouTube still has some of the best sort of financial packages available. Their commission's quite high compared to other social media companies.
Well, you know, a lot of the big creators are leaving them and going to that Kick, right?
Every other month, people moving over to, or let's say, or
I mean, they've got Twitter creators, they've got Twitch, they've got YouTube ones, and I think they said that like even people that got banned from these places, like especially on Twitter, they've actually gone to them, and Kick is making offers to the big ones, the big creators, to have them come over. And
yeah, if you're technically an employee of a company, then you've got to uphold their sort of values and their own.
Yeah. I don't agree with that. I just couldn't do something like that.
Sort of selling out if you have been an independent creator.
I'd rather just do it like this, you know. I make my videos, and if I make money off of it, that's cool. If I don't, that's cool. I still made my videos. Yeah, I'm addicted to freaking making videos, and it's not me saying I'm a content creator, because that's a load of shit. I'm not a content creator, dude.
If you know there's a content creator, though,
yeah.
The person who stick the odd Minds post up once in the moon is a content creator.
You know what would happen if I'd lose like all abilities to make videos on the internet? I'd freaking go out and get a freaking camera and start taking videos of freaking trees, man. I would bring it home, and I would sit in front of my computer or whatever I could use, and I'd make videos that way. And then I'd show the people that I'd show my videos to all the people I know, because I'm an idiot who is addicted to making videos. We got a hill that goes up on top of town, and I went up there and I took a video of the town below, just because I thought that was cool. You know what I mean? It didn't have nothing to do with it making a YouTube video. That's what I am. I'm addicted to the shit. Yeah. It has nothing to. No, if I can make a couple extra bucks from it, then that's cool. But I'm not gonna freaking sit and say that I'm a content creator. You know, that's what really gets me with these guys. They want to turn something into something that it's really not. It's
again, some people make the entire life industry, their entire life around creating videos.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Thinking of create, I don't know, 4 or 5 videos per day, every single day, on specific subject. And
well, you know, the guy that did the Goldbergs, right? Have you ever watched the Goldbergs on TV?
no, again, I haven't known the TV.
He's the heavy set guy that used to play on oh god, was the King of Queens.
Okay.
He was the heavy set guy that was the friend, the real dorky guy.
Yeah, no.
Every day of his life, he would walk around with one of those freaking video cameras and just film everything. He had that thing with him all the time, and he ended up making freaking his own movies and stuff, made his own everything from the time he was a little kid all the way up until he was an adult. You know, there's stuff that he's got out that nobody even knows about.
Yeah.
You know, he's put it on the internet everywhere. You can go look at it right now if you wanted to, but nobody knows about it. It's just amazing. But if you go and you watch TV, you'll see all of this stuff on there. Maybe Goldbergs, stuff like that, but he's got other stuff.
I don't know. I remember when these sort of real life sort of docudramas became a thing back in the 90s on TV. And the Big Brothers in this country and various other things. I've never been a big fan of that sort of.
Neither have I. I blame all that on Cops. You remember the TV series?
Again, I mean, you
guys had it too. I watched the English version. It's horrible. like Cops in London. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Cops in Russia. There was cops. It was everywhere. The damn cops. And you guys are nice. You know what I mean? It's like freaking for anybody to get arrested, you have to like do some serious shit for a long time.
These days.
Yeah, well, these days.
Naughty wood on Twitter.
At one time, they didn't even carry guns. You know.
Well, generally, they don't in this country, except for things like I don't know, Westminster. I don't know, the police or
well, usually wherever the terrorist stuff happens.
It's very, very rare to find a officer with a gun.
Yeah, I've heard that your cops like had them in a car maybe 2 blocks away, and if they had to get them, they could rush to the vehicle and get them.
Only in certain circumstances there are specialist units that will carry guns. So 19, I think. Special officers 19. But yeah, it's very rare. If you're in the middle of London, maybe, but it's in the further field.
That's what got me in with the Cops episodes when I seen those though, because I couldn't imagine it. And like, does the Cops today still do street walk a beat?
I live in a fairly small town, and it's very rare to see coppers walking up and down the street. Maybe on the odd thing on a Friday or Saturday night, but not that often.
Yeah.
It's not like the boys in blue go on the beat. I see may have thought about it, I don't know, back in the 50s or 60s.
Well, like I could see it happening in London or something, but that'd all just be for show. You know what I mean?
Dixon or Dockling or something.
Like, I've heard that you guys still have like telephone booths in London. Like they still got them up there just for the show because of how popular they were.
I haven't been in London for quite a long time. Not that I can remember.
It'd be nice to find that out. Need to find somebody that would be willing to go around and take pictures of that stuff. You know? And then like the one thing else too that I like about England, that I don't understand why you guys don't understand this stuff, okay? Because you live there. But like there's one thing that England has that no other country has. I don't care which direction you walk, but I guarantee you're gonna find a monolith somewhere. Okay, those big mounds, those pagan mounds from thousands of years ago.
Yeah,
They're everywhere.
not everywhere.
I guarantee you.
I'll trip over one.
You get on the computer, okay? You get on the computer and just out of curiosity, just search and find out how many of them are around you where you live right now, and I guarantee you'll be able to find at least 3 of them. At least 3.
More common down where I am to find old World War II pillboxes.
World War II pillbox.
Defense things from World War II, but yeah, burial grounds from, I don't know, the 10th century.
Well, I'm not saying the burial grounds even, but like the
Burial grounds, yeah.
like they've got stones and stuff like that. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
where they worshipped and stuff. They're everywhere. I mean, they used to have those landlines in England, okay, that run all over the place, lead from one to the next. Like you could be walking on a path that these old pagans had that led from one monolith all the way to the next one and not even know it. I mean, they could be right there in front of your face and you wouldn't even know it. Old king highways that are just hidden away. I mean, it's some of the stuff that I've actually read about over there would just blow your mind away. Like, have you been to what's it called? Island of Man?
Oh, I was one. No, personally.
It's supposed to be still the way it was back when it was ran by the pagans.
With a few more cables.
Don't go there; they'll sacrifice you. Put you in the straw, man, and set you on fire.
Well, I had a conversation with somebody some time ago on General Saturday about what was it? The Wicker Man, Christopher Lee. Wicker Man from 1972 or something. He had some sort of connection with the area that it was filmed in.
Yeah. Well, you know, Winston Churchill was into that stuff too, right? After he actually stopped being prime minister, he got hooked into the whole pagan cult and everything afterwards. Like he was a verified member.
Okay. No, he was. But it was mainly due to artistic reasons. After all, he was a painter.
Yeah. You gotta remember stuff like that because that's the way they are. It's all about reputation and stuff and who you know.
Mm.
I cannot believe we've been talking this long. It's already like 2 hours and 17 minutes.
What time did we start?
Oh, an hour and 22 minutes.
Oh yeah, there's a time thing.
Yeah, that's what I see right there. It says 217, 218, but the live stream says it's an hour and 34.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
That's still time.
Anti-time message here, 22:01. So yeah, an hour and 20 minutes ago.
It says 3 up there too. Don't mind that. That's my other thing I set up with my OBS. I've got that browser where it can interact with the screen. So I don't even know why I did that. I started when I get on this, I need to leave it alone because, like I told you, Thon or Than. How do you say his name? Is it
Phone.
Okay.
Yeah, Fan.
I always get nervous about saying it out loud because when I read it, it's all good. But if you say it out loud and you say it wrong, you're in trouble. But he always thinks that I've got or that I can do this stuff and everything, but there's issues. Like I can do the camera, but sometimes it doesn't work. You know what I mean? It gets all screwy and stuff on me. So
set up specific defaults and then store them and then use those defaults only.
But
I mean, I've got a camera that is actually attached to my third monitor, and because I use a laptop with a docking station, every time I come back to plugging it into the docking station, which is attached to the camera, I've always got to do a few minor tweaks to make sure that it's back up working as it was.
Oh, at least it's working. That's what's important. At least it's working. I hate doing audio, and people hear me say that and they don't understand what I'm talking about. Okay, like I've tried the microphones that you put on your shirt.
Yeah.
Tabletop microphones. I've done everything that you can do when it comes to microphones, and the thing that is the most easiest thing to do is the telephone and the freaking headphones that you put on your head. All right. Other than that, the rest of it is a pain in the ass. I mean,
yeah, I've had some major problems with mics. Like I say, I've got 3 microphones attached to this machine. One that is a dual microphone that's physically inside the camera itself. One with attached to one that's actually on the laptop itself, and this freestanding one. Generally, this freestanding one's a lot nicer than the others.
It's they got these new ones where it'll literally mute out the background music. It'll take care of it, and you'll never have to worry about it again.
When I was using, I think up to a year ago, I was using some noise cancellations. I was using the Post Audio, the Post Audio frame, or was it? Yeah, the Post Audio framework, which is a Linux sort of audio framework for internet, and it came with some audio cutout software modules. It was working perfectly, and then when Pulse Audio became sort of ODAT, a new framework moved over, there was no audio suspension. Modules were correct. Yeah. I've been using this unfiltered since.
The suppression stuff for me, I had to just stop using it, to be honest with you, because like it's so ridiculous on a OBS for one thing. Like they have the noise suppression as an option as a filter. But when you go in there to use it, it's like you could have a microphone right up to your face, and it'll cut out, just straight up cut out. And then if you go to use the audio ducking, it'll make it to where your voice is like 5 times higher than what the background music is, but then when you stop talking, all of a sudden it freaking brings background music shooting in. So you got your voice going quiet. Like that's just ridiculous. So they want you to go in there and level it all out.
These things can take quite a bit of time to set up.
Yeah. I guess I should work on it. Make it to where it looks really and sounds really good, but it's really, really hard. You have to put some time and effort into it. I mean, real time and effort.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, when I was setting up the sort of brightness and contrast with this camera, and because it's a wide lens, and I only wanted a very narrow view, it took me days to actually set up. I want to do it.
It's the same way with me, and that's just for like this, you know what I mean? Like if we're doing this, that's just for that. But then there's other situations that pop up. Like if I want to go in and I want a solution to do a movie or a video, you know what I mean? Then that doesn't apply to what we're doing here. So I've got to remember the settings for this, then go and set up a whole new, different type of settings for that, and remember that, so that if I have to do it again, I can come back to it and adjust the settings.
Good thing about my camera is UV 4L compatible, so I can actually use command line syntax to actually set up. So what I've done is just create a number of scripts, script files, and then just run them when I need them.
See, that's what I wanted to get into eventually. I've been wanting to get into scripts. I got into it a little bit with what the heck is that program? Unity. Whenever I was playing around with video games and stuff, and they do C++, so I started messing around a little bit with that, but I really need to get into that. I love doing the coding and stuff. I haven't gotten around to it in almost a year and a half, so.
When I was a kid, I used to be a big programmer. This is back in the day, so we were talking about things like BBC Basic and Assembly and Fortran and Lisp. But I don't know. Over the years, I've just found it tedious and given up on any sort of form of serious programming.
You haven't given up too much. You've been giving those guys at Mines a freaking hard time, dude.
Well, I approach everything from sort of an end user's perspective these days. Because my background is a mainly technical
Do you realize how much respect you get from those guys? I mean, honestly, it's like you can honestly send an at message to Bill Altman. He answers you, dude. I mean, he doesn't answer nobody, but you know what? Mark sends a freaking at message, and he's like, "Yeah, how you need? What do you need, man?"
Not all the time. That's not all the time. But yeah, today's been an interesting one. When I talked about the what's it, the token thing.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
I noticed nobody replied back to that one. But also the canary reports.
Yeah, I think I can probably get that. Let me see real quick. Oh, I see what it did. It muted my original channel. That's probably what it was. They decided that we didn't need that other. Oh wait. Let me see. Yeah, he's gone. on my other one, it says 3 are participating, but then it only shows 2. I have to go do the settings. But yeah, let me see here real quick. I'm not gonna mess around with that. I do not want to mess anything up. But yeah, they got it on here. I was looking at it just a little while ago. You're talking about the Mines Canary?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they support him.
Yeah. Well, I'm serious. I mean, you got these guys on the ball. Please review the above. That was it. That ticket.
Yeah, I noticed nobody replied to that, and I was hoping to get some feedback from them about that issue. As I said in the comments, has been going on for 2 years now.
Yeah. The liquidity thing, man.
Yeah.
For me, I gave up on it, like on my mind's analytics. I used to like going in there and seeing everything when it came to the liquidities and how much the token was worth and stuff like that, but it just stopped. I mean, to this day, I can go on my setting or my analytics and it's not there. So
I still review the transaction log every day because I've got my own spreadsheets that I sort of just add numbers to on a daily basis, which has actually helped the community out on a couple of occasions when we've had things like tokens and reward or engagement rewards not being provided due to issues.
Well, like, I like to try to keep track of my analytics, and I do that with YouTube too, because I take 6 months. I don't know what to call it, but after 6 months, I'll record how many views I've got, how many likes, how many, stuff like that. And I tried to do that with mines too, and after about maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months, I just gave up. There's just no way to do it with it because it's not reliable at all.
Again, I do it on a daily basis. I'll just go into the rewards and just check my transaction log for that day, add it to a spreadsheet, and then verify if the totals are correct.
Now, do you have a situation where today's the 18th, and then they'll have like the 19th on your freaking analytics with zero.
Yeah. So it's a bit confusing because obviously they're always a day behind. So when they say holding rewards for the 18th, they mean holding rewards that was provided for activities for the 17th. I've had some confusing scenarios where, let's say, we've had a daylight saving times of hits, and the calculation's been calculated twice or something silly.
It's pretty strange when I look at it. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like it when my analytics say that I freaking made it a $1.50, you know what I'm saying, for that entire day. But I know damn well that freaking they're gonna take about 65 cents off that shit, because something went wrong. And I know that just from looking at it, you know what I mean. I've never made a $1.56 in an entire day.
Okay, generally speaking, the numbers are accurate. There's because there's technically 8 placements after the decimal point in these tokens, and they only display 3. You might have one day that is tallied incorrectly because of a 0.001 token, but apart from that, it's generally accurate.
Well, here's the best example I can give. Okay, like if I go into my settings, not the wallet, but the settings, and I go over to earnings. Okay, it says that my total earnings is $25.87, and that's for the month or the last 30 days. Well, I turn around and I go to my cash in my wallet, and for August 2023, it says that I made $37.95. But the reason why they're doing that is because they freaking ended up cashing me out and giving me like $107, and then the extra is what was left over.
Obviously, I remember it was about a month ago you were having problems with receiving rewards or cash payments.
Yeah, it actually went through.
It went on for quite a bit of time.
Yeah, they told me I had to wait until the second Tuesday of the month, and then I was freaking out at first because I thought I had my payout coming in August, or no, my subscription was ending in August, and I didn't know how that was going to work, because I know after the subscription I wouldn't have any access to my wallet or anything, because on the regular mines you don't get to see that stuff. And
if I remember rightly, I aided you in some clarification.
Some clarification.
I aided you in some of the issues.
Yeah, actually, he's the only reason why all that got done, because like I couldn't even get in touch with Bashy, and you finally got in touch with him, and actually I think you even did a ticket. There was something that was messing up there. I can't remember what it was. There was a
ticket. So many tickets on a monthly basis. I never remember.
Ticket gang.
I've got an entire bookmark directory all dated with hundreds and hundreds of tickets.
But they ended up getting it going through, and I found out that my subscription doesn't end until September the 3rd because I got the first week free, the free first week thing.
Yeah.
Then I paid for 1 month, and then after that, it was the 1 year. But I didn't know that it was in September. I did the 1 year. I got confused.
I think actually the transaction setting somewhere, it actually does state when you payments, recurring payments or something. Payment special maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do another subscription, and now with this live thing, I'm gonna take that one, slowly. Like I'm not gonna jump on board too fast with that stream thing.
I can understand why you're hesitant. And the sort of I know it's mind disturbances or with the hands tied about it, but something was like $500 per month.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive. And I mean, I know if that's for a single person, they're paying out the butt. It's like there's no way they could actually pull a profit off that, because I did mine on their platform, and I got an account started, but I never verified my account, and they never got a pay method off of it, and they still let me stream. I could have done the entire month, no problem. But by the time I made
it would be free first month period.
I mean, I did try to verify.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I mean, I did try to verify for like 3 or 4 days, and they just never sent me an email. And when I finally caught myself, I was like, hold on, Roger. Don't verify. Don't give no pay method, because then they're going to be taking money out of your shit. I was like, hold on. So I didn't do it. And I just kept watching how much money it would have cost. And for 9 days of streaming on there, they wanted over $56. It finally came to $60-something for like 9 days of streaming. Now, that's just me. Can you imagine how much money's coming out of mine's pockets?
I have questions in canaries about the sort of actually, what's the canaries or what's the generals? I did question Bill last week about sort of the forecasts. I don't really actually look like that much.
That's why I'm not even talking about that stuff. Like Moose and all them were talking about who was the winner of the friggin' long stream. Like, dude, like they're biting the bullet. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell you right now, Bill, he's got a wallet in his mouth and he's taking it up the butt, dude. That's that.
I don't know. I think that contest could have been handled a lot more nicer. Could have been a very good PR exercise, but I think they mistake on that.
I haven't even made a comment on it, because that was just I seen that, and I don't even know what to say about it. That's how crazy that freaking website is. I mean,
you saw what was it, Chris? Good comments in Canaries.
Yeah.
Been Bill about stuff, Bill Ryan about stuff. Not really getting very good dancers, or well, up until very, very recently, not been very good dancers.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, that's because they keep asking the same questions. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta understand, like, if I keep turning around and getting on there and asking Bashy when I'm gonna get my payout, eventually Bashy's just gonna ignore me.
Well, again, if I'm not saying that she would do this, but if she's not providing accurate information in the first place,
Yeah.
does your white seem know when information? Granted, she has been fairly good in your situation.
No, not the first time. No,
Yeah.
The first time when I got it like 6 months ago, you had to help me with that too. And that one, I mean, they didn't even have my freaking Stripe account set up. Like I had to literally call them out on it because they kept saying, "Well, it's hooked up to yours." No, I told them, "Look, man, I use Stripe for freaking Anchor too, to do my podcast. And when I go on my Stripe account, if you're hooked up with me, then it says mines.com and pending. You know what I mean? So I mean, that was the first time when I did it, and I told him, I was like, no, you're not connected. And finally, I was talking to you, and you're the one that got that straightened out because they wouldn't listen to it.
Yeah, I had a really interesting issue with Stripe a couple months ago, where for some reason the account, the verification process wasn't working correctly. Obviously, I created a GitLog ticket and spoke to Ben. Spent a bit of time with Ben trying to resolve it, and took a bit of time, but yeah, it got resolved in the end.
I think that might have something to do with the cards too, because PayPal is being real selective about the cards that they accept, because mine was a prepaid through Stripe, and Stripe accepts like my prepaid with no problem, but I can't do it with mines directly. You know what I mean?
I've got very little knowledge of prepaid cards, but I am aware that there are some serious issues as far as prepaid cards, especially in the US is concerned.
Yeah. But you've heard of NetSpend, right?
Probably one of the many services.
It's one of those. I've got that, and what I was getting at, and I forgot to mention it, was like I've got it set up with Stripe, but like with PayPal, I mean, they just straight out sent me a message, said they aren't going to use it anymore, so they won't allow me to use it anymore. I'm there to transfer money onto. They just stopped doing it altogether.
I mean, obviously, the ideal situation is that they're virtual credit card, but I am aware of quite a few community members that have trouble actually gaining such cards.
I don't know. I think it's the cards, period. Like it. Maybe it's not just the prepaid. It could be bank cards.
Visa, MasterCard, debit cards, and credit cards. Well, Visa and MasterCard being the two major providers internationally.
Right.
This shouldn't be any problem as far as Visa or MasterCard is concerned. Shouldn't be.
That's good to know. They need to, like, actually, you know what would be a good idea? If these guys are so big on trying to stay autonomous minds, why don't they freaking set it up to where they could have a card system of their own?
You will have to go through a lot of financial regulation hoops.
You know, I mean,
even in the USA, you've got to go through various regulatory hoops. The FCA or FSA, FCA. Remember, I always get confused between FCA and FSA.
I know it's bad.
Yeah,
it's the alphabet. Never mind. In the alphabet, shit's gone.
Agency or financial services.
The
Interestingly, back in the 2000s, I did a lot of e-commerce contracts for SMEs, and I set up plenty of e-commerce sites for things, and the majority of them, because there were small, medium-sized companies, preferred to actually do the transactions themselves rather than using a third party like Stripe or PayPal as an example. They would do the transactions themselves.
You see, it would be stuff like that. I think that would be cool. I mean,
yeah, but again, if you're looking at an operation like mine, that would be a lot of administration.
Oh yeah, they'd have to upgrade. Well, they've got to upgrade anyhow. I mean, look at their platform. You know, I mean, it's gone to shit.
I won't say that it's gone to shit.
I'm just saying the base platform. Just Minds, not Minds Plus, not Minds Pro, just Minds.
I don't know. So the core values, the core ethos hasn't changed.
But look at the dead accounts. Look at the spamming. I got on there the other day, all right, and I didn't have any like accounts blocks or anything like that. And you wouldn't guess what I seen. I seen a dude dress up like freaking a Nazi, masturbating, dude, on freaking video. And I'm like, what the hell, dude? You know what I mean? So I freaking go and I block it off there, dude. And I had to go.
NSFW?
This isn't just regular freaking Minds.
Okay, I would have reported it first and then looked at it. Funny enough, I haven't, as far as I'm aware, I haven't got anybody blocked at the moment at all.
I'm like, but I honestly did see that. I mean, and it got on there. That was the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like they used to bitch on Facebook about people putting stuff on there, like that little kid that fell over into the freaking zoo thing, and the lion ate him.
Yeah.
That hit the media and freaking went nuts, man, because it was allowed to get on Facebook for like 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and now you don't even hear about it. But then you turn around and you get on a platform like mine that's supposed to be encrypted and it's supposed to be all this. You don't want to sit and see a freaking Nazi masturbating on a camera, dude. You know it's like
that's first of all, social media. You're always going to get some sort of form of spam or some
crazy
the content. That's just nature of the beast. But I don't know. My stuff I've tried to, or I've actually improved the filtering using things like specific NSFW tags and being on top of the reporting as far as I can see anyway.
I know that I do respect how they started out, where they didn't want to get into the censoring stuff too much, and it's kind of bordering, you know what I mean? Because when it comes to what I was just talking about, because like you're kind of going against the same thing that frickin' you're standing for.
I mean, you've seen my approach in general. Occasionally, I may have the odd comment or the odd link or something that is highly questionable.
Yeah.
I've got to make a decision there. Should I ban that user or from that room, or should I allow that? And sometimes,
Well, you know,
yeah,
that last conversation we had with that one girl, you know what I mean? I wasn't saying that she should be banned. You know, don't get me wrong. She got on there.
Oh, yesterday, you mean?
Yeah, the catfish.
Yeah.
Conversation. I wasn't saying that because technically she didn't try to catfish nobody, you know, but I was just pointing out the fact that was like a famous person's picture, you know what I'm saying? Well, not technically a famous person.
Was it digital image or did she hide the image or did she misuse the image or I don't know. One thing I do appreciate from generals is that we've got a good sort of community there that will actually inform me or somebody else or will jump on if they think there's something wrong there.
Yeah. I didn't really wasn't saying that she should be kicked though. That's what I do want to let you know that because it's not.
In fact, I didn't because of the reasons I gave. I didn't actually kick her. I just I left her.
It's just that when I because like when I get suspicious messages like that, I always take and I right click on the picture and then I freaking copy the image address and I'll go, well, the best way to do it, to be honest, is go to freaking Microsoft of all ones, to go to Bing and do your search there. And then when you do your search,
it's unreliable because the user may have actually purchased the image. There's rights to use the image.
There's a thing about
I've purchased images in the past for websites and stuff. But from various stock photo sites. But if you did a Google search for them, you would see a stock reference for them.
But see, when I went on hers though, like half of them, and these were like a whole freaking list. Half of them was like a big warning on them saying that this photo was stolen. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a catfish. This photo was, and then the other ones were pictures of her that were on like dating sites and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And I'm like, no, man. Look, it's like 50-50. She's either trying to get a boyfriend really, really hard, or she's a catfish.
Well,
it's your choice.
My general approach is, unless there is a actual violation in that room, then I want, if, let's say they've been banned by Minds itself, because there's a synchronization issue between the Minds database and Minds Chat's database. So you can do and from the Minds platform. The synchronization issue means that you can still have technically access to Minds Chat, but unless I can see there is an actual violation being done, I generally wouldn't touch them. Generally wouldn't do anything.
With the violations thing, like is there a way where they're being monitored for long term, or is this like temporary?
The staff can review things like token. They can review the posts, the contents that any user posts or publishers, and they can also review if tokens are gone on chain. In fact, if any tokens go on chain, it has to be approved first by a staff member anyway.
Yeah. Now,
So there are manual checks and balances there.
Let me try to get this straight as well as I can. Like on the old systems, like if I went into a chat, okay, and this was before telephones were popular. If I had a laptop, right, and I got banned from that chat room, all I'd have to do is reset my IP address, and I could go back into that chat room. You know what I'm saying?
No, because it'll be based on username.
Well, no, I mean,
It's based on
could
PID.
Like my laptop back then, I could literally go into the settings and just reset it. It'd be a whole new setup.
But as far as Minds is concerned, it's based on UID, so username.
Yeah. Okay, I got what you're saying. Because you have to sign in before you go in.
Yes. And you can only access Minds Chat by the ODIC Minds login.
Yeah. Makes sense. That's what I just was wondering that, because I didn't know if they ever changed that up or anything. I never even thought about that, because back in the day you didn't even have to sign in to get some of these chats. You just go right straight into it.
Yeah. Before Minds, actually, no, I was going to say before Minds Chat. Those of us who were organising the Minds community open source message service thing introduced a monthly meeting, public meeting, and I was going to say community members could access a viewable version of that without logging in, but no, they needed to log in first.
Yeah. I gotta check up and see what time it is.
Just come up to
wow.
Yeah.
2 hours and 2 hours and 18 minutes.
What time you're at?
That is, well, 2 hours and 5 minutes on recording, so
What that'll be, what?
no drop frame.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, you won't? No, 5 o'clock, you won't.
Yeah, it would be 6 o'clock my time.
Yeah, just gone midnight.
Oh man. You want me to let you go?
No, I'm okay.
Right. I didn't know if I was running in a little too late for you, because I know it's late over there.
As you may have noticed, I have some really weird sort of times.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I mean,
Quite early.
I'm usually up editing videos and stuff late at night myself. Like, that's why I come on and do all my weird comments in the chat, because I'm usually up, and I figure I'd come in and start harassing people.
3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Like one guy, everybody kept calling Hector, dude. He'd just keep running his mouth for like a week, and all of a sudden I'm like scrolling down and finding all the crap he's saying and responding to it. He finally went nuts. Freaking. Everybody said, "You're gonna murder him." I'm like, no, I'm not. Dude's crazy. Yeah, he was on there talking about hold up, what was it? First, what caught my eye was like he's living in Mexico, okay, and there's a lot of bad shit happening in Mexico, all right, and he's worried about freaking a man losing his right to travel abroad because he doesn't pay child support. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? He can't pay child support, but he's gonna go to freaking Hawaii. You know what I mean? Come on.
Transport isn't a important issue. Yeah.
But that was one of the things. That was like the first thing that got me. And there was a couple of things in the beginning that we did agree on, but then he just kept talking, and it was like, come on, man. I don't even like talking about politics anymore. You know what I mean? I don't like it. If I have to hear about Al Gore, freaking Biden, or freaking Donald Trump, or climate change, or freaking COVID virus, if I have to hear about that stuff anymore, I'm gonna go freaking nuts. There's nothing beneficial about it at all whatsoever.
I don't know. General was especially there for the purpose of general conversation, so
They get pretty mean. They do. I've seen friendships, lifelong friendships, just end. People that I grew up with today aren't friends anymore because one of them voted for Donald Trump.
yeah.
Okay, that's insane. I mean, and when I started seeing that, that's when I told myself, I'm not doing it no more. I'm not gonna let politics dictate freaking who my friends are and who my friends aren't.
Yeah, well, it's the same in this country. I've not experienced it myself, but issues, family breakups, because of the Brexit question or the COVID vaccine issue.
Well, the Brexit thing, that's about the closest right there is what I'm talking about. It's like Brexit was a real big deal for England.
Still is.
I think you guys should have.
End.
I think you guys should do the Brexit thing, because
Well, technically we have, but
everybody's getting there.
yeah, it's just the sort of bureaucratic sort of system.
Didn't they say like you have to like wait for them to properly leave the EU or some shit? It's like you have to do paperwork to freaking leave the EU. Like,
Yeah, but technically, as soon as we voted in 2016,
yeah.
then this system should have started to stop for us to leave. But we still got issues in relation to things like the Court of the European Court of Justice and all those Remainers wanting to rejoin EU.
Well, you brought something up. Okay, this is how crazy the world is getting. All right, with Brexit. All right. I remember getting on television and watching it, and of all the people freaking stand up and freaking shout they love freaking the EU, you know who it was? It was a representative from Ireland.
Yeah.
Okay. What the hell is that shit all about? This is a freaking Irish woman, dude. Okay. Telling everybody that freaking, oh, we support freaking Ireland or the EU. Ireland has never supported anything in their entire freaking.
Hang on, just to clarify, Northern Ireland or Republic of?
What?
Northern Ireland still part of the United Kingdom. Republic.
I mean,
EU country.
Think about it though. Okay. I mean the whole EU question. I mean, doesn't that seem out of place that freaking Ireland would be supporting the EU over Brexit? You know what I mean?
I don't know. That's an interesting question because I remember the troubles of the 70s and 80s, or mainly 80s.
They were always the independent. You know what I mean? They were fighting against England with the IRA and shit. You know what I mean? This is. I know people don't like hearing about the IRA, but they did exist. You know what I mean? They still do exist.
Still is a political party.
Yeah. I mean, and you stop and think about that crap, man. It's like an Irish woman is the one who stood up in Parliament and frickin' said that shit. You know, I'm like, that's crazy.
Unfortunately, your own president hasn't actually helped the matter.
Yeah.
In a couple of years, the president who thinks he's Irish, he hasn't aided in the again. He's of the globalist mentality, isn't he?
I don't know. I think Brexit would have been a good idea for especially for England, because like I mean it's Britain, you know what I mean? Nobody understands the whole concept difference between England, Britain, and then freaking right, like you know,
interesting.
You have Wales, you got Scotland, you got England, then you got freaking Ireland, and I guess Ireland is split up now.
Yeah, Northern Ireland. I'll make this distinction because Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom for like 200 years or something. Whereas some Ireland isn't. It's from a country, well, independent as far as the EU is concerned.
Then you have Britain, which is freaking all of that plus freaking India, or it used to be India.
Actually, no, it's the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
The Commonwealth being a separate entity.
For the Commonwealth, that was just a freaking way for them to slide around freaking getting pirates to do shit for them, and then they freaking wanted to be able to like create trading companies that could go out and freaking do shit for them without having to be bound by the king, you know what I mean? So they had the Oriental Trading Company, and then they had the American Trading Companies. I think that's what that was all about.
A lot of the countries were doing that at the time. Portugal, France. Not so much Germany, because Germany wasn't the actual country until 1870. Country. Technically, Germany as a unified country is younger than the United States of America.
Yeah. like I know Australia. Now, are they still part of the United Kingdom?
They're still a Commonwealth country, so they've got their own parliament, but they, much like Canada, they've got their own parliament, but any laws have to be rubber stamped, get royal ascension.
Hold on a minute. I am going to be right back. My nephew is out mowing the yard, and for some reason, smoke is coming through my window. He's not good with a mower. I'll be right back. I wish I had a cam on. Oh yeah, I need to get off here, man. This is this guy's Mark. Say hi.
Hello.
Mark.
Hi.
This is Olivia. Sorry you can't see her. He's from England. He's a guy that I talk to on Minds.com. We're talking across the ocean. Yeah. Isn't that cool? Well, I'm gonna get off here, Mark.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I better get off here anyhow, because the whole room's full of carbon monoxide from the lawnmower.
Okay.
It literally came straight in through the window and just filled the entire room. So
Wow.
I appreciate you coming on and talking and everything, man. That was a big deal. Now, before I end this, would you be willing to do that? Do a lead in? You don't have to
discuss it, I think. But yeah, in principle.
You don't have to do like a video thing here if you don't want to. You can just do an audio.
Maybe if we discuss some sort of Q&A type thing.
You want to do a question and answer?
Yeah, that might make more sense.
Okay, we can do that.
Interviewee type thing.
Yeah. Now, there is one thing that I learned how to do whenever I was into it is questions and answers. Like I turn around and I make a list of questions, and then I send the questions to you and see how you like those, and if you wanted to add questions to it.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Then we do it back and forth for a couple times, and then whenever you do the interview, I can ask you the questions, and then you can answer them.
I'm not a big fan of the overly staged sort of format, but
Anything that comes,
as long as it's fairly free flowing.
yeah, anything that comes up, you know what I mean, in the question, then we can go off of that. But you'd at least have a format of questions to ask.
Yeah. No, that's okay. That's fine.
All right. Yeah, we could do something like that.
Okay, unless you sort out your smoke issue.
Yes, I appreciate it. I will talk to you later. I'll talk to you later, man. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is Roger Hanson again with another short stream that I am wanting to do. Today is going to be a topic which I have been really interested in for quite a long time, but really haven't had a chance to get around to doing much of it. It has to do with storytelling and writing. I'd just like to, make it a point in the week to where I can talk about some of the things that I do when it comes to writing and projects that I'm interested in doing, and maybe discuss them if anybody's interested in having a conversation about it. It's like I said in my comment or my post earlier, if anybody wants to have a conversation, they're more than welcome to join me with Jetsy on minds.com. And if you don't feel like doing that, you can go to my chat, which is 24/7 live TV with Roger Hanson. At the moment, I'm not doing the 24/7. I'm just doing a daily stream, but I do plan on doing that eventually once I start getting better content, more content that I can put on there, because I don't want to do the same stuff. So if you guys want to get on there, you're more than welcome to. You can do a video. You don't have to do video chat. You can do the just straight conversation. It's up to you. So I'm not picky about it, but if you want to talk about it, you can. So with that being said, I'm gonna get started with what I wanted to, or what I'm wanting to talk about. Now, the one thing that I've been wanting to do is a project that I've been working on now for about almost a year, maybe. Could be longer, I'm not for sure, but it was doing a short story with a plot. Now, the story that I have set up is kind of different in my opinion, okay? I've set the plots up according to more than one short story, and each short story has its own plot, but every short story is connected, you know what I mean? The first one's connected to the second, so forth. The first plot, it concerns a fictional environment or land called Lycia, or Lycia, however you want to pronounce it. And then it concerns humans, in a world that is far off, and Earth and everything here on Earth doesn't even pertain to the story, okay? Then I have a second plot to it, a second short story that I'm wanting to do, and it pertains to the Draconians, which are reptilian beings, and I wanted to make it to where these stories connect to one another. And then there's a time difference where the first story happens like thousands of years before the third story, and so forth, and they're all connected, and they have their own lore and stuff like that. I've been working on it for a while, and I think I'm getting some progress done on the first short story, but what I'm finding is that it's a lot more difficult for me to actually do a short story with a plot. And I've always had a problem with writing short stories. I can write along with them with no problem whatsoever, but when it comes to short stories, I've always had a problem with doing short stories, much less putting a plot on it and doing it that way. But I am learning a lot from doing short stories, though, because especially putting a plot on it, because I have to actually, I have to restrain myself, basically. I can't get too wordy with the things I have to say, and I have a certain amount of words that I can use within that time period of my writing, so it's kind of showing me some discipline there. I am going through and I'm doing the raw draft, and then I'm gonna revise it for the first, second, third plots and everything like that as I go. So that's something that I have to get into, but right now I'm just kind of like writing out the story, but I have to take into consideration too, like little things that readers don't really like to hear, like I have to put more conversation into my story, and I have to stop trying to tell the entire story to the reader. There's a point where you have to just tell the story and let the imagination of the reader take over, you know what I mean? I don't have to be so descriptive about things, but at the same time I have to be descriptive enough to where it keeps their attention. Stuff like that, another thing that I have to do is, I have to have a basic idea of what I'm wanting to write about when it comes to these characters like the Draconians and the Lycians, and I have to put that into plot form. That is what one of the biggest problems I have had there is I have to come up with a concept and what I want to write about these creatures and these beings. And for me, I get a lot of my inspiration from ideas that came from ufology, some Forgotten Realms and Dungeons and Dragons, D&D, role-playing games, stuff like that. Because I do see where a lot of these ideas have been bounced off of each other, especially with ancient lore too. And I wanted to come up with something that kind of intertwines with that stuff, especially ancient history. But I want it to be fictional, and I don't want Earth or anything on this planet to relate whatsoever to what I'm writing about, if that makes any sense to you. That's what I'm doing with my short stories right now, and basically I'm trying to start over with a different plot for each short story that I come up with, in a different outline, and then I'll go along with a rough draft, and then to the second short story I'll do the same thing, and until my, you know, until each of them are created and everything. But the things that I'm having a hard time with is putting it together, you know, a short story with a plot, much less putting an outline to it, you know, to go with that plot and that for that short story. Now, the rough draft and the plot, you know, they have to go along with one another too, you know. And I constantly find myself changing the story as it progresses, you know. Sometimes I'll start out with an idea, and then all of a sudden, as I'm writing the plot out and the rough draft, I'm saying, hold on, this doesn't work. So then I have to go back through and have to look at the outline, and then I look at the plot, and I say, okay, now what do I want to do here? And I find myself like getting a little bit too extreme in my story, or not enough, you know. So there's times where I have to tame it down and take away some of the stuff that I wanted to put into it, rather than put what I've wanted to do. And, you know, maybe later on, I don't know for sure, but maybe later on I can add that aspect to the story if it fits in. But right now, as I go, I'm finding that I have to clean it up even in that, you know, perspective, that way of doing things. And this is me changing the story as it progresses, you know what I mean? Like, in my mind, when I first start out, I have the story in my head, this is the way I want to do it. But as I'm progressing in the story, I'm changing it. So, the best way for me to say it is, some things concerned with writing is too much information at the beginning, you know, and other subjects in the stories, they're just way too descriptive. And I'm learning that sometimes it isn't best to explain the whole story to the reader. So for that, the reason why I do that, like I said earlier, is because, you know, readers can imagine for themselves. They don't need me doing it for them. So when people have to, or don't have to, you know, have an imagination when they're reading that story, or they don't have their imagination flaring, they become disinterested, you know. So with that in mind, I have to try to keep the descriptive part of my writing, you know, kind of at bay, and not get carried away with it. Now, with all that said, you know, I also want to mention too that I'm also going off of the plot, the Save the Cat plot, and it seems no. It also seems to have issues for me. You know, I have issues with it, is what I should say. Writing short stories, like I said, has always been a problem with me, and much less trying to do it with a theme, a plot, an outline. Then I have to come up with this part of the Save the Cat plot, you know, which is called the theme stated. And I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about there, but this theme stating is supposed to be like saying or you know or a moral or a plot to the story, you know what I mean, that's said by somebody who's insignificant, and later on your main character thinks, and these words cross his mind, and all of a sudden it makes sense, you know what I mean. It just drives me crazy, you know. I do have to say though, again, you know, I have learned a lot, and that is the one thing that I am grateful for, because I have learned a lot by doing it, but it's something that really is it's a challenge for me, because I've never done this, for one thing, and I've always been able to write stories, but I've never been able to structure it really the way that other people would expect me to do it, you know what I mean? So it's a learning process for me, and I'm actually getting to where I'm learning and I'm doing pretty good at it, in my opinion. So I think that is something that I have really come to respect by it. Now I can go and, you know, bring up some stuff that I am doing in my plot and discuss that too, because I really do want to make a decent length I don't know, video, I guess, or whatever it is I'm doing here, of what I'm discussing, which is writing, because like I said, I need to come up with some good content to put on here. But with the Save the Cat beat sheet, you have Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. And then, see, the beat sheet was originally developed by Blake Snyder in Hollywood to help screenwriters plot movies, but they started finding out that it works just as well with graphic novels and just regular novels. So because the reason why it works so well with writers when it comes to making novels and graphic novels is because it breaks down into a 3-act structure, and they're small, specific, and sometimes just one scene long, you know. So each section pushes the story forward in its own way. The exact word count, the page count of each section depends on how long your novel is and what type of story you're telling, you know. You have to fill in your ideas for each section. You don't write your whole novel. You just jot down general ideas for sections and scenes, and then you go from there. So then you have Act 1, and that's the opening image, and that's generally 0 to 1%, and with that you show a before snapshot of your protagonist or your character and in their world, you know, and what life was like before your story or your adventure began, and that's generally like a 0 to 1% part of the story. Then you have your setup, and that is about 1 to 10%, and you keep showing the ordinary before world. You explore your character's life, your protagonist's life, and you include the flaws and challenges that character character has, and has to overcome in order to change for the better by the end of the story, or it could be the other way around too, overcoming, well, no, just overcoming some of the problems that they have, and it doesn't have to be positive. It could be like not good at robbing a bank or something stupid, or I ain't gonna say something stupid like that, or just something like that. It could be just the opposite of being positive. It could be a bank robber who's not good at being a bank robber, so he perfects his art or anything like that, but he has to overcome a challenge, basically. And then right there in that area is where the theme stated has to happen. It happens during the setup, and somewhere in the setup you have to include a scene where the character says a insignificant character says something that hints to your character a big life lesson, and how your character has to change and grow by the end of the story. Your character won't understand the lesson though until later. So after you get through the setup, then you go into the catalyst, and that's about 10% of your story. And this is when life as your character knows it changes, and it's supposed to change forever. There's no going back to the before world from that point. Now, then you have to explain what the inciting incident that pushes the character into the next phase of the story is. And from there, you go into the debate. That's 11 to 20%. And that's where you show the character, your protagonist, questioning himself or themselves and resisting the path that lies ahead, wondering whether they have what it takes or whether or not they should just run home and hide under the bed. This is their last chance to chicken out, basically, and question themselves and stuff like that. So you've got that going on, which is pretty interesting right there. So you have that as Act 1, and that's just Act 1. There's 3 acts that goes to it. Then you have Act 2, and they usually call that Break Into 2 in Hollywood, and then there's Break Into 1, and like I said, this is all modeled off of movies and stuff like that, but they found that it was good for novels. And Break Into 2 is about another 20%, and this is where your character answers the call. After they question themselves and stuff, they make the choice to begin their adventure, transformation, journey, new thing, whatever, it shows that your character deciding to plunge into Act 2. Now, once you do Break Into 2, you go into the premise of the promise of the premise, and it's also called Fun and Games. That's 21 to 50%, and this is when the reader thinks, now we're getting to the good stuff. They hinted at the back cover of the book, so now this is where everything's starting to get good. in the summary, basically. So one of the longest sections in the book, you have to show your character getting used to their new world, loving it, hating it, making mistakes, or doing well, meeting new people, and it's basically about keeping the reader entertained. Now, this happens usually during the promise of the premise. It's called the B story. And you have to introduce a new character or characters who will eventually help the character, your character, learn their life lesson. That could be friends, mentors, love interests, nemesis, whoever they are, and then you gotta describe who they are and how will they help, you know what I mean? So you have the B story, which happens in the promise of the premise, and then after that you come to the midpoint, which is at the 50%. This moment is when everything seems great or everything seems awful, depending on your story. Either the fun and games section has led to a false victory for your character, where they think that they've been doing good so far, or it's led to a false defeat where they've been having a hard time so far. And what happens in this moment, halfway between beginning and end, is what this is. This is where everything happens right in the middle of your story, so it's halfway between the beginning and the end. So then once you get past the midpoint, you go to what they call bad guys close in. This is 51 to 75%, and this is where you get ready for a bumpy ride. If your midpoint was a false victory, now things start to go wrong for you. If the midpoint was a false defeat, well, things seem to be looking up for your character, but bad guys are getting closer and will have something to say about it. They'll have something to say about it. Now, note too that bad guys can be actual physical enemies, but they can also be emotional enemies like doubt or jealousy or fear. Just show the character's newly built world beginning to unravel is what's basically important. This will also be one of the larger sections of the book as well, or the story as well, so keep that in mind. Now you have All Is Lost, which is 75%, and this is when something happens to make your character hit rock bottom. It's the absolute lowest part of your story. Maybe someone or something dies, either literally or figuratively. What does this moment look like for your character? Your protagonist now has time to react to their all is lost moment. First, we've done all is lost. Now we're at Dark Night of the Soul. That's 76 to 80%, and your protagonist now has time to react to the all is lost moment, to mourn what they lost and wallow in hopelessness. It's not pretty. They're worse off than what they were in the beginning of the story. So how low have things gotten? That's basically what Dark Night of the Souls is about. So that is Act 1 and Act 2, and then from there you go into Act 3, which is break into 3, and that's 80% the aha moment, the lift yourself up and try again moment. You got to show the character realizing that they need realizing what they need to do in order to tackle the problems, both external or internal, whichever, or both. And then after that, you come to the finale, which is 81 to 90%, where the character does what they decide to do in break into doing the break into 3 beat. And because of all the learning and growing they've done in the support or insight from the B story, which is the characters or the character that you created, their plan works. The bad guys are defeated. The world is changed for the better. What are the battles? How will the character triumph or not? This is another longer section, so you've got the space to make things dramatic and intense. Then after you're done with the finale, you have the finale end image, which is kind of like the first part of the plot, and that's 99 to 100%. This is the opposite of the opening image, which is the beginning one. The after snapshot instead of the before snapshot. You have to show the reader how the protagonist and their world has changed from the beginning. So that is basically Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3 of Save the Cat Beat sheet is, and those are that's what I'm trying to do with the plot. I've been using a theme for quite a long time, so I've had no problem with writing a theme out for my story. But then when it comes to taking that theme and applying it to a plot with a short story, or actually multiple short stories that connect with one another, that becomes a different subject altogether, and like I said, I am finding it pretty interesting. It's actually going pretty good, but it's also a slower process than what I'm used to. If I was doing this stuff off the top of my head, it wouldn't be a problem whatsoever. I would be able to just write it down and everything would be good, but it's not working that way when it comes to actually trying to write it out with a theme and a plot and an outline. Right, that's what I said. I shouldn't have said theme. I should have said an outline. I've done outlines all my life when it comes to writing. I started writing when I was like 15, 16 years old, and I was doing an outline by the time I was in junior high school. They taught me in class how to do it, and I just fell in love with it. So I've been writing with outlines since I was a teenager, and I figure I have pretty much spent enough time on this. I want to go through and set up, a few topics throughout the week. I want to do at least one a day, and as I go, I will build up the content that I need to where I can stream on a regular basis all through the day. But so far, what I'm wanting to do is do it like this, I am going to be back again tomorrow. I have recorded this, so I'll play it back at some other time too. So let me check and see what it is that I'm going to be doing tomorrow. And tomorrow I will be back to do history. And for me here lately, I've been into ancient history, so most likely that's what I'll end up doing. And I am going to do gaming, current events. You know, I want to do Friday for strangeness, and then conspiracy on Saturday. Kind of go through some of the conspiracy theories I've heard about, and just strangeness. Period. When it comes to strange stories, everything from UFOs to ghosts to just strangeness, the Elastic Man, stuff like that. So that's why I called it strangeness, so that it would actually be a variety of things that I could discuss. So with that being said, I am going to end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed what you heard. If you you want to make a comment in the section below. Like I said, you can go onto my chat, make a comment there too. You don't have to call me and have a voice comment or nothing like that. There's a chat area right there. Click in there and make your comment. I appreciate the feedback. And with that, I'm going to get off of here. You guys have a good day. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another day of my stream. Today I am on another topic, and that topic is conspiracies and conspiracy theories. Now,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I apologize. Bonna's saying that your audio is a little bit low. I forgot. You said raise the hand feature this time. I got you, but I was just letting you know if you got too far.
Don't worry about it. That's actually good information. It's good to know. I need to adjust my mic, because if I get it too loud, then it makes it to where the echo happens. If you hear me echoing, tell me.
No, it sounds good right now. It was kind of loud, not loud, but it sounded good for me, so I'm unsure. If he's listening on Minds, it might be different. So maybe it's something with Minds, because it sounds really good on Jitsi. That's something to take into consideration as well.
Yeah. Well, see right there, I got some feedback. I could hear it just barely. Now, let me go ahead. It was just barely, so it's not going to be like a big issue. Could be some bleed through. But the topic that I wanted to start out with, since this is actually my first official stream in this format, is the words conspiracy and conspiracy theory. I don't know if you guys have actually checked out what they have from Wikipedia, which, don't get me wrong, I don't like using Wikipedia, but Robot was talking about it yesterday, and I told him to stop reading it. So I got curious, and I wanted to find a couple things, and like conspiracy and conspiracy theory is a good example of why I don't like to use Wikipedia. And here, let me pull it up. Now, on Wikipedia, they have this idea, or this new concept that I've never seen it on there before, and I've checked this out, but now I guess it's really popular to separate the difference between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory, you know what I mean? And for me, the reason why I have a hard time with that is because they say that conspiracies, a conspiracy usually has to do with politics, or you know what I mean, and it's usually people who are against science and who are uneducated that are the ones making these claims, you know what I mean? And then they say, but don't mistake that with a conspiracy, okay? Now, right here on their Wikipedia page for conspiracy theory, it says a conspiracy theory is an explanation for an event or situation that asserts the existence of a conspiracy by powerful and sinister groups, often political in motivation, when other explanations are more probable. The term generally has a negative connotation, implying, this is conspiracy theory, implying that the appeal of a conspiracy theory is based in prejudice, emotional conviction, and insufficient evidence. A conspiracy theory is distinct from a conspiracy. Okay, now, on a conspiracy, also known as a plot, is a secret plan or agreement between people called conspirers or conspirators for an unlawful or harmful purpose, such as murder or treason, especially with political motivation. Now, for me personally, they both kind of go hand in hand, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't see the reason why a person would actually say, well, other than the criminal aspects of it, you know, in law and stuff. But conspiracy theories go way back before the 20th century. It's nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun, you know what I mean? They had conspiracy theories back in the 1600s, the 1700s, all the way up until now. And the majority of that stuff concerned politics. I mean, everything, you know what I mean? So for me, that's the thing that I really want to focus on and kind of have a conversation about it, because I don't know, I think things are really changing to where people aren't really aware of like different conspiracies, okay, and conspiracy theories. They're not really aware of what they really are, in my opinion. I think that things are getting a little bit too descriptive in the world, you know. It's pretty messed up, to be honest with you. I read that and I'm like, I can't believe that somebody would honestly say that, you know what I mean? And then like saying that people who believe in conspiracy theories are, you know, uneducated. I mean, I can name 3 people who freaking are ancient aliens who are freaking rocket scientists, or one that's a rocket scientist, but 3 of them that are educated and have professional lives, you know. That's just completely absurd, but that's what my take on the deal is. But if you guys want to, man, I'll let it go at that. See what you guys want to do talk about. Let me get back on here and see.
Okay, so listen, I had read something not long ago, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, definitely. But I had read something, and it was talking about the government having locked, sealed, I get excited about conspiracy, concealed documents in which they basically have like some classified file that you're not even allowed to comment on conspiracy theory. But the craziest part about it is it's everything that we seem to be or say to be conspiracy. So it's like all this stuff locked in a vault. I don't know if it really is in a vault, but you get it. And it's like everything that we are called conspiracies, but they're not. And they define them as hidden truths. And it's crazy because if they're defining conspiracy as hidden truths, it means it's not a conspiracy, a truth, but we're just hiding it from you. And it's known. I mean, I'm sure we know the government knows, but most people know that the government knows exactly what it's doing. It's like they're not conspiracy. And so the definition, I mean, but it's literally not, you know, it's not made up. They're not stories. That's just something I really would like to emphasize. Conspiracies are not made up. They're normally backed by facts that you have to kind of dig up, research that you have that's really hidden and hidden truths in order for you to actually find. And I wanted to know, did you ever hear any of that? Like, because like yesterday, like that IRS government document that I about the
You hear that all the time.
About the aliens, right? Yeah.
Well, Picos, Dave, you got your hand raised.
He
If
hasn't
you
said
want,
that.
you want to say something, Picos?
Yeah, tune in. I mean, chime in.
Pico, you got it. Oh
Whoa,
wow,
whoa, whoa. Wait a minute. Hold on. Alvin, Simon, Theodore. 1
something
second.
happened there.
1 second. It was like you were like fast forwarded. Oh my gosh. Is that how I sound? Is that why?
No, that's not you. Pico, say something
Oh,
real
I
quick.
know, but I was just thinking, am I talking really, really fast?
Hold on.
Mm,
that,
it's talking really, really fast.
that's strange.
Oh, he's using a voice changer. Can you change it to a slower voice? Because we cannot understand you.
Hold up, let me see what's going on. It's not supposed to be doing that.
Don says he's using a voice changer. It's amazing that he knew that. I thought he was having some type of connection issues.
Well, I'm sure he can hear us because he's been going along with us on the video and like put his
Well,
thumbs up and
yeah, no,
everything.
it's intentional. Don just said it's intentional, like he's using a voice changer. And then I guess he told him what
No,
setting to use in order for
he's
it to
not in
be.
his head, man. It's like
No, it's
like I can see him and everything. It's just every time he tries to talk, it sounds really.
Am I still chipmunking? Yes, definitely
Yes.
still chipmunking.
That is
Do it again.
weird. Okay, let me.
It is. He said chipmunking. That's so funny.
Let me see real quick what that is. See, and that's what I was talking about with
It's
that
kind of
that
entertaining
mind
though,
thing.
but I wish we could
They
understand
really
you.
do need to give up on this Jitsi. There's like 5, maybe 6 other platforms they could use better than this. Okay, so
No, we cannot understand anything you're saying. That's why it was like, can
well,
you like slow motion it?
no, that is
He's typing in the chat and he's asking if we can understand. Just reading his chat comments under here,
yeah. We
and like
can.
I was just wondering if there's a way to like.
I can actually I can see his chat. He's saying
Yeah.
can you actually understand me? And I'm like, no, I can't.
No.
Now,
I changed some settings. Did that help? Not yet.
okay, let me see here real quick. Let me ask to unmute. I hit ask to unmute and it might show a notice there. See if that helps. Nothing. Wow.
They say you're an alien. If you're a Pelodian, that's right, Pelodian. Yeah, just go ahead and say it's okay.
That's pretty
It's
crazy.
safe with us. It's so funny. Hey, wait, was that you?
No.
Hey, did he say? Was that sorry him? Oh, I was gonna say, hey, you're regular again.
We made a successful live stream yesterday. Yeah, that is true. We did.
Maybe it's the platform. It might not be you. It might be Jitsi. Unless you made the successful stream yesterday on Jitsi, then most likely.
Well, I mean, let me see.
A Linux user. Linux.
Oh, is he on Linux?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had issues with a lot of things on Linux. I actually, Mark, and if it wasn't for Mark, I wouldn't have been able to freaking even upload videos with Linux. Because
Or maybe at him in the general and ask him, is there any way? But Don seems to be very attentive, and so perhaps him because he's really smart as well.
well, I mean, freaking, let me see if I can get him. I can go in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing.
He's listening in. Oh, you mean Mark? You're gonna see. I have you.
See what Mark says.
It's been a while since he did. Ask Dave to reboot. May you reboot for us, please, and then rejoin the stream if that's okay, and not asking too much. Please and thank you.
Is. Oh,
Yeah, like if you can reboot for us, that'll be great. And then that's just the given suggestion. I'm just the messenger, and so then maybe that'll help us.
I see what it is.
It takes a long time.
Don's in there. Don's in the chat room causing crap. Like,
yeah, I'm
he
kidding.
called Pico Dave a freaking alien. I was wondering what the hell you were talking about.
What I'm talking about, right? I sound like a crazy
I
woman. It comes up at the top of my screen, so I'm just reading it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man! I was like, did he? Like,
I wish I could.
okay, so
Okay, he said he's repeating that.
now see
What happened to us though?
for a second there, it actually worked. I
You
think
heard him?
just maybe. Let's see if he
Mm-mm.
pops back in. we just we just lost somebody because of the bad Jitsi experience. Now,
But keep going while we wait for him.
I mean, for me, that's one of the deals that I do have, and it is a conversation that's worth having, when it comes to this whole idea of separating what a conspiracy is and what a conspiracy theory is.
What are some conspiracies you heard? Like, what are some things that have yet to be publicized, but they say are conspiracies, but we know about them? We know about them.
Well,
Anything in particular?
there's different degrees of them. Like for me, a lot of the conspiracies that I think are really cool are the. Yeah, hold up, Pico's is back. You there?
Welcome back, Ellen. No, I'm just joking. I'm not calling Ellen for real.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I was pushing everything through OBS. Does it sound better now?
Yes, it sounds
Yes, it
a
does.
lot better.
Okay.
You sound like a human. No offense to the aliens, but yes, let's go.
Don said you were an alien. He said Pico Dave is an alien.
Yeah, I was using OBS to control everything. I like having, I like being able to send my own background or whatever if I want to. And so, yeah, I think OBS was what was causing the issue, but I've used it.
OBS was OBS.
Right. So, no, what I was going to say is, people brought up aliens. I actually have a little more background on that than most people. I'm not some kind of alien nut or anything, but my father was born in Artesia, New Mexico, and his grandfather actually worked on the pumps for the guy who had the crash, on his farm near Roswell. And my great-grandfather talked to the guy about that stuff extensively. And I spent 8 years at NASA. And while I was there were 3 people that I talked to on a regular basis that had been there for 40 years. And they were quite talkative about the old ways around there. Officially NASA had no stance on them existing, whatever. But all the old timers that were there during the Gemini program, they talked about it openly. There was the talk of the town when that UFO was trailing, was it Apollo 10? And I was doing some work in there, and I've heard people talk about things that probably should. What's up?
Can you elaborate? You said it was trailing Apollo 10. What's that about? I never heard of this before.
Oh,
UFO?
That's actually fairly well documented. That's one of the ones that was talked about. I think it was Apollo 10. It might have been a different Apollo mission, but
that doesn't even matter, that part. I'm more so concerned with the fact that this is news that I can Google or something.
Yeah, look up the quote, "We have a Santa Claus."
Oh, wow.
If you
right. I'm about to do it right now. I got to do one thing.
Because it was on Christmas Eve, and they asked for the location of, what was the second phase? I forgot the names of each of the propulsion phases on the Apollo rockets, but they asked where their second phase was because they noticed they were being followed. And they told them it was way the hell off. I mean, so far they wouldn't have been able to see it. And they said, "Houston, we have a Santa Claus." And that's when the radios they were using back then, there was a more public channel, and then they kind of had a scrambled back channel. And as soon as they said, "We have a Santa Claus," that was the cue for them to switch to stop doing public audio with Capcom and switch to the encrypted data. And that's when they described what they were being followed by. But yeah, you talk to the old timers that were there over 40 years ago, you hear all kinds of stories. I guess closer to 50 years ago now, because it's been more than 10 years since. It's been nearly 10 years since I worked there, so it's been a while since even I heard these stories. I say 40 because they were been there 40 years when I got hired. That's been a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, you talk to the old timers around there. They talked about the encounters very openly in the 60s, 70s, and early 80s. Somewhere around the early 80s is when they clamped down on all the talk and started taking their official position that they don't exist. But now they airbrush things out. I know for a fact there are smaller craft that hang around the ISS and just keep an eye on it. I don't have many details about anything. I just know there's been extensive encounters. And it
that goes back to what I was just saying about the whole thing about trying to differentiate between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory, okay? Now, I want to elaborate on the fact you're talking about educated men. You're talking about men of science who had been around the field for quite a few years, and they're just openly talking about aliens, you know what I mean? There's a group of people that are out there trying their best to make it out like people who believe in conspiracy theories are uneducated people who know nothing about science and blah blah blah. It's written all over the place, you know what I mean? And I just think that that's a shame, because I don't believe in every
as well as
conspiracy
liars.
theory. You know what I mean? I don't fall for every conspiracy theory, but there are good ones. There really are.
Which ones do you not agree with? Which one do you not agree
I
with?
just wanted to make that point and let Picos talk, because he's saying some good stuff, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to add that in there. You know,
you'll answer it later, okay? I understand.
You're doing a really good example of what I'm talking about right there. That's amazing. And
but what they do with conspiracy theories,
I'm looking up Santa Claus now.
The word conspiracy theory itself was, I think, a CIA or FBI operation to get people to quit looking at the UFOs.
Yeah.
They just made them sound crazy, and if you label someone as crazy, no one pays attention to them.
Yeah.
Eventually, that quit working. Honestly, the whole COVID fiasco was one of the best things that ever happened to get people to look at misinformation and figure out what real misinformation is versus propaganda.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the best way they found the word conspiracy theorist doesn't really work anymore. And the new way they've come about getting people to quit looking at things is telling everyone it's real, then adding a whole lot of information that isn't. Yeah. So, I can't tell you a lot about UFOs beyond the fact I know absolutely they exist. There's no doubt. We've documented them. We have pieces of them. We have recovered bodies. And beyond that, I really don't know. The problem is
what kind of aliens?
Right. Every time some kind of real information comes out, they release 12 more stories to go along with it. And by the time you assimilate all the data that's publicly available, mostly from tinfoil hat sites, you never know what's real or not. Chances are, if you look at everything, you found the truth somewhere, and you found 12 layers of bullshit around it.
Yeah, now my question is honestly, like those tinfoil outfits, do you think that's on purpose? Like those are actually orchestrated?
There are intentional disinformation personalities. I think I've identified one on mine, but I'm not 100% sure. Kind of like the Q phenomenon. Q was real at first. The first 2 weeks or so that Q was around, that was real. But the keys got taken over, and it became a disinformation campaign.
QAnon, AN. Yeah.
What I found is, other than fake personalities tend to not work too well because they tend to get outed, what you have is you get tainted sources. You have people making intentional misinformation and they feed that misinformation to trusted tinfoil hat individuals. And the very best reporters verify before they release anything, but you occasionally get the ones that just kind of say, yeah, that looks good, and they publish it. And you've got to really pay attention to which sources you're going to pay attention to. Which ones you need to listen to.
Or
Yeah.
or strategically distributing it, like paying people to be tinfoil hats. Not really like those people are really tinfoil hats, but more like paid actors and actresses in order for us to be illusioned. Because in most cases, especially people like you were saying, a notoriety in which they are giving them tinfoil information, they're not really giving for information, saying, hey, we have some serious information and then we would like it to be hidden. And that makes, yeah, and I mean, the people, and there'll be a reason, they'll have to have some type of reason to participate or some type of incentive to participate, which would increase what, yep, definitely. Well, yeah, it makes sense why it'd be the same people always. Mm-hmm. No, I just, now going on to my own conspiracy, but it might not be.
Another good example of this is like you know how like the popular thing is to bring up Roswell, okay? And the truth of the matter is there have been UFO sightings that go back even farther than Roswell. Like I live here in Southern Illinois, and one of the major first UFO sightings just happened maybe, I don't know, about freaking less than 100 miles away from me in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. You know, that was one of the first recorded UFO sightings that was like on the scale of Roswell, but it never made the media, and it was quieted up.
There was a 19th century one here in Texas.
Yeah.
That was covered rather extensively at the time in the newspapers. And apparently they threw the pieces of the craft down the well, gave the aliens a Christian burial, and the people who threw the pieces of the craft down the well pretty much all died of cancer or some kind of radiation poisoning. But it was pretty well documented in the 19th century. And sometime during the 1980s, there was a pretty big one that went down over the Soviet Union. Cleared a big path of the forest. But, you know, that's the kind of stuff they don't talk about much. And that's the kind of stuff that, where I have levels of solidity when I address issues like this. You know, I've got the level I told you that I know about for sure. Then everything else after that's, you know, a different layer of probably, maybe not, could be bullshit. You know, it's just, I work in layers on that. And my solid layer is very thin.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. And I was talking about that the other day with the topic. And I was like, you know, it's about discernment. You have to use your own common sense and discern the truth from the false. If you don't know how to do that, then you're just going to go down an avenue that's going to mess you up. I mean, there's a lot of people on this topic that aren't really trying to come out with this stuff for your best interest, you know. And you really do have to discern between what's bullshit and what's fact, and what's not even what's fact. Are you willing to believe it? Does it even sound like it's even close to being real? You know what I mean? But I agree. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest problems, and I think that the majority of people who are involved in that kind of stuff, they're really people, the majority of them are mentally ill. I mean, that's really the only way that I can say it. It's a mental illness. And I've heard people who get on the internet and they discuss like alien abductions and stuff, and then they don't understand why their family members are doing freaking health checks, you know, sending the police out to the house to make sure they're okay. And it's like, you know.
In my hometown, when I worked at the video store in high school, there was a local bum that was definitely on the crazy end of the equation, that was watching military movements and was constantly talking about UFOs and his abductions. And this particular guy, he's kind of talking about layers 1 through 5, and he was pretty close to 5 there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about too. And don't get me wrong. I mean, with some of the stories that I've heard, especially the ones with the secret space program. A lot of the people that are in there that discuss that stuff, you can tell they do have mental illness, and they refuse to be, they've refused to allow themselves to have psychological evaluations and see a therapist and stuff. And then they talk about poor health. Now, a lot of them talk about poor health, but the thing is like, if that kind of stuff really did happen to them, even if let's give them the benefit of the doubt, some of the stuff they said, if it really did happen to it, don't you think that would affect them, mentally, to where they would still want to get psychological evaluations and help with their mental problems? I mean,
I feel like the cover up would affect them more. The cover up would affect them more than the actual process.
These really aren't like people who are, this isn't really about the cover up. You know what I mean? This is about people who, they're being manipulated by the people who are doing the cover ups. Okay, it's like
exactly.
They have mental illness.
That's what I'm saying. The aliens themselves, I feel like, would cause the trauma.
This is the government.
Like, alien sightings are not going to cause.
This is the government doing it. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, these people have mental illnesses, and they're being showcased by the government. Okay, and they're like, look, these are crazy people. This is what you believe. You know what I mean? And there's abundant amount of information with people like that. If you go on the internet and just look at the first 10 videos, I guarantee you it's going to be a lot of people who are going to tell you a lot of things about aliens that just are just outlandish, okay? And it's going to happen. Now, if you can't discern between that and what the truth is, then you're going to be basically suckered into believing it. You know what I mean? But that's the thing that I see about a lot of the people, especially who believe in the secret space program, because and there's even people who honestly talk about that stuff, and he's very popular too, and he's one of the guys I'm referring to. They monopolize on that, and they make money off of it. You know what I mean? Make a few $1,000s and go out with his wife to get freaking face jobs done, keep that pretty yellow hair freaking, straight and looking young, and that's what they do. They exploit people so that they can make money off of it. And these are people that are actually talking about secret space programs. So you've got a whole lot of things that are going on there that you have to be careful about. And don't get me wrong, there are some people that believe 100% what they're saying, especially when it comes to abductions. But the ones who are really honest are the ones who are willing to actually go to a therapist and have the therapist like do hypnosis on them. Like in Arizona, they came out with that movie. I forgot the name of it. But anyhow, the guys that were involved in that, they didn't even want to freaking be publicized. They didn't want any kind of publicity about it at all whatsoever. And what happened was they were out logging in the woods, and one of the guys that was there was abducted. You know what I mean? And they lost track of him for I think it was almost a week and a half. And then all of a sudden he appears at a gas station, and that's where it all started. And that's a good example of what I'm talking about. That's a good story that you can actually research on and stuff like that. But you got to be careful. You can't just fall for everything, But I forgot what the name of that movie was. And I did listen to a couple podcasts of the actual guy that got abducted, and he said that, you know, it, the movie isn't what really happened in real life with him, you know, but he went through and kind of explained it all. So I'm going to shut up now, let you guys do some talking.
I see that the quote's been dug up, and I apologize. It was Apollo 8, not 10.
Apollo 8.
But no, a lot of people who have experienced this, I could see them not wanting to go to a psychologist. I mean, this isn't conspiracy. The experiments the three-letter agencies did in the 60s and 70s, and what they're doing now, where they're paying therapists to push kids towards transgenderism as a cult.
Yeah.
You know, in school, it's you have to be very, very careful about going to any kind of psychologist or psychiatrist these days. You need to make sure they're not on the WEF dole.
Well, the thing is there's like psychiatrists out there that literally focus on UFO phenomenon. You know what I mean? They don't have to go to like the psychologist down the street. I should pull up who I'm talking about, because I know it's really important. It was a really big story. I mean, it actually hit freaking national news back then. But he was his name I know one of the guys' names was Dallas, and he was suspected of doing or foul play over the incident, because the police were brought in on it, and they were doing literally a full investigation of the incident. But I should try to pull that up and find out. Now you have Betty and Barney Hill too. That's another good example right there, okay? Because Betty and Barney Hill was a mixed couple. Okay, they were black and white and married to one another during the 60s. Now, common sense tells you that during that time period, you know, a mixed couple is not going to get up in front of everybody and say, look, I was abducted by aliens. You know, there was a lot of crazy shit going on back then. So they were really putting themselves out there in order to, you know, come clean with the UFO thing. But they, like the other situation I was talking about, they didn't, you know, come out and like try to become famous from it, you know. And the movie I was talking about was Fire in the Sky. It was an Arizona logger mysteriously disappears for 5 days in an alleged encounter with a flying saucer in 1975. And it says the co-workers endured ridicule and contempt as they were wrongly accused of murder. Yeah, so I mean they literally were being accused of murder and saying that they hid the body and everything. So it's a really, really interesting story for me. That's one of the things that sticks out to me. But that is kind of what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? Like it made the movies, and the movie was made all dramatic about like all these horrible things that were being done to him, and the reality is none of that actually happened. I mean, according to his story, when he was brought up into the spaceship, it was because he was legally he was dead, you know, and they actually brought him back to life, and then brought him back to Earth, I guess, wherever he went. But there was no foul play whatsoever in that whole situation. But Hollywood would have made you think that they did surgery on him and strapped him down to a gurney and shoved stuff up his butt, you know, and did some anal probing. You know, just so they could sell a story and make money. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I was wondering, do you feel, I'm reading Thon and I'm listening, but hey, Thon, Ebert Thon, oh, that's on the flag. Okay, never mind. That's a sidebar. But look, do you think that like now how they press the like homosexual agenda, is that a conspiracy? Do you think that's locked somewhere in their vault that, hey, we're going to impose these type of ideals and beliefs? Because it kind of just came out of
The I don't know if he can. I don't. Is he still here?
Does it feel
Picos?
conspired?
Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm trying to wrap my head around what you said exactly because my,
About the homosexual, do you think that's a conspiracy? Do you think like it's an agenda? Like we're taught to believe, and people's beliefs just change, and that's happening, and they're kind of gonna attempt to tinfoil us in regards to. Because
the
I don't
purpose
feel as
being,
though.
yeah, there's a different purpose behind that. That's a psychological operation. I don't think most people really care. Most people are not truly interested in that if they're not a part of it. What they're doing is
Right.
they're trying to break us
But they're
mentally.
pushing it to us.
It's more of a, we're going to force you to think about something you don't care about. We're going to force you to tiptoe around it. They're trying to make us into a bunch of jittering idiots with raw nerves. That's the whole point behind that agenda, especially on the more extreme ends of it. Because you're trying to put us in a position where we give up. When you give up once, you're going to give up again. And that's the reality behind that agenda. And it's also, they want to reduce our population, and getting people interested in that, they reproduce less, especially on the extreme ends of it. So
There you go.
it's a psychological operation to break us.
Okay.
It has very little to do.
So
with
is
what
depopulation a conspiracy?
No, depopulation's for
Is
real.
depopulation a conspiracy?
No.
No, they're trying that.
Yeah, it's real.
The
Told us a
that goes
conspiracy.
back to.
But did you not
that
hear
goes
these
back to the calling. Okay, it's like the calling. CULL. Now, like it's been known in history.
Oh, I heard of that movie.
That people are being called. You know
too.
what I mean? It's also known that we practice calling all the time when it comes to animals. Horses in Canada are being called like you wouldn't believe. They're being rounded up and they're being killed because they are taking up space for ranchers and stuff like that. These are wild horses, but these are known facts. Okay, so it's not hard for somebody to believe that there is something going on that's wanting the human population to drop, okay? Because we're at what, 7 billion now? I think it's 7 billion. 7 billion people, all right? This earth is not capable of handling much more than that. I mean, it's either we are going to have to start going into space and doing exploration, which we have not been doing for freaking a very long time. Okay.
Remember the other programs you were talking about?
Uh-huh.
I'm of the belief we've been doing a lot more of it than we've admitted to.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I don't have any firsthand info on that. All I have is, layer, as I think of it, layer 3 and 4 stuff. But I think we've been doing a lot more exploration than we've admitted to.
Well, a lot of people talk about the Orion project and how that kind of just vanished. You know what I mean? The Orion project was really, they were sincere about getting their asses to freaking another galaxy. Even
so, there's been more than one Orion project. I assume you're talking about the nuclear propulsion Orion project.
Yeah. That came out pretty strong. And they weren't playing around either. That wasn't like using experiments for seeing if the metal. They were even going to use heavy metals to build their spaceships with. They didn't care about all that lightweight shit. You know what I mean? They're like, we're going to use nuclear bombs at the back of our ships, and that's going to push us. And
see, The Orion project, I think the only reason I think we could have possibly pulled it off is the lift technology, the anti-grav tech that we supposedly have that obviously isn't public. Again, we're getting into layer 4 and 5, 3, 4, and 5 there. So I don't know if we actually do have the anti-grav tech. I've heard from a little more trusted directions that we do, but it's never been firsthand info. It's never been anything I saw myself.
Yeah. And see, that's what makes it hard. Like, if you don't see it, it's really hard for you to believe it, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't see that as a problem, to be honest with you. Like, people ask me if I believe in UFOs. Well, no, I don't believe in it, because first of all, I've never seen a UFO, you know what I mean? And I have no problem with that. I think that
Hello?
I mean, and when it comes to everything in my life, if I haven't experienced it, I can't honestly tell you that it exists. I just can't.
I don't know if I've seen one or not. I did see something in the air that was very distant that seemed to break the laws of physics, but it was so far away it looked like a star almost. So, yeah, I don't know if I've seen one or not. If I did, it was a long ways off.
Yeah. And I
have a
mean,
question. You said if you have not experienced it, you cannot necessarily say you do or do not believe it. So are you a believer by sight?
well, let me put it to you this way.
Do you consider yourself myself?
We're talking about something that a lot of the old timer conspiracy theorists used to say, and it says, freaking what is it? Something about listen to everything and believe nothing. You know what I mean? It's like you turn around and you listen to the information that's being handed to you, and you believe that stuff. There's a good chance you're just gonna get suckered into believing shit, like all the old ones. And I'm talking about even the crazy ones like Maxwell. Maxwell was one of the older conspiracy theorists too. He was around, back in the 80s, whenever freaking everybody that is talking this stuff now, like David Icke, okay? David Icke pulled like 3/4 of his shit off of freaking Maxwell. And Maxwell was crazy as dog shit, okay? I mean, but he would tell you straight out. He'd be like, you know what? The reason why you don't believe me is because you're stupid, And I didn't agree with 500 or about 50% of what he was saying, maybe 75, but he
Did you research it yourself?
Yeah, I researched it myself. Like he
Was he right?
not really. Like he would try to relate words to things that weren't really relatable. Like he would try to connect it by words that were being said, you know what I mean? And that was a good thing to research, don't get me wrong, because I started learning about vocabulary and how people say things, and that helped me out in that aspect. But at the same time, like, a lot of the stuff that he said didn't really correlate with one another, you know what I mean? Like, he was real big about the word birthing when it came to ships berthing into a port, which was a pretty cool concept, you know what I mean? But he would kind of take that a little too far.
Are you able to elaborate on it a little bit, if you don't mind? Just birthing, can you, if you, as much as you remember, and if you're unable to, I understand, but I'm just curious.
Well, like, when a ship berths, okay, in port, like, that ship becomes a part of that government's responsibility, basically. And while it's out at sea, it's nobody's responsibility in the open seas, because there's no well, it's international seas.
Yeah, there's no laws on the water.
There's no
Yeah,
laws.
that's why you can drink on cruise ships and you can gamble Yeah. They told us that when we went on a cruise. Yeah, I know what you mean. Go ahead, I'm listening.
And that's basically the thing. And you look at the process there, like there's no laws when you're at open sea, but the moment you go into a port in a country, first they have to birth you. You have to be birthed as you're entering in and docking, and then after you're birthed, then you can enter into the country. And he was like going through that process. It is kind of complicated, but that part I understand. There's a lot of other things though that he said that was like just you have to kind of pick and choose. And I hate saying that because I know people hate hearing that, but cherry picking is something you've got to do. I don't care if it's getting criticized or not, but I mean you have to cherry pick because there's just some things that some people say that make sense, and then some things are just completely ridiculous. You know what I mean? You have to be able to discern between it. That's the one thing I always stand by is you have to discern between the truth and the false.
I will say David Icke is also politically active. And when he makes a prediction or he says something politically, he's usually on the he's usually got the hammer hitting the nail just right on.
It's pretty
Now,
scary.
Yeah, I almost feel bad that I haven't read some more of his stuff, like the books you're talking about, the old books he wrote, but he does tend to trend well. A little over 20 years ago, when I was still young, I used to listen to Art Bell on occasion.
Oh yeah.
And I really appreciated his approach to things because it didn't matter who he had on the phone. They could have been completely batshit crazy, or they could have been revealing things left and right. He just sat there, sucked on cigarettes, and encouraged them to keep talking.
Yeah.
I really liked his approach. Art Bell didn't so much interview people as he did just giving them a ranting platform and poking them along.
And see, that's the kind of thing I want to do here too, which is really hard to do because Art Bell had a talent. He was the king of radio. I don't care what anybody says. You know what I mean? He could talk about anything with anybody, and it was just you felt good. And I loved his Halloween specials. You know what I mean? People would get on there and they would talk about their encounters with UFOs and ghosts and tell their ghost stories, and they'd do it all night long. And he would just sit there and enjoy it. And I love that stuff. There's never going to be anybody that could take Art Bell's place, ever.
Now, I do, since we're talking about Art Bell for a moment, the Y2K thing, you might be able to tell by my setting and talking about this. I've been in IT and technology my entire adult life. And back in 1998, when the Y2K scare was going full throttle, I kind of sat back and laughed about Art Bell because he was selling hand cranked radios, cranked up flashlights. He was basically, I think he inspired Alex Jones to do what Alex Jones does now on his sales stuff. But yeah, Art Bell was doing everything he could to hype up the Y2K thing. Yeah. Because he was profiting big time off of selling all that stuff. And I can't say that I blamed him too much. I was actually trying to get people to chill out about it. But I actually upset some people when I told them I don't think it's going to be as bad as they're making it out to be. But that's what, human nature. There are people out there that want something to panic about. And those people were happy as pigs in shit when the coronavirus thing came around.
Yeah. And see, when you were talking about that, you look at Alex Jones, okay? I mean, he basically tried to do exactly the same thing Art Bell did. Like, he started following Trump, and I'm not dissing Donald Trump. I'm not doing that at all. I don't want to make it political, but look at what Art Bell did back with Ross Perot. You remember those days? It was like he was just so gung-ho Ross Perot, and I could tell whenever Alex Jones was doing that stuff. I did notice the correlation between Alex Jones and Art Bell. Okay, I'll put it to you that way. I agree with you 100% on that one. He was just trying so hard to be like Art Bell, and he couldn't do it.
Jones is too. He's too hyper and too opinionated. Like I said, what made Art Bell great was the fact he would just sit there, suck on a cigarette, and poke you with a stick to keep you going every now and then. Jones, he's got to talk over someone.
Well, there was times when Art Bell would actually like get away from the radio and go sort through his closet because he had his little freaking rummaging closet back to the side.
From the
And then while everybody's talking, he'd be like, "I'm sorry, I had to go into my closet and get some stuff." So while everybody's talking, he's just sitting there freaking rummaging through his closet because he moved out into the desert and he had his own studio and everything. And
you want to move?
He was
Okay.
doing great.
I didn't listen in the Perot days. I was in high school then. I started listening to Bell a little bit in, I think, 96 or 97 when I was 18 and working as a security guard at night. And a little bit into my early 20s, I guess. And then, shift changes happened, new job, and he finally went off the air. I checked in on him occasionally, but I wasn't a long-term dedicated listener. I was a listen when I could guy, especially when I was on the night shift, which was quite frequent in the late 90s, early 2000s. I just basically discovered you today because of the chat room.
Okay.
So, good thing.
Glad,
I don't know how much reach we have.
I'm glad you came in, man. I mean, this has been a really good conversation, and from what you've been talking about, believe it or not, I mean, it's pretty down to earth. It's pretty much where I've been kind of settling in when it comes to the whole conspiracy theory thing, because, like, first of all, like, I know a lot of people believe that the Freemasons were big on conspiracy, but for me, I have to go off of what I've learned, and I've literally found no evidence whatsoever to show that Freemasons were conspiracy oriented whatsoever. You know what I mean? Now you can,
but that's because conspiracies are not really conspiracies. It's more people have conspiracies about the Freemasons as opposed to being
exactly. It's more of the people talking crap about the Freemasons than what it is actual facts that they did anything. Like if you go and you check out Freemasonry, all you're going to find the majority of the time is information about their rituals. You're going to find that. You're going to find out about their lodges and how they're autonomous.
Yeah,
things like that.
The autonomous part is actually probably what fuels a lot of the conspiracy around them. They are very fractured, and the Masons of today, pretty much anything that's good is going to get hijacked.
So which one do you
So I think what's happened is there was probably a lot of really good Masons at one time in the past. And I think a lot of lodges probably got hijacked in between. And I think what we have now is we actually have a fracturing of Masonry where there's a lot of lodges that are good. There's a lot of them that have gone off the deep end and in between. And because they're so secretive, it's difficult to ascertain which one's which. I mean,
honestly, it's easier for them to be the scapegoat for the bigger picture. And it's just easier to be able to allow you to, because we wouldn't show you so much of what you see anyway to know that the square and compass is the square and compass, to know about the 33 degrees. Like, we'd rather you, because if I hear controlling what's going on, I don't want you to know that I'm controlling what's going on. So I'll tell you, hey, it's that guy. So those guys are the pawns, and we're basically protecting the king and queen if we're playing chess, if you look at it from that perspective. So I say this because my grandmother was an Eastern Star. My great grandmother raised me. She was an Eastern Star. I was raised in the lodge. But I say that not that I practice, but I'm just saying that I understand to the extent to which, like, there are some people who take their power and misuse it, but that's anywhere. You can go anywhere and that'd be the same situation. But it's easier for you to say, we don't like them because this.
Exactly.
But we're not telling you, hey, we're kind of feeding them over here. And you don't know about us. You kind of reverence us. Like you'll hear people speak more highly of the Illuminati than they will the Freemasons. And not saying that you shouldn't hear
Well, I
people say
think we'll
negative
be
stuff about
fine. If
Illuminati.
someone says
But
something,
now it's
then
come to
I'll
the
just
point to where
change it
people
to
are like,
one
oh, I want to
dash
join the Illuminati, not even knowing what the Illuminati actually
205.
is. But I just wanted to throw that in.
like with that, okay. That goes back to what I was talking about. There has
Yeah.
been conspiracy theories for hundreds of years. The Illuminati
Okay.
is a perfect example of it, okay? George Washington even made a speech about the Illuminati. I mean, it is that crazy. George Washington, the first president of the United States, freaking actually was a member of the Masons, Freemasons, okay?
George Washington was not the first president of the United States, but okay, go ahead.
Well, let's just go off the technicalities. I know that there was a guy that held the office until it was given, but I'm just saying the first president. Okay, and that right there in itself is another good thing to talk about. But I'm just saying he was a Freemason, and he was so worried about the Illuminati that he even made a speech about it. You know, because this horrible, freaking devious, evil freaking organization was planning on taking over the freaking Freemasons Guild, and to this day nobody knows for sure if the Illuminati actually infiltrated the Freemasons. There's no proof of it. You know, the guy who started it, I don't even know if they freaking know really what happened to him. I know they know his real name and everything, but even his story is so screwed up, people don't have the facts on it. It was a German guy, I believe.
King Solomon.
Yeah, that goes to the Freemasons. Their ritual with becoming a member of Freemasons had to do with the Solomon's Temple and what's his name? I even have videos on it. Habakkuk or Habakkuk or some shit.
Yeah, he's got a book of the Bible named after him. I didn't realize he was in the middle of that. But
Yeah.
you know, I do some study, but I'm so spread so thin with all the knowledge I accumulate. I got a lot of gaps.
Yeah. Well, I've actually found out like there's a lot of people back in the past that tried to connect a lot of middle age conspiracy and stuff like that with the ancient times, and like with Freemasonry, they always wanted to try to connect it somehow with the Egyptians, and they also wanted to connect it with the Israelites and the Jews and stuff like that. In the New Kingdom, Egypt, they had statues where the statues would step out with their hand out and 1 foot forward, and that's why the Masons took that on, because that was an Egyptian symbol for secrecy and stuff like that. So I thought that was pretty cool, but there's no connection, you know what I mean? There's no like solid link going straight from here all the way back to ancient Egypt. Like that's just not real. So, but there's cool stories. I mean, like they have stuff. Have you guys ever heard about the Emerald Tablets?
Not those in particular, no.
The Emerald Tablets were created by Thoth, and Thoth put all of his wisdom on these tablets, and apparently they're hidden somewhere. Well, there's a tablets or writings about the tablets that came out in the Middle Ages that a lot of people for a long time thought was the real Emerald tablets, but they found out later that it was basically a fraud, you know. But I mean, there was a whole bunch of people, man, that believed in that stuff. Gnostics were big on it, and it just kind of, you know, got blended into society, you know. And it's pretty cool stuff. any way you look at it, if you just sit down and read it, I mean, it would just blow your imagination away. You can't say that it's bad stuff because it's cool to read. I mean,
Now, since we're talking about conspiracies, one of the current ones going around is Egypt actually did locate the Hall of Records, and they broke in over a decade ago. And they're just keeping it hush hush and not letting us know about it. So, if those tablets do exist, there's a pretty good chance they've been found in the last decade or two.
yeah. Now that's kind of tied to it. Edward Casey, Edgar Casey, he was the big kahuna behind all that. I mean, he would have his visions, and he would discuss things like Atlantis, the hidden or the hidden records under the Sphinx. We had a good conversation yesterday about that stuff, and it really I think we had a pretty good time on that one because Robot was with me, and he we all kind of went a little in different directions and stuff, and I'm like, look, man, this is the first time we've done this topic. I mean, you're actually comfortable. You're saying what's on your mind. I'm comfortable. We were all feeling comfortable. I was like, you did a good job, you know. Now later on, if we want to get structured, that's cool. But like that was just the first video we made on that topic. So we were talking about that though, and we had a pretty good conversation about it. So I have no problem.
You should consider structuring this topic too, and then getting people who are, because you said that Sano, you mentioned her in the chat. I guess maybe she did not see it, but you should get structured on this topic. People who are really big with conspiracies, and maybe perhaps every single week a different conspiracy that you focus on, and have as much information as possible, and asking for people to have as much information as possible in regards, like you can give us the heads up and say, hey, we're going to be talking about this conspiracy. You bring your information first, and then let us chime in if we found anything, or if anyone has anything that they already or anything like that. And that might help as well, especially just with everything that you talk about. It'll be easier for people to kind of focus, because I love the conversations. The free fall is great, but the thing about it is, like you were saying, we kind of get a little bit all over the place. And then like even with like how it's like, okay, wait, can I ask you a question? Because like when you guys get confusing, or I want to make sure I stay with you guys, that's why I'll say, hey, can I ask a question? Because you'll get so far ahead, and I'm just sitting here in the back like, well, I'm just gonna wait because I'm unsure.
See,
So even be able to, you know what I mean, have each
don't
person
sit
talk.
in the background waiting. Okay, if you got a question, you asked it. I mean, because I'd be more than happy to answer anything as long.
Oh,
as,
you do great.
I
You're
mean,
very attentive to me. You're very attentive. You've been like that since the first show, the Egypt show. But everything, I feel like you could touch on it. Like you do really good. You can tuck on everything
the
if you.
Sumerians better. Okay, don't call me the Egyptian show. I like the Sumerians better now. I love the Sumerians.
Okay. I apologize.
I could sit for days and just watch freaking videos on the Sumerian civilization. That's how much I love them. I really need to do more research into Egypt. Don't get me wrong, but if that's where the good stuff is with the Sumerians, and then the second best ones, believe it or not, is with the Hittites and the Phoenicians. No.
Okay, yeah, because the show kind of just crossed. Yeah, we just kind of went off. See, that's what I mean.
But
Some Egyptians, but it's really but it's because we talked about so many topics. So it's just like a matter of one of those things to where like you should really consider like having your topics laid out, or even if you'd like to say in the chat, like, hey guys, what do you think we should talk about? This is what I'm headed towards.
I did. Remember, the original topic was supposed to be conspiracy versus conspiracy theory. Now, that's basically what it comes down to, and I understand the concept of a conspirator. All right, people have been accused of being conspirators for years on top of years. But I don't think that distinguishing between a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory, the way they're trying to do it, is constructive. Because first of all, every conspirator is usually involved in politics in some way or another. Okay, there's no way to avoid it. I mean, JFK didn't get assassinated because freaking whoever did it just didn't like him. You know what I'm saying? So, and I know that's one of the first ones they bring up in that whole topic is about JFK.
Yeah, I was watching.
Because that's where
the History Channel has a good documentary about the men that run America. I apologize. No, because you said about JFK, and like, yeah, you're right.
But
you're right.
It seems like somebody wants to go in there and they want to divide the term conspirator or conspiracy and conspiracy theory.
Conspirator.
It's okay for you to, talk about conspiracies, but just don't be talking about conspiracy theories, because those are all just a bunch of crazy people who are uneducated and don't like science. You know what I mean?
Conspiracy theorists, yeah. But the funny thing about it is they're not even conspiracy because it's true. It's like it's true.
The truth of the matter is there's a lot of educated
but
men.
I cooperated to do some good stuff.
There's a lot of educated men who believe in freaking conspiracies.
I know an engineer that's a flat earther, so.
Oh yeah, that's that's a rough one to. That's a rough one to handle. I
gotta say this about flat earthers. No, I don't believe in flat earth theories or what have you. But if you listen to what they rant about, occasionally they stumble across something we do need to look at a little bit closer. They like to talk about how the military enforces no-go zones in Antarctica. And really, you're not supposed to enforce anything in Antarctica. It's not claimed by anyone. There's a lot of stuff that the flat earthers talk about. It's worth taking a closer look at, except for, their main reason for believing it.
Yeah. No. There are some things they do talk about, but it's far and few in between. Okay, like if you go on their site and you look at a lot of the stuff that they have on there, I mean, the most of the stuff that they put on there is like old photos of like 1800s or old. Just as film was being produced and stuff, and then they start doing. And that's basically all I've ever really seen too much of them. And then they keep talking about the Michigan Lake, Great Michigan or the Great Lakes, and how if they're on Lake Michigan looking over from Michigan, why is it they can't see St. Louis or Chicago? I mean, you know what I mean? And then they have an excuse for it, you know what I mean? Because it's an illusion that's set up from the horizons. It's from your perspective. It's how you look at it. Like if we're driving down the road and I look down at the speedometer and you're sitting in the passenger seat next to me and we both look at that speedometer, you're not going to see the same thing I do. You see what I mean? That's the kind of stuff they really get into. And I mean, which, don't get me wrong, on a scientific level that is important, because like that's a part of experimentation. I mean, you have to look at stuff like that. I forgot what the astronomers are real big on it too. It's I forgot what it's called and shit. But yeah, the guy that's on Ancient Aliens, his name I keep forgetting it, but he's one guy that I was referring to earlier. And
we're talking about Crazy Hair, or could it be aliens? Which one?
Ancient Aliens. You're talking about. I'm talking about David Childress. Okay.
Childress, yes.
Now, David Childress is a freaking rocket scientist. Okay. Now, how many times have you heard people tell you it doesn't take a rocket scientist? Well, you know what? It's a rocket scientist telling you he believes in freaking aliens. You know what I'm saying?
Well.
And then I was saying, then the quantum physics instructor, he says that neuroscience is a lot more difficult than rocket science, which I know neither about enough about neither. I'm just learning quantum, so I think it's funny you use that example. And literally, the instructor he just said something about that. Anyway, go ahead.
I got a rocket scientist story for you if you want to hear it. It's kind of off topic, but it's hilarious, and it puts rocket scientists in a whole different perspective for me.
That's fine.
I like to laugh. Tell the story, please.
So when I got hired at NASA, and there was actually like a month and a half or 2 months between getting hired and going in there. You know, that government jobs. And when you first start, you have this yellow tag you have to wear with your badge, meaning you haven't fully been cleared yet. You don't have your full security clearance. So my job was to work on the serial networking stuff, the RS-422, that sort of thing. That there was a lot of serial networking because the shuttles were built in the 70s. But I had to run around with the NCS group at first, which was Networking Computer Systems. This is regular desktop guys for the most part, but they were in our shop. Now, regular desktops at the time were alpha workstations and what have you. That's what we were calling regular desktops. But never mind that. The very first call I went on, we got a printer call. And I jumped in with the NCS group because, you know, there wasn't anyone from my group around at the moment. Ran off to this printer call, and we go to the trajectory. So trajectory, obviously, these are rocket scientists. They are the ones who determine how much fuel to spend over how much time, out of which nozzle, etc., to keep the station positioned. And they also work on shuttle traj for launches. So we're in traj. We go to traj, and the printer won't print. And I'm nervous. I'm like, man, I don't know if I'm up to this. I know I'm a good tech. I'm a real good tech, but I don't know if I'm a NASA level tech. And, you know, this is the first call I'm on, so I run over there. And the printer won't print, and we start, okay, well, let's do some diags, make sure everything's plugged in good, make sure there's, everything's in order. There's no paper. The rocket scientist call the mechs on the third floor. The printer won't work, and there's no paper.
What?
And
because that's the problem with extremely intelligent people. It has to be complicated. It's never a simple solution because they're looking for the extreme. That is so funny. Oh my God.
There's reams of paper right next to this printer.
Imagine being the one. What happens when you tell them? What happened when you told them? What were their faces priceless?
They really don't care. They just kind of shrug it off. Oh, okay, yeah, that would explain why it wouldn't print. Okay.
Wow, yeah, right. I'd have just been looking like, are you serious right now?
That's pretty good. That's
why I'm not a tech in NASA. That's so funny.
I had a lot of stuff like that go on there. But you tend to get at a government jobs of the era. And this was Bush the W era. It's hard to get fired from a government job. At least it was during that era. And what tends to happen is if you hire someone to do a job and they're not really up to a task, you hire another person to do the job. And you keep the first guy and you get the second. And eventually you just get a whole bunch of people, one guy carrying the whole group. And then you get a whole bunch of people riding his coattails. And that's the way a lot of things work.
Sounds like a group project in college. Yeah, no.
That's exactly what it is. I've actually heard that with just the documentaries on the space team, the ones that send out these satellites. Exactly what he just explained is what it is. You have an entire team following 2, maybe 3 people that's actually doing the work.
And I survived, I think it was 9 rounds of layoffs when the Obama era layoffs came around. And they finally got rid of me. And I have strong reason to believe it because of demographic check marks. I'm straight, I'm white, I'm male. And even though I carried my team on occasion, there was one guy on my team that was actually better than me. He was ex-Navy and he worked on all this equipment in the Navy and he came over. Nobody else was going to touch that guy. But, I was pretty damn good.
What was the reason? If you don't mind me asking, what was the reason? Because you said you believe that it was this reason, but what was the reason that they gave you?
They didn't. There was layoffs. I survived about 9 rounds before they got to me. The reason was
So they
it was the Red State Punishment Program.
Yeah.
During the Obama was pretty open about supporting those who supported him. Oshkosh, you remember the Oshkosh vehicle manufacturing that was, I don't know, north of Fort Worth, maybe a little closer to Lubbock. They made military vehicles, MRAPs and what have you. Obama moved it out of Texas just because it was in Texas and he didn't want it here. It would have been political suicide to shut down the Johnson Space Center, but he sure could turn it into a skeleton crew and not get too much attention.
Yeah.
There were a lot of federal programs that got moved out of Texas and other red states during the Obama admin. If you recall, they took over. Remember, that's when the government bought all the GM stock, and
They shipped.
Saturn. I don't
That's
remember.
crazy.
They shipped.
I don't
the
remember what
Lincolns.
Saturn was.
I believe, didn't they ship all the Lincolns over to China and traded them for them so they could? It was a real bad deal happening with the economy at the time.
I don't know about Lincoln, but
They.
GM was one of the sold their stock in American Airlines when I watched Power. That's crazy. And let me do it again. You guys keep going because now I'm going crazy in my brain. That's wild.
well, if you remember, Saturn wasn't made in Detroit. The Saturns were mostly built in another state. I don't even remember which one. But it wasn't a forced union state. It was one of those where union was optional. And that's why Saturn got shut down. And some dude, I don't even remember his name, was going to buy Saturn. And they had it set up to where they reneged on most of their offers. They only offered him one model. They were supposed to give him all their cars for him to keep manufacturing. They moved it down to one model. And he actually had a tripwire set up legally. As soon as they tried to screw him, he got paperwork in first. But they were going to sue him for not buying Saturn right after they took all the models away from the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And Hummers were made in Louisiana. And Louisiana is a union state, but it's a red union state. So they shut down Hummer manufacturing. It was just part of the Red State Punishment Program.
Now, see, that's the thing. I mean, I try to stay away from the political parties and stuff, but like you've got to really bring into question what a union is doing in a freaking Republican state. You know, I mean, right there by itself is just kind of crazy. It's kind of like Walmart. You know what I mean? Why do they have Walmart in these Republican states when you know that the people who are in those unions are conservatives? You know what I mean?
Louisiana is like a traffic light state. It keeps flashing back and forth between red and blue, and I'm talking about at every level. Louisiana just swings at every level back and forth. You notice, I don't even know what kind of governor they have now, but every time a seat turns red, it turns blue the next time around. It's just, they cycle.
Well, that's what Georgia's going through right now. I mean, it's almost exactly the same situation. And I know, what is it, South Carolina, I believe it is. It was the one that was having issues with the election where they had to postpone the voting system because they couldn't get all their votes in. And but they're having the same issue where they're flip-flopping, and it's hard to determine. Now, I don't really like getting in politics either, but you know, like this last election as well, that's another thing that really sticks out to me. Like the way that, and I don't agree with this either, but I know that this is the way it usually works. It's usually after freaking they've determined how things are going in Ohio, isn't it? It's Ohio. That's usually the determined state to show how the rest of the country is pretty much going to vote. I believe that's what they do. They go off of, no, it's Iowa? or
In
Ohio,
Iowa. Yeah.
Iowa. Yeah. Well, that's usually the way it usually goes. Like once those votes have been tallied in, that's when the rest of these states just basically fall. You know what I mean? One right after the other. But I've never seen any election where Georgia and Las Vegas determine the freaking in Arizona. You know, those three states determine the elections for that period, and that just blew me out of the water.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself for a second. I'm an objective realist. I am into politics a little bit, but I tend not to open my mouth in a public forum unless
Yeah.
I know something for certain. And that's part of why I talked about the Obama Red State Punishment Program. I mean, Obama said so himself. The media covered for him, but there were interviews where he talked about who was going to get rewarded and who wasn't. And he outright said to the cameras, if you don't like it, try winning some elections. Well, the problem is, right now, the elections are rigged.
Yeah.
I'm in Harris County, Texas. Well, I don't live in Harris County at the moment, but I did live in Harris County, Texas. I was at a poll watcher at one of the central polling facilities. I'm telling you straight up that was rigged. The election machinery is broken in many parts of the nation. I lived in Phoenix for a year and a half after high school. Arizona was notoriously conservative during the 90s when I moved there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, at the time, I think it was the only constitutional carry state. Montana might have been also, but yeah, Arizona was constitutional carry. I mean, if you were 18, you could walk around with a pistol on your hip.
Yeah.
And that was in 1996, 1997, before everyone else jumped on board. There's no way Arizona went blue for the governor or the president. Georgia, I mean, how is it 5 states stopped counting all at the same time, shut down for the same amount of time, and came back with almost exactly identical results, when never once in the history of this country has a state ever quit counting until they were done? Oh, everybody go home and take a nap. We're going to count later.
Yeah.
When does that happen?
Yeah. It's when they do the mail-in ballots. You know, that's another thing that they were discussing is like that's the leniency on those mail-in ballots was just so outrageous. I mean, I could understand like elderly not being able to get out of the house and they want to get a ballot sent to them in the mail. You know, I watch over my mom and dad and take care of them, you know, and I understand when it comes to the elderly, but if you're too lazy to get your ass up and walk down, at least drive down to a freaking voting ballot, which for me, I can walk there, you know what I mean, then that's on you. There should be no excuse for you to have to sit and wait to freaking get a ballot in the mail and then mail it back to them. All right, period. If you're able to get up and go to work every day, you're able to freaking get your ass up off the couch and go freaking vote.
Now, I've got a controversial law suggestion I've put forth to people before, and people have liked it, but there's no way it would ever pass. I'm of the belief every 10 years when we do the census, every voter roll in the nation should be purged. Everyone should have 0 registered voters when the census happens. Then everyone everywhere has to re-register. And the reason for this is there's 140-year-olds voting in elections. And I don't think we have too many 140-year-olds around. So.
Chicago is the one that started all that, though. Like they really screwed it up for Illinois. Illinois is still considered a corrupt government, and it really is. They call it the Illinois machine for a reason because of Mike Madigan. He was the last of the old school, and they finally busted him, and he's on his way to prison because found out he was extorting people for it was through the electric, I believe, the energy.
Yeah. Well, Illinois still has quite a bit of it going on. If you recall, that's where Obama came from.
Yeah. Well,
And there was a very good documentary on it.
he paid
there
for a
was a,
seat.
yeah, and it was made, the documentary was made by Democrats. There were Hillary supporters in Illinois that were very upset about how the primary was rigged.
Yeah.
Because all these people wanted Hillary, and when it comes down to it, Hillary probably won that primary. I have no doubt that Obama won the election, but I think that Hillary actually won the primary for the Democrats that time. And it was a bunch of Democrats that I listened to that convinced me of that. So it's not like I'm saying, I'm hating on anyone. I'm looking at this stuff objectively based on what I've seen. And yeah, I think, there are, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about conspiracy, okay? Conspiracy theories.
That is conspiracy, but yeah.
I mean, this is the good stuff. This is the stuff that people really need to actually take into consideration when that word conspiracy theory is being thrown around and everybody's making them out to be idiots. Look at the way things are today. You know what I mean? This stuff didn't just happen. I mean, and people just allow it. I mean, I call them sheeple, okay? Like, they're people, but they're sheep. And how do you control sheep? You train the freaking lead sheep in the flock, and after you train him to do what you want him to do, the rest of the flock will follow him. You don't have to train every freaking sheep in the flock, just the one that's the leader.
I hate to do this to you guys. I'm going to have to leave. I'm on Central Time. It's 6:30. I'm still at work.
Yeah.
My shift ended a half hour ago, but I got something else I'm doing this evening.
I agree.
So I got to get out of here.
I think it's fun.
Lift.
Roger's usually really big about his time. I'm surprised he went off. This must be
I
your
know.
knack. You like
I just let it go
huh?
over because it took us a little while with adjusting the stuff and everything, and I wanted to get a good amount of time with you guys because I noticed that we were actually getting into good stuff, and you know what I mean, give it a straight hour at least. So I really appreciate you for showing up.
It's such a good show. I feel.
You both have been really helpful, and I enjoy that. You guys, this has been a great video.
Hey, it's even got a humor section with my chipmunking. So.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That was probably the best part of the show. To the minute. No, not maybe the best. Maybe that strong second though. I was entertained. I thought it was like purposeful. Anyway, what are you doing tomorrow?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, me? Tomorrow I am going to just be doing a tutorial for.
Excuse me, sir. I cannot hear you.
Oh, don't worry. It's not important. On what is tomorrow?
I want to know. You think you're doing a show tomorrow?
On Friday.
Because I know Robot said he's going to do a.
Friday, I'm doing a round table. It's the Minds round table weekend event. So if you guys want to get on here for that, I mean, I had Mark actually come on here last week, and it was pretty cool. We were talking about just current events to just everything. You know what I mean? It's this one is specifically about conspiracy theories and stuff, but for that one, if you guys just want to get on and just have a good time and talk about what's been going on Minds or whatever, that's what it's basically about. So that's.
Oh, it's a freestyle.
Yeah, basically.
I'm still trying to decide exactly what I'm going to cover on my own show. I have plans when I actually start doing my own show to just start taking some notes throughout the week and maybe do it once a week and actually scroll Minds while I'm talking. And OBS worked for me well when I was actually live casting to Minds. Didn't work so well with Jitsi, but. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
What about your energy thing that you were talking about? Can you do a show on that? Because you were talking about making. You were talking about.
The absorption coil.
Yeah,
that would be.
Yeah, your air conditioner. I feel as though you should. I definitely. That's something interesting anyway, because I have no idea what you're talking about, but I learned through you all talking about it. So can you make sure?
When you start doing your own show, let me know because I would definitely like to watch it. Okay.
Me as well.
I would
Yeah, I
definitely.
don't really have any topics. I've actually kind of debated how I was going to do video.
Yeah.
And I actually put my own channel in the Minds chat. And I figured, you know what? I can do video chat in Minds. Go ahead and use it. And using OBS, I can put us both on screen and control all that however I want.
Yeah.
But I think I'm actually going to try to use Minds video for it. Find out if it's going to work worth a shit or not.
Now that
But I mean, like,
that
that's how
link,
they'll learn, and then you can help the developers. Oh, just make sure you put the link in the general or wherever, because I would like to see.
Mark is
All right.
real good at that too. If you want help, just talk with Mark Edworthy, and like on the Jitsi, don't use.
He's the reason I'm still on Minds.
Yeah. Me
When I
too.
first got here, my buddy Max Casey's the one who brought me along. He's the one that I've done a lot of radio type shows. I don't know if you can tell, but the Black Market Liberty show I used to do with him in the past, and there was another one that I was on quite a bit, which was Scott Ford, the Libertarian Professor. So I actually worked with Scott Ford when I was in politics. But I've just kind of been wanting to do my own thing forever. I've got an idea to go on the road if I can actually start getting some money under me, to where I would do a traveling show. I have something to. I'm thinking of a more, the TED Talks are way left leaning, and there's some really good TED Talks. But I wanted to do something that competed with them. It was more along the lines of, like we're talking about today, conspiracy, practical, things like we were talking about earlier with the refrigeration and the energy.
Yeah.
I talk to people.
Alternative energy sources. I'm big on those. That's why it's like,
See,
I don't know the chemical, how
free,
you're doing
free
it.
energy is something that's also. I mean, you have to really be into the whole conspiracy thing to really understand that concept of free energy. Like, there's a lot of people out there who believe that it can be done right here and right now, but the technology is being held back.
It can be. Tesla did it, but not even that though. It's crazy to me because it's like, I definitely with the free energy. I have an energy restaurant alternative company, but neither here nor there. What I'm talking about is when you're talking about, like, you put in these lines with the little letters and all those like things. Like, I had not write the equation for that stuff, but when you're talking about we're doing, it makes it more intriguing to see what exactly is necessary in order for you to be able to facilitate these things. Because I mean, like, we are energy, and so for us to be like, okay, well, it's a conspiracy. It's not. I mean, because energy, like, literally just big balls of energy. Everything around us is consistent with energy, and everything, especially when you're talking that's alive, is something that we can exchange with. We do exchange with, and it's just a matter of being able to harvest that energy and how we're able to actually, like, focus where it's going and channel it to go where we would like it to go and kind of funnel it to its direction. I feel like Elon Musk does a really good job with that type of stuff. But I just started getting into like all his work and stuff like that. Him as a person was a different story, but like in regards to like what he actually focuses on, if you look at, like, I don't know if you guys are big on him. He's kind of controversial, so some people kind of yay, some people kind of no, but he's so smart and he's very, very informative in regards to when you're talking about like energy and using different forms of energy in order to power different aspects. Like, even when you're talking about like I think the energy is a big topic, and it would be a great place for you to start since you've already kind of started and you have something going. Like you said, you're building your cooler, I feel as though that's something you could ping pong.
I have to agree with her on that. I think that would be the perfect start for your videos. You know what I mean? And I know, like, for me, I've tried all this extra stuff on formatting and everything. I've got like I got a channel on YouTube for freaking strange stories. I've got one for science. I've got one for a mix between science and politics and all that stuff, and then that's not even with my gaming stuff. And I've tried all this stuff, and really the best way I've found is what we're doing here. You know what I mean? Come out with your stuff, make your video, and just basically wing it. You know what I mean? The way you feel
Find your tribe
about how you want to do it. And I mean, just from our conversation today, you've already got one guy that's going to sit and watch your video, guaranteed. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll check out my channel. I really do have to go now,
Yeah. Same
but
here.
I try to be a good Minds member. I make a point to make original content, or at least if I'm posting memes, finding the memes somewhere else and bringing them to Minds instead of reminding all the time.
Yeah.
So I try to keep it fresh as much as I can. But now for my own stuff, I've got a lot of plans. I still don't know how I'm going to do it all, but I
That's
would,
all the
yeah,
more
check
reason to
it out.
discuss it. You
Yeah.
might find investors. You might find people that are extremely interested. You know what I mean? People that are interested in your concept. But make sure you get your money off the top, because I don't play about these investors. I'm just gotta let you know that part. But yeah, no, it's definitely something that you should definitely consider, because you have all your plans. Okay, we're not going to keep going because we
Yeah.
could do this. I could
Yeah,
do
I
this.
definitely got to go. So I'm
Let's get
out,
this
folks.
done.
So
My
I'll catch you
coffee
next time.
Glad
hot
you
as
showed
well.
up, man. Appreciate it. Now, thank you very much, Karma, for showing up again. I really do appreciate it. This was a good conversation.
Yeah,
And
definitely. Thank you for allowing me to be here and allowing me to participate instead of saying just shut up.
oh, it's
Definitely
fine.
appreciate you allowing me to
It's
participate.
fine.
You're
Now,
cool.
tomorrow I'm gonna do the Minds Roundtable weekend event, and that's gonna be at the same time, 5 o'clock. And then, wait, what is today? Yeah,
Thursday, the 24th.
today was supposed to be strangeness, which that's fine because
We did Strangeness yesterday.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think I
Yeah,
messed that up. But anyhow, I wanted strangeness to be yesterday because I had to switch that around with the round table, and that's tomorrow. And then no, today, yeah. Okay, I'll get that straightened out.
I bookmarked your time.
I
Like
skipped
I
I
even
skipped
tell.
gaming is what it was. So,
Oh, that's what you did.
but
So do
that's
it
fine.
Saturday. Do you
I
stream on
can
Saturday? Do gaming
I can
Saturday?
switch uh, conspiracy around with gaming and put gaming on Saturday because with that one I want to discuss things like not just video
Saturday's
games.
a good day for gaming. That should have been that day anyway, because Saturday's such a good day for gaming. Just think about how many people are off, how many people are able to actually contribute as well as participate. Just be there.
Yeah,
Gaming is what you're just chilling. Saturday's the chill day. Gaming Saturday's supposed to be game day. Like, yeah,
yeah.
no, you're supposed to have that already. Not to say you were supposed to
Yeah,
have
I
that
know.
already, but
It's
you're
a
supposed
good
to think of it
idea.
already.
I
Yeah, it's a
should have.
really good idea.
It'd be a good idea. So I'm gonna switch that around and make it tomorrow is going to be gaming, and
No. So tomorrow is your round table. Saturday's going to be
oh
gaming.
yeah,
Today's Thursday.
Saturday is roundtable. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually a
No, you
good
don't have to
video.
apologize. I was just
I'm
letting
a
you.
bit, I'm a bit kind. I'm really glad we had that that
I only
stream.
play Katamari on my PlayStation.
Oh, that's fine.
Katamari and basketball. Katamari is my favorite game, though. I
You'll
could roll
be
that ball all night.
you'll be amazed by the the type of information that concerns gaming. Gaming has video games on the internet has very little to do with actual gaming. Like you got so much stuff, but tomorrow we'll get into that. And
I'm gonna come to all your shows. Now I'm not gonna be as active in the ones that I'm not very familiar with, or just stuff that I'm learning. Of course, obviously, because I don't like to sound like post like I'm on Twitter or X.
I'm kind of
I don't like
excited.
saying that.
I'm kind of excited. I want to see what this looks like. So let me get off of here and we can discuss this later on, okay?
Okie dokie. Have a good night. Thank you again so much for having me, and
You
we'll see you
too, and
tomorrow.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my live stream for Strangeness. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I wanted to have a conversation. Well, like I said before, when I was making my last video, I was wanting to come up with a discussion that wasn't something that I'd already used. Basically, I did a video of something that I'd done previously concerning the Egyptians and the burial rituals that they had, uh, the Abtuat, the ceremonial text that goes with burying the dead for the ancient Egyptians. And the reason why I did that was because of Khufu. There was a lot of controversy, and there still is controversy among a lot of people who hear this, but they generally
Hi. I didn't mean to interrupt. I
hello.
apologize for being late. I'm just going to listen, though, okay?
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
Thank you.
You want to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi. Yes, I am Karma Love, and thank you for having me again.
You are welcome. Now, the last time I was on here, I was talking about, or I went through some of the stuff that I had concerning the burial rites, which I was talking with you, Karma, the other day about the burial rites and everything. And the reason why I did that was because of Khufu. And Khufu was the pharaoh who was credited for building the Great Pyramids. And just before you got on here, I was discussing how there even today there's a lot of controversy when it comes to that subject. A lot of people during even the ancient days, during the times of ancient Greece and stuff, they just he had a bad reputation put upon him because of the fact that he was given credit for building these pyramids, and they made it out to where he had like a labor force of slaves that were constantly building it and stuff like that, and that he was so egotistical that he would build all these great structures. And the reason why the Greeks did that to him was to look down on him and make him less than, because they themselves were intimidated by these pyramids. Okay, Greece had never built anything that magnificent in their entire existence, and then when they finally come to Egypt, they see these pyramids that even to this day are some of, I believe they're some of the most amazing structures that have ever been built in history. I've done research on that, and they said that today, with the technology we've got, we still could not do a work project that big on that scale. You know what I mean?
Now, that's amazing. Like, yeah, especially when you add the fact that we have so much advancement in technology. Wow, I had no clue.
They,
But it's an intricate process. I watched the documentary on that type of stuff too, and just what I don't know how accurate it was, because it was like where they redo it, and they were like kind of attempting to like redo the process in order to show the process. Of course, there were no videos of anyone building the pyramids back then. So like, yeah, I apologize. Go ahead. I'm just
it's
intrigued.
fine. It's perfectly fine. That's basically kind of alludes into what I'm talking about too. Like they're trying to figure out how the Egyptians did this, because well, the thing is a lot of people aren't aware of this, but like the Egyptians didn't have wills, not during that time period. I mean, they had the chariots, but during the time period with the pyramids, there was no wheels that were strong, that were able to do that. So there was them factors, and there's also evidence in well, there's also other examples of that, that goes on, like here in America, which Mark alluded to, is the whole North and South continent of America. You know what I mean? Here in America, they didn't have wheels, period. I mean, the first time they saw wheels was when frickin' the Spaniards landed on shore, you know. So, and they didn't have strong metals. I mean, they had obsidian, but that was a rare commodity for them. The majority of metals they had was like copper, you know, and stuff like that. And they had weak metals basically to mine. But then they created these structures, you know,
and then to think about what it's made out of for it to be so withstanding is just so amazing. Because I mean, like, it's like mud. I don't want to say just like mud and dirt, but I mean, ultimately that's kind of what it boils down to: compacted heavy blocks of dirt. And that's just crazy, because you're saying that even with current technology we would not be able to build something so monumental, and yet it seems so simplistic in all its grandiosity.
yeah. And now the dirt aspect, what I what catches my mind is the Sumerians, and I talked to you about that too the other day. Like, all of their structures were built out of mud. You know what I mean? And they created just awesome structures too. It wasn't to the extreme as what the Great Pyramid was. You know what I mean? But they were still the ziggurats. They created all that out of mud. You know, and
I had no clue, and that's crazy.
that was created out of dirt and mud because they didn't have the materials like the rest of the world, and in Egypt too. I mean, not just building the structures, but bringing in the stone and bringing in all of these materials. They had to bring them in, and where I was going with this originally was, you know, Khufu. They they cast a really bad light on them. But the truth of the matter is nobody really knows much about Khufu whatsoever. I mean, and they they say that he was the one that created the pyramids, but there's no evidence of that either. You know, the only thing that they found was they found his name written on a stone, and it was automatically uh, branded that he was the one that built the pyramids. They have a plaque up that was written saying that he renovated the work on the pyramids, and that they took with his name on a stone, and and kind of branded it as being his creation. And there's absolutely no proof that was even fact. You know, it's like yeah, tell Mr. Robot just to click on the link. But he
Okay, I'll tell him.
Khufu actually had no there's that hey, you there, Mr. Robot? I heard something.
I think
Hey
he's.
guys,
Yeah, we can
can
hear
you hear
you.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can as well.
Is this too loud or is this okay?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Just make sure your speakers are kind of a distance away from the mic. So
Yeah, because it's a bit of an echo.
Okay. I'll turn it down.
I had a issue
I don't
with.
have headphones at the moment. It's my problem.
Do you have any headphones or anything? Oh, you just
But if not, maybe, and two, maybe helping just so that way when he talks, there's not an
oh.
echo. If you mute until you're saying something, just because like that helps me. Like yesterday, it was helping me with that as well.
Well, to be fair, I want Mr. Robot to talk. He has a lot of good
As much as
information.
possible. I know he's so. Oh my gosh, he's
So
so
I
freaking
mean,
smart. It's
if anything,
crazy.
I'll mute my shit.
Hey, is my
Me too.
my camera on or off?
Class is in session. Let's sit down and shut up. Right. Yeah, he's so smart. But anyway, I'm listening. You know, I'm going to go back to mute and full attention.
Now, we were talking about Khufu with the Great Pyramids, and kind of catch you up on what we're talking about. I don't know if you've been hearing the stream or not, but it was how he was first of all how he was branded a bad guy by the Greeks. You know what I mean? And if you read all of the old Greek writings, you'll see how they branded him as a villain and everything like that, when in reality they were just intimidated because when they came to Egypt they seen these huge monuments that they themselves could never build, and they became jealous. You know what I mean? And after that, like, it was like a theme where as time went by he was vilified, and there's absolutely no evidence that he was actually a bad guy, a good guy, or anything, you know. And I was covering that, and then I went into the pyramids themselves, okay, and how everybody kind of basically just pinned it on him that he was the one that built those pyramids, when there's really no evidence showing that he built those pyramids.
Yeah, the evidence is very flimsy. It's just one piece of graffiti, like right up the top, right?
Yeah, I mean that was all they had, and then I think they had a plaque where he was like talking about how he did all these great renovations on it, you know, and that was all that was found. But that was basically where we're at. And I was talking about like Khufu and his the way he was branded by the Greeks and all through history, where like at one time, you know, people honestly believed that Egypt had like a whole freaking workforce of work slaves that came together on a day-to-day basis to build these pyramids. And I mean that's not the facts, you know what I mean? There's no evidence at all whatsoever that Egypt had slaves. I mean, these people were actually paid. Oh, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I agree, and it's actually also like physically impossible that they built that pyramid in one human lifetime, just because of the sheer amount of stone that had to be quarried and moved from like Aswan or wherever it came from, quite a long distance away. And we still don't know how they moved those stones over sand. And according to the new research that's come out by Robert Schoch on the Giza Plateau, looking at the weathering patterns on the Sphinx and stuff like that, they placed it at a lot earlier date than what is now claimed by Egyptologists. And because the casing stones were removed from the Great Pyramid, we're only seeing what's like underneath, so we can't see the actual weathering patterns on the pyramid and to date it. And I think that was done by the was that done by the Arabs later on or whatever. And they built like other temples out of it in the city of Cairo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I like looking like very broadly when I look at this stuff. I read a little bit of Greek historians and stuff that came over there, and they talk about a much earlier date as well. And like for example, the Atlantis story, if you've ever read Plato's account on that, he talks about like early Egypt being like way back in the ancient times, like 10,000 BC type thing. And when I looked at, Edgar Casey did some readings back on this, like way back in the day, in like early 1900s, and he also placed it at 10,000 BC. And recently I've looked at remote viewing data from farsight.org. They did a remote viewing session on the pyramids, and the type of technology that they described moving those stones is stuff that we don't know about today. So I'm more kind of leaning towards a lost civilization type thing, or like some kind of extraterrestrial involvement, because all their mythology basically talks about what we would call aliens today. Like the god Osiris came from the star system Sirius and stuff like this, and like the types of technology that they describe is just like way beyond what should have been in that time period, and even what we have now, types of energy technology that we just don't know about. So yeah, in the remote viewing data, they showed like they could actually levitate these stones, which is kind of reminiscent of some of the things we've heard from the Eastern mythologies of like monks levitating stones and stuff like that. And even just recently, last couple of weeks, last month or so, that Stephen Greer orchestrated whistleblowing conference that came out. I don't know if you guys saw it, but like one of the whistleblowers talked about technology that the military has in Area 51, where they could levitate huge blocks of stone just above the, like without any moving parts, basically, just through some kind of resonance thing. And I found that interesting because it reminds me of the story of Ed Leeds Scarlin. Have you ever heard about him?
Yeah, he's the
guy that built Coral Castle in the US.
Oh no.
It was like in the.
I remember him. Yeah, I do remember him, but I was mixing it up. But before you
well, he also said the way he was able to move those big blocks of stone is because his grandfather taught him the secrets of the ancient Egyptians.
No.
And even to this day, no one really knows how he did it because like he would just stop building as soon as anyone showed up. But yeah, a lot of those stones were like multi-ton blocks of stone that he like moved up hills and stuff like that without any machinery. So
nobody
yeah,
it's
interesting. A lot of these things.
Nobody even seen him do those structures either. Like they would come out to his house and they would be built. So I mean, it didn't take him like huge amounts of time. Like somebody'd be gone for like 2 weeks and come back and there would be this structure built. And they had no clue how he did it in a short amount of time. I do remember that story.
Yeah, and a couple of guys have tried to actually beat him up to get the information out of him on how he did it. And then he actually packed up the entire structure and moved it like 50 miles down the road, like the whole complex.
I do remember that story. Now, when you were getting into that, do you, when you were talking about Area 51 and the levitation thing, do you remember the old stories about the Germans when they invaded Egypt during World War II and they went down into the pyramids? And they said that
I know a little bit about it.
That's what that.
I know a bit about it. Well, because it wasn't just the Germans; it was the British as well. The British made one of the temples under the ground. It's called the Assyrian. No, not the Assyrian. The Serapeum. Okay, which is one of these ones that had these huge sarcophaguses, way too big for a human to be in. With like 10-ton lids on them, and anyway, the British used that as a outpost in World War I think, and they were also the same people that blew the nose off the Sphinx with a cannon or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I believe that those sarcophaguses actually had some of the ancient texts from the Library of Alexandria and stuff like that in there, where they preserved them. But they were found empty after World War I. So someone moved those big lids. And the Germans had a special SS segment that was like especially for gathering ancient texts around the world. So Hitler sent them to ancient India, ancient Tibet, and places like that to gather all these like ancient texts. Because he believed that, like, he also believed in these ancient Hyperboreans and like basically ETs, what we call today, because like the Germans had like these psychic ladies that was able, like from the Vril Society, that was able to tap into telepathic communications with alien beings and stuff like that. And so the story goes that the Germans somehow got high tech anti-grav technology way back then. And there's this huge like conspiracy about who actually won World War II and what kind of deals were struck between the Germans and the US and stuff like that on where this technology went after Operation Paperclip and whatnot. And I think a lot of it is pretty plausible, actually, because there's so much corroborating evidence and sightings and weird stuff that happened around that time. including Operation High Jump, where the US tried to invade Antarctica and got their asses kicked, and they had to basically leave with their tail between their legs. And there's some remote viewing data on that as well that showed that there were humans with UFOs technology that basically attacked them. And and it's interesting how Antarctica now has become this like hotbed for like military research and stuff as well. And there's been whistleblowers that's come forward about that as well.
That actually has its own story, like its own history by itself, because like it goes back to the Germans. Like they believe that the Germans basically fled to the Antarctic, and when they fled to the Antarctic, not only did they flee to them, but they were supposed to have some kind of connection with the Pleiadians or some kind of alien race that gave them the technology they had. So like have you ever heard of the secret space program?
Yeah, I'm pretty well versed in it, actually.
Now, the secret space program is connected with all that. There was a time, I believe it was Truman, who was in office, but there was a night, or no, actually it was a week or two, where UFOs were sighted over the White House, and they never left. I mean, they just stayed there for like a week and a half without moving. Okay.
That's right, and that happened straight after the end of World War II.
Okay.
And after that Operation High Jump, and the Germans were basically showing force, going, look, we can get right to your capital, and there's nothing you can do about it. No. And I think that's when the US decided to make a deal with them and, exchange technology. And so according to the remote viewing data, there is like structures underneath Antarctica. And on top of that, one of the races that the Germans were working with were the reptilians. And today, even the US has signed deals with them to be able to use some of the lower chambers of Area 51 for genetic research and stuff. And this is like, 20 stories down into those bunkers. But yeah, and they're the ETs that are sort of our enemies right now and trying to use this planet as a prison.
Now you're aware.
But yeah,
they already found caverns, right? That was below the pyramids. Like even the archaeologists finally had to admit that they're there.
I found a really interesting, podcast talk by Graham Hancock, and it's disappeared off the internet now. I can't find it anymore, but he said he was approached by these rich, just like rich investors, I guess, that got access to the chamber under the paw of the Sphinx, the left paw of the Sphinx, the same chamber that Edgar Casey talked about in his readings. And Robert Schoch found the magnetic scans of it when he was doing his research there, and the military stopped him. But anyway, so like these guys explained, they found this archive down there, but they were having trouble getting into it, and they wanted Graham Hancock to be there for some reason, and he said no, because they wouldn't agree to that information being released to humanity. And so he pulled out, unfortunately. But because they try to get him to sign like non-disclosure agreements and things like that. So yeah, I'm pretty convinced that, like, I don't know if you remember, there was a time where they said there was like flooding going to happen in the Giza Plateau because of some dam nearby. Yeah. And that's when the military took over that whole region and no tourists were allowed in for a while. Yeah. I reckon that's when they did it, when they went down there and excavated it. But I don't know how far they got. Some of the whistleblowers said there was like a force field around it that they couldn't get in. I don't know how true that is or not. It might just be a smokescreen, but I think they've definitely tried.
I know during that time period they did work concerning the Nile, and because of their work, they damaged a lot of temples and structures that were right there on the shore of the Nile, which was historical. You know what I mean? It was something that would have been vital for historians, you know, and they did a lot of damage there.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay, can you guys elaborate on the Pleiadians? Because when you guys are talking, I was just looking that up, and there's like some type of deal with the government and the Pleiadians. Like they're literally mentioned on IRS.gov. I've never heard of them until you guys started talking about them, but it seems to be, I guess, common knowledge.
I'm still trying to get through the Akashic
The
records with you.
So
questions to add to what you're talking about. I know. I
can tell you a little bit about it. You'll have to look up a bit of it yourself. There was a really good channeling that was done a few years ago by Barbara Marciniak. It's called Bringers of the Dawn. I recommend checking that out and like having a listen. Often they are said to be the good ETs, like the free will liking ETs. But from a lot of the data that I've seen by the remote viewers these days, the people who are sort of in control of the planet at the moment are the negative ETs, which is the Orions and the Reptilians. They're also known as the Draco or the Drak or the Draconian Empire. And they have a large section of the galaxy and the next galaxy over, Andromeda, I think it is. Yeah, they're sort of more of a predatorial type species.
I just downloaded a book on it, and I'm gonna watch what you're talking about. Yeah, I never knew that this was just common knowledge. Like, I know now they're talking about aliens, but this is dated to 1992. Some type of document. It looks like they asked to get a 501c3, and I don't know. It's just crazy.
Can you share that link in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now,
I watched a really cool documentary. A movie last night about the reptilians. It's called Enemy Mine, and it was from 1985.
Yeah,
it's very interesting.
I actually watched that when it came out in the movies. I'm an old guy. I was young when I watched it, but it was pretty interesting, and I actually have done quite a bit of research on that because I was fascinated with the secret space program and like with the Draco and humans and our relationship with them. What I've heard from a lot of ufologists is that, or what I've read from them is that the Pleiadians they serve the Draco. You know what I'm saying? They don't necessarily agree with them, but they know who's in charge. So they have to walk a tight line with them. You know what I mean? Because
yeah, they've captured a lot of different civilizations, including the Greys as well, including the insectoids, the mantis beings. And a lot of them don't agree with them, but they have to kind of work with them. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
But But on top of that, it's important. Like the new information that's come out from the remote viewing stuff is there is also a free willing section of the galaxy that formed a galactic federation, and they are banded together a bunch of different species that aren't under the control of the reptilians yet, and some of them are working with us now to sort of bust us out of this situation here. So I'm pretty hopeful about the future. I'm a bit of an optimist, but I do find this stuff very interesting, like the accounts of Phil Schneider. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The guy that got his hand blown off and stuff.
For me, with Phil Schneider, like his story isn't really the fascinating part. It's really how he died. Okay, because like you've seen his body, how his hands was mangled and stuff like that. Now this guy was supposed to all by himself take his catheter, hang it over a rafter, and hang himself. Okay, with one hand.
With one hand.
Okay, come on. I mean,
he was just too vocal, man, and they came for him for sure.
No, I'm
But there's heaps of stories like that as well.
But you know that kind of sticks out to me. That was very suspicious. There's a couple of
Yeah,
situations.
it took me many years to take him seriously. Like I had to get a lot of other background information first before I was like, wait a minute, this kind of lines up with what he said. And so I downloaded every talk that he's ever done, and yeah, just the kind of detail he would go into, and you could just sort of tell by his demeanor he didn't really want to do it, but he felt like he needed to get the information out. And yeah, his stories are just like wild, wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, and now with all this Greer whistleblowing and stuff coming out, it's like there's just too much information out from credible sources now to deny it anymore. Like the real questions now is like, who is involved? What are they doing? You know, how can this technology be distributed to humanity for positive purposes? You know, and yeah, luckily some people are on board with that now, which is good.
With me, it's not really about being on board or not on board. I mean the story itself is just completely mind blowing. You know what I mean? I I I don't care if it's real or if it's not real. You know the even if it wasn't a real story, the person that came up with that story has freaking got to be just amazing when it comes to the imagination. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But the fact is, the story doesn't just come from one person. It's like woven between like hundreds of different people, and it's
yeah,
all like lining up, you know. And that's what's fascinating to me is like, you know, one person can make up a story, but when you have like hundreds of people coming forward talking about the same stuff, there's a phenomena there. And once you start to realize that phenomena is real, it kind of changes everything we sort of perceive ourselves to be and the possibilities of our history and, you know, where we're going in the near distant future. You know, everything is now up for grabs. You know, everything is up for debate. And yeah, I find it like such an exciting time to be alive, really. Like, it's like exploring space for the first time again, you know?
now before we get uh, too far ahead on things, I need you to do me a favor. Now she was discussing our Keshik records, I believe, and
Yeah,
yeah, the other
Akashi.
day.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about it, but like yesterday I was trying to do ancient history, so I didn't really want to get into it there. This would be a perfect time for you to hear a little bit about that because we're kind of talking about that when we're talking about the Sphinx and with Casey, okay? Um, Now, when it comes to the Akashic records, he's really the first one that started. He coined it basically, and it was because of a vision that he had, where he seen a library that was hidden under the Sphinx. And this library was supposed to be the remnants of the survivors from Atlantis. Okay, now nobody's been able to supposedly find this library, but he did have the vision of it in his dream because he would lay down and he'd have he'd see into the future. You know what I mean? But my whole thing is
Can I just jump in there for a second?
go for it. I was getting ready to
So I
say
was looking at this yesterday, actually. He described three different halls of records that existed under the ground that's been hidden since the end of the fall of Atlantis. One was under the paw of the Sphinx. One was in Teotihuacan in in Mexico, and there was another one supposedly underground in the Bahamas where Atlantis used to be, according to him. And so when you read Plato, Atlantis wasn't an island, it was an empire that stretched from like Lebanon to South America. It was huge, basically stretched half the planet. And yeah, so like there's predictions that the halls of records will be found now in our time. But the word Akashic records comes from the Hindu mythology as well. It's called Akash, which I was trying to look up just before. Akasha is a type of energy or something that they describe. I've got it here. It stands for space or sky or ether in traditional Indian cosmology, depending on the religion. The term also has been adopted in Western occultism and spiritualism in the late 19th century. So it comes from the Indo-Aryan languages and Dravidian languages, corresponding with the word Akash, meaning sky. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to chip in about.
Now, the Indo-European is another thing that I do want to discuss more on my history, because there's a lot of interesting things that are going on in there too, because like a lot of people don't really understand what's going on or what happened, you know what I'm saying? I personally have my difference of opinion from what a lot of people in mainstream science believe in, you believe that they have this like belief that all humans have about everything, like we started from one being that was human that and then spawned out. And I personally don't feel that is correct. I believe that humans actually started out in different sections of the earth at different times in different periods, and that's when they evolved from these different areas. And if you go back and you look at the evidence and you just kind of just have an open mind and everything, you would honestly see what I'm saying. I mean, it's not that hard to believe, because like you have the Indo-Europeans, which are all now they're getting into the DNA and stuff like that, and it's just the evidence with just them is overwhelming. And people to this day.
Well, the DNA is going to tell the story in the end, really. I'm actually a bit of an advocate for, I like where science has taken us, but I think it's limited by its perspective on history. And now, in light of this whole extraterrestrial history coming out, I think it's totally plausible that our DNA has been intentionally altered in the past. And why else would it be possible for so many different species of human to spontaneously occur around the same time, And I think, and there's also some genetic evidence that shows that a certain portion, I think it was 300 or 400 different genes have no genetic origin. There's no evidence for it being passed down due to evolution. It just sort of spontaneously occurred, and that is such a rare thing to happen. It's basically impossible, And so that kind of leads credence to the possibility of us being genetically engineered in the ancient past, or at least manipulated. And some of the ancient myths also talk about stuff like that. Even in the Bible, they talk about that in Genesis. They talk about that in ancient Babylonian, was it Babylonian or Assyrian mythology? They talk about that.
It
originally I find it interesting.
Sumerian with Enki and his wife. I was talking about that the other day, and I agree 100%. There's a lot of evidence that shows that at least our DNA was tampered with. I personally don't feel that humans really even came from this planet. They say that we are genetically, or we're not genetic. We evolved out of an ape, okay? And the only problem with that is, like I said before in the chat a while back, it was a while ago. It's our structure, okay? And I know this sounds ridiculous, but it's not, okay? Look at your small toe, okay? Now your small toe is it's deficient. It's not adequate for any creature that evolved out of an ape. An ape has a freaking small toe that's like a finger, and when they crawl, they grab to the tree branches and everything so that they can freaking climb better, okay? Now, according to evolution itself says that we don't devolve, we evolve, we move forward, okay? So that means that's the reason why we have our appendix still, is because even though they say that it's not needed anymore, it's still there because at one time, for some reason or another, our body needed that appendix. Now, if that applies to your appendix, then why doesn't that apply to your big or your little toe? You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a double standard. So you mean to tell me environment changed our toe, but it didn't take away the appendix? You know, there's things that just don't match up. Is what I'm going at with that. So I don't.
Yeah, it's possible, but it's also possible that just changes in need can change our physical structure quite drastically over a fairly short period of time, evolutionary. Just look at dogs, for example, right? They were wolves not long ago, and now we have chihuahuas, for example. So some things can shrink and grow as needed. Like they got the pygmy elephants in Gibraltar, for example, that probably happened during the Ice Age or like some really cold periods where there weren't like enough food.
Unless they were cultivated.
I think like
unless they were cultivated.
Well, yeah.
Genetic structure.
But remember, we went from like tree-dwelling creatures to like bipedal, walking around creatures, which is quite a different need in our structure and like center of gravity, and probably don't need to grab things as much with our feet. So like most of us can't even move individual toes anymore. Most of us can only move our toes together. And but I find like if you actually focus on it for a while, you can actually relearn how to move individual toes again. So it just comes down to like, you don't use it, you lose it kind of thing in nature.
Me sitting here attempting to move my toes individually. Wow.
Now, I know scientifically it does apply what you're talking about to situations like in the Himalayas, for example. Okay, like me and you, if we went to the Himalayas and tried to make it to the top, we would literally have to stop at freaking checkpoints so that we could take oxygen because our bodies aren't prepared for it. But for the people who live there in the Himalayas, they don't need that. They can go anywhere on top of those mountains they want to go, and the atmosphere doesn't affect them whatsoever. And it's because
I've seen those guys, man. They can carry like crazy weights too, and just like sprint up those mountains. It's insane. It's insane. They're Sherpas.
But yeah.
They release more EPO, I think it is, and that causes them to produce more red blood cells than your average person. So if you actually have a child at altitude, they have like 10% more blood than the average human. And if they're born up there, that lasts for life. Whereas if we go up there temporarily, it'll come back down once we come back down,
Yeah. And see, that's the one thing I did learn. That's genetic. I mean, that's not like just a natural thing that occurs. That goes right into their DNA.
It's like genetic adaptation or something.
Yeah, because according to science, genetics can be affected by your environment. Like, especially like what's going on. If you live in like the Pacific, down in the South Pacific on islands and stuff, and it's nice and tropical, there's more of a chance that you're going to be more about how do they term it? It's going to be about what is it? Immortality, basically. It's going to be about immortality. Your lifestyle is, so you're going to want to live forever. You know what I mean? No, it's the opposite. Now, if you're living in like a harsh environment, it'll be about immortality. You're going to worry about procreating and having babies so the next generation can go on. You know what I mean? Whereas if you live in a nice environment where it's nice and tropical and you don't have to worry about the harsh environments, just like the weather and stuff like that. I'm not saying the beasts or anything. I'm just saying like the actual environment. Then you're not going to be as much a survivor as what you would be if you were living, in a freaking iced up area where freaking or where the environment can literally kill you, so. And that could go in deserts too. Like you look at people who are in the Middle East, right around Samaria, the Sumerians and the Egyptians, they lived in a harsh environment, so they had to worry about procreating and having the next generation, and that can affect you and make you actually change with your DNA. You know what I mean? I found a lot of that interesting. So that's something that did it.
Yeah, I think they showed some studies out of Israel, I believe it was, where if the parents had a traumatic upbringing or like had like faced like wars and stuff like that, their children would be born with more fat cells, more adipose tissue, because their genetics are actually trying to insulate them against harsh conditions. So they're more likely to gain weight. So like that's another sign of like short-term adaptation genetically and stuff.
Yeah,
Another thing, talking about the immortality situation, it reminds me of like the stories of Noah and some of the king lists in Sumeria, where they talk about humans in the ancient past having like really long lifespans. Like Noah was meant to live for like 600 years or something. And I remember something from science where they found like central nervous system cells in the brain could actually last for like hundreds of years if they were under the right conditions. So it does bring into question like how long can we actually live if we didn't have too much inflammation happening, and if we had the right amount of nutrients, we could probably live a lot longer than we currently do.
Well, you've studied Sitchin's beliefs, haven't you? Zachariah Sitchin?
I haven't read all his books, but yeah, I'm aware of a fair bit of it.
Now, a lot of people, they like, it's kind of like on the fence when it comes to even ufologists. They kind of, they're either with them or against them, that's just basically the way it is with them, but he talks about the Anunnaki, and a lot of people, especially the ancient astronauts, they're real big on the Anunnaki. But Zachariah Sitchin gets into that a lot, and he was talking about the life cycles, and the Shar, which is the cycle that the Earth goes around the sun, and they would call them Shars, and like the Anunnaki came from Nibiru, and Nibiru rotated around the sun at a farther distance away than what the Earth did, or what the Earth does. So they, in turn, lived a lot longer, So when they came to, I believe it was Tiamat first, but I'm not sure if it was there. Yeah, it was here on Earth. It was after Tiamat was destroyed. And according to Sitchin's story, but when their astronauts landed, they had their lives normal, you know what I mean? But as time went by, they became their lifespan began to get faster. So people who were on a Nibiru would visit Earth and go back and visit Earth, and every time they returned, these people that were on this planet were like years and years older than what they were, and when they returned to Earth, it would be like 5 days gone by, you know what I mean? They would still look the same way that they did when they left. And that's because time hadn't progressed as fast as what it had for those that were here on Earth. I'm done if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It reminds me a lot of a story that I've come across in sort of channeled material and remote viewing stuff that I feel like I have a bit of a connection to, and it's in our solar system, we used to have a planet where the asteroid belt is today, between Mars and Jupiter. And the story goes that there was a war in this part of the galaxy at that stage. It's probably the same war that they talk about in Hindu mythology and other mythologies in the Mahabharata and stuff, where the sky gods were battling it out between each other. And the story goes that there was a conflict between Mars and Maldek, which was the name of this other planet. And somehow the nuclear weapons got set off on the surface of the planet of Maldek, and a chain reaction occurred where they all blew up at once, and it kind of ruptured the crust of the planet, and the contents kind of spilled out, and it broke the entire planet apart. And the explosion was so severe that it actually knocked the atmosphere off Mars. The shock wave knocked the atmosphere of Mars, and even today, when you look at scans of Mars, like look at, Google Space, whatever it's called, you can see like half the planet is just peppered in like craters, and the other half is pretty clean. And you can also see like there used to be an ocean on Mars that is now evaporated. So yeah, I find that interesting. And like there is also this sort of geological history of the Earth getting periodically hit by massive meteors, comets. And they seem to be be more severe at certain periods of the year and certain periods of the millennia, where they happen in this periodical time frame, right? There's some evidence to suggest that that's kind of what like a reset civilization about 10,000, 11,000 BC that Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock talk about. It's like remnants of this ancient ET battles and stuff, which I find like pretty fascinating.
Yeah, and when me and you have the conversations about the early Dryas, okay, that's I love Randall. I think he's the best, all right? But I know what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. I know what his agenda is. I know. Okay, he
Who Graham Hancock or
Hancock, yeah. Like now Carlson or Carl, he's actually trying to get the data and collect the evidence and for his theory.
Yeah, he's a straight up scientist.
Okay, and
Hancock is more of a reporter, if anything.
Well, more than that. Like he wants so hard to talk about the ancient, lost civilizations, and that's really what his motives with the early Dryas is. You know what I mean? Because there's one part in like the reading that you showed me that I believe it's not really talked about too much, and it's the early part of the early Dryas, okay? Like there is evidence of a warm-up just before that Dryas occurred, you know what I mean? And and it was really rapid too. It was like that's when that water spike happened as well. Right.
It's like a very quick, and then the temperature went down again, and then there was a second spike for whatever reason.
Now see, with Randall, that's just data, and that's evidence. But with Hancock, okay, I mean, he could spin that out like so much. Like if people didn't admit that there was a lost civilization that did that, then don't get me wrong, it's not to the extent of global warming today, okay? Or if you believe in global warming, but the temperature's rising basically, okay? It's not to the same extent, but I feel that that's what he's going for. Well, you either have to accept that.
I like Randall's position on it. He's like, compared to these ancient cataclysms that were so much more severe, in terms of sea level rise and in terms of temperature fluctuations, that the small amount of warming that we're undergoing now is just a speck on that spectrum. And on top of that, it's not 100% clear whether it's actually human caused or not, considering that these things naturally happen anyway over long periods of time. So I kind of like his position. He hasn't like been made it set in stone or anything like that, but he's like, let's put it in perspective. Like, let's not freak out just yet over like 1 degree or 2 degrees.
Yeah, I agree with you, and see, I see that with him too, but I don't see the same thing with oh God.
Well, Hancock wants to be right, because he's touted the ancient civilization thing for many years before he met Randall, so he's pretty keen to be correct on his theories.
Well,
or whenever he gets a small win, he like blows it up a bit. But
you do know
he's a bit of an entertainer as well.
He was the one that started the whole Planet X colliding into Earth on 2003, right? You know that was him, right? Like he's.
Oh no, I wasn't aware of that. I thought that was Sitchin.
No, that was him. Sitchin said that it happened. Okay, and that was Tiamat. The story you was talking about that you're reading about with the asteroid belt and the planet that collided and created all that. That's Sitchin. He incorporated that into his story. Okay, like Tiamat. When I was saying that that's the planet you were talking about, it was destroyed because of a battle that occurred between Tiamat and Marduk. And Marduk had to wait until Tiamat opened her mouth, and he freaking plunged, I believe it was a sword down her mouth and killed her. Now, that's, according to Sitchin, a representation of these planets. All right. And what happened was there was another outside planet that collided with this one, which caused that planet to explode. And that's where the moons of Tiamat shot off into different directions. And I'm not for sure what the whole functions was, because it's been a while since I read it, but that's how we ended up with Mars. And the Earth was a fragment of Tiamat, which formed into a planet. And then he also said that Venus actually was the same thing, and he got that off of another guy who was real popular back then. He was actually discredited as a scientist because of his theories on Venus, and later on they found out that what he was saying was true about Venus being extremely hot, because at one time scientists didn't believe that was actually true. When they finally was able to get the satellite to go through and see Venus and take readings, they found out that he was right. It was hot. And but the whole point about Venus is they found that there's actually, if you look at it real close, there's a tail that comes off of it like a comet, and that's from its gravity. All right. And if you pay attention to it, it's focused here on Earth. You know what I mean? And the whole situation with that is they believe that there was some kind of catastrophe that happened where Venus collided or came close to colliding with Earth, and it shot off and took its position where it is now. But that's actually pretty good stories and stuff. Like when you was telling me that, I guarantee you that's where Sitchin got his ideas from.
Well, he claimed he got his ideas from translating ancient Sumerian, didn't he?
Well,
but once when I was into it, I started looking up some of his translations, and scholars in the field were not agreeing with him. So that's when I kind of left the Sitchin thing for a bit. I was just like,
I listened to his.
I'll keep looking.
And like a lot of these guys would say that he was talking about the Sumerians, and I've read or listened to some of them, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't agree with Sitchin on pretty much all of the stuff he says, but I do listen to his stories, okay? And the thing about what he said, though, was not what these scientists are saying or these archaeologists are saying. He said that he studied the Hittite writings, okay? And from what I've heard that's coming out of his writing, it doesn't necessarily sound like a Hittite. It sounds like the Phoenicians, because the Phoenicians are the ones who believed in the mountain gods and the giants. You know what I mean? Like the oracles of Delphi and stuff like that.
So my theory is that most of the Semitic people, and same with the Macedonian people, are actually remnants of Atlanteans that sort of became refugees after the fall. And the Egyptians described them as the sea peoples. And when you look at the names of the sea peoples, a lot of them, or some of their names, actually sound like transliterations of the lost tribes of Israel. And yeah, it would kind of explain a lot of like where this sort of ancient information sort of came from, and why a lot of the gods seem to just be like recycled from like, the old Greek gods into the Egyptian gods into the Roman gods and so on. Yeah, and where did they get this ancient technology from to build the pyramids and stuff like that? So it kind of like lends itself to a lost civilization. And yeah, I also listen to Sitchin's stories, and I think a lot of it he's probably also gotten through secret society people, and people have passed the information on to him. I got my information on the Maldek story from, you're not going to believe this, but like it sounds weird, but from people that have dived deep into psychedelic realms and have gone into like trance states. And I've actually gotten the story from people that have like gone into a trance and like spoke the story to me. And it sort of like put my hair on edge. And then the following day, I was just doing like random research online surrounding that kind of thing. And I found this story about Maldek, and it just sort of came out. And it's been sort of unfolding over the years as I meet more people that have told me about dreams and stuff that they've had of similar things. So yeah, I've just sort of pieced it together, and then one day I found the remote viewing data that Farsight did on it way back in the day. And yeah, and it's just sort of like a lot of different sources that coalesce on this story. And now I found, like, even now if you just type in Maldek, you'll find lots of information on it. And it seems to be a bit of a phenomena that sort of just emerged as well.
Well, for me,
somehow some people tie it into the Nibiru thing, but I've sort of left that for a while now.
It's like the sources thing. For me, well, it's especially with the secret space program people. Okay, the thing is with me is it's about discernment, because don't get me wrong. I mean, there's some. I mean, their stories are amazing. Every single one of them are amazing. But the more I listened to them and the more I paid attention to how, like, these people, they literally get on YouTube and Facebook and they network with one another, and they tell their stories. And like, I've gone through and watched their videos where it would start with this story, and then all of a sudden, because they talk to so and so, their story changes. You know what I mean? Like, now all of a sudden they went from being a prisoner on a freaking Draco freaking ship, to being a cyborg because Joe Blow said they seen him. You know what I mean? So then all of a sudden they're incorporating this person's story into their story. So I have to be careful.
Yeah, totally, man.
I have to be careful with that, because what I'm looking for is I'm looking for that uniqueness, that it's not what they have in common, it's really what it is being said that everybody else isn't saying. You know what I mean? And I've found one person that did that, one person, and he had a pretty good story. but like I said, I'm not saying for sure that I believe them or I don't believe them, because a lot of it is really hard for people to stomach. It really is. It's probably the most hardcore uh, group of ufologists that are out there, to be honest with you, because they talk about some wild stuff.
A good case in point is whistleblower Emery Smith. He came out talking about the secret space program, and he was doing all these detailed stories about, you know, him working in places like Area 51 and like reverse engineering biological tissue they were bringing him and stuff like this. And at first, I was taking him seriously. I'm like, wow, this is too unique to just like palm it off as like whatever made up stories. But then now later on, it's come out that he's like this alcoholic and he's lies through his teeth all the freaking time, and like, you know, he's best friends with another whistleblower, and I'm like, you know, and he's like, this big controversy happened between him and his girlfriend, and she's come out and basically blown the whistle on him. On how he makes up these stories, and then I was like, wow, you need to be very discerning when you like dealing with stuff like that, for sure. But I think it's useful to be able to bookmark a story in your mind and just like let it sit there for years until you have corroborating evidence, because like you can't take anything on face value. But yeah, it's useful to be able to just like take it all in and compare it with other stories, you know.
Well, I mean, especially with the stories that are being said, like, I mean, maybe like okay, there's members of a Facebook group that I'm not going to mention, okay? But these people, they get on their Facebook group and it's private, and they talk to one another, and they bring up stories that are concerning them being abducted from their life as a child, and then they are made to do things for these aliens for their entire life, and if they die, then these aliens have this technology that can bring them back to life. Not only do they have this energy to bring them back to life, but they can also make them young again and then transport them back into time and put them back where they left them when they were abducted. Now that's just one of them, but like when they're doing this stuff for these aliens, they're talking about like being mentally taken out of their body and put into cyborgs to freaking be cyborg or cybernetic fighters and stuff, you know what I mean, and soldiers. So I mean, you've got a lot of that going on, you know what I mean, and they're talking about like on the craters of planets where they have dome cities within the center of the craters, you know, and stuff like that. It gets pretty hardcore, is what I'm saying. It's just you have to discern that.
I find the technology that'll make you young or keep you young or like live longer. I find that totally plausible, because I think even us as civilians, we're almost at that stage now. I remember when I was at university studying medical sciences a while back. This was about 10 years ago, and they said they were about 10 years away from basically being able to make human cells immortal if the research money was there. So I have no doubt that's possible. And if, you know, if there's an advanced species, or if we've advanced technology hundreds of years due to reverse engineering or sharing information, whatever, I think that's totally plausible. The going back in time thing, I don't know about, but I don't see why not. Like, you know, time is definitely a bit of a flexible thing from what I've seen. But who knows? Who knows? Looking at whistleblowers like Eisenhower's daughter, what's her name? Laura Eisenhower, have come forward and said quite a lot of interesting things like that exists, and like how there's colonies on Mars already, and like there's this Mars secret space program that invited her to go up there, and I find her to be quite a plausible whistleblower. And just so many others have come forward over the years,
Yeah, I know.
showing like little bits, little snippets of the secret space program going way back.
I've heard those stories.
My dad was in the military in the 80s, I think it was, and back then he said he saw like really bizarre craft in the air that was like just doing maneuvers that were impossible. And he's like the most straight down the line guy that you've ever met, just never talks about shit like that. And so I would not be surprised if we had this type of technology for a long time already.
Now, see, that's credible for me. That's straight up credible for me. The majority of people who actually are like or reporting UFOs, they aren't like the crackpot who everybody thinks they are. These are like military men who are in the Air Force. They're pilot or the flight towers, you know what I mean, who sees them on the radar. There's senators. Well, we were talking about that before, about the disclosure hearings, you know. There's freaking senators from different countries that are coming forward.
The Prime Minister of Canada came forward and talked about this stuff, like the ex-Prime Minister, the head of Israeli intelligence came forward recently and talked about this stuff. Yeah, there's like so many heads of state that has come forward and talked about, advanced technologies and UFOs,
They even shipped in an Iranian freaking pilot to testify in Washington during the disclosure hearings. It was that famous one that everybody's always talking about, where his airplane got shot or got hit, and he went down. And I think he said there was one or two other airplanes with him that were just completely destroyed.
There's a really interesting researcher that I've come across. Actually, this Freemason guy told me about it, and I looked it up, and it's real. I'll share the link in the chat soon. His name is Ruggiero Santilli. I can't remember his middle name. It was like a feminine name. But anyway, he invented a telescope that can see antimatter. And he has published a peer-reviewed study talking about non-terrestrial entities that he was able to see with this telescope, mainly above military bases. And they looked like they had intelligent maneuvering. So, since then, people from Farsight have made friends with people in the aerospace industry, and they've found a way to basically modify modern cameras so that they can see in the infrared spectrum, and then you're able to actually record UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call it. And they go at speeds that are so crazy fast that you actually have to like slow it down significantly to be able to even spot them. They go like 10,000, 20,000 kilometers an hour, So you need a camera that can go like 125 plus frames per second, and then you can pick them up. But yeah, they've given that information out to the public now, so anyone can record these things and prove it to themselves, which is a massive step forward as well.
Well, I do want to bring this to an end. I didn't realize that we were already up to like an hour and 15 minutes. And I just wanted to say that this has been a great conversation that we've had with you, Mr. Robot. And this is what I wanted to do.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the work.
Go ahead.
Till next time.
I do.
Absolutely.
I do appreciate you coming on here, man. And maybe if you want to come back next week and we can have more of a conversation about this stuff. Okay?
For sure, man. Just give me a little bit of notice and I'll be there.
Okay, I can do that. And I want to thank you for coming to Karma Love. Is that what you go by?
That's what you call me. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It was good to hear your voice, Karma Love. We'll see you around.
Likewise. All right. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
again, thank you guys for all the information. I love to learn. So see you next time, guys.
All right. Bye bye. Well, that brings me to the end of this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys want to catch up with Mr. Robot or me or Karma Love, you can come to my chat room, which is on Minds. It's called 24/7 Live TV with Roger Hanson. If you can't get me there, just go into the general stream and do the @ symbol. Same thing goes with Mr. Robot. He's a pretty cool guy. He talks about a lot of cool stuff. So, and Karma Love, I believe, she's on there too. So, I would like to thank you guys for watching. If anybody did watch this, which at the time I can't really tell if they have or not. But with that being said, I am going to get off here and end the stream. Thank you very much for watching, guys.
Hello everybody, this is Infamous OG 1973. Today I am here with another interview, and I'm proud to say that the second interview that I'm doing is with my oldest son. For game purposes, we're not going to use real names, so I'll just call him Sage Theory. Sage Theory. Sorry about that, Sage.
Sage Theory.
Now, before we start getting into the questions and everything, I'd like to ask Sage to tell us a little bit about his role-playing background and a little bit stuff like that. Tell us about your story behind your role-playing background, and if you want to say how old you are or where you're from, that'd be fine too. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like almost like 28 years old, so I've been playing D&D since I was like 14. So I've been playing for like a good 14 years. I kind of just been like when I was younger, I used to play as a player a lot. But the more I've played, the more I've been starting to DM lately. So yeah, that's basically it. And there's quite a few other role-playing games I like Neverwinter Nights is kind of a D&D based type of thing where you get to role-play, and Skyrim's very fun.
Okay. So, do you want to tell anybody what city you're from or where you're at?
I'm living out in Michigan City, Indiana.
Alright. About like networks, do you want to put your Gmail out or anything like that? Or what games? Okay.
Nah, I'm just kind of a nobody on the internet.
Okay. That's the perfect way of saying it, man. See, we're getting off to a good start already. I'm just a nobody on the internet. Okay. So now, with that behind us, I'm going to go ahead and ask you your first question. Could you please, name some of your gamer names that you've used in your role-playing games? Not the gamer names on the internet with like Minecraft or anything like that. It's just.
Oh, you mean like my character names?
Yeah, character names.
Yeah. Well, my most favorite character was a paladin. His name was Darren Marshall. He was a human paladin that ended up becoming the holy warrior of Aronius. It was a pretty fun one to play. Neverwinter Nights, I had a character. What was that?
What was his name?
Darren Marshall.
Oh, it was the same guy? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll shut
You're all good.
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
And on Neverwinter Nights, there was like role-playing servers, and I had had a Cobalt Sorcerer who went by the name of Zeo.
Okay.
And he ended up becoming like a leader of a Cobalt tribe that he joined.
Okay. Is there any more?
Shoot, I also had a Dwarven Cleric who was a defender of Moradin. He was a pretty cool character.
Is he the same name?
His name was Redellin Flintwood, I think is what I called him. Or Flint something.
Okay.
I think it was Flintwood, yeah.
Now, here with the latest name, what's the latest character name that you usually, the last one that you used?
What was the last one? I think his name was, he was a rogue. There was also a ham class into something else. He was a rogue that was a invisible blade. And I think his name was, I called him John Hawk. His alias was Nocturne.
What was his name again?
He was a human rogue. John Madlock.
Alright. Do you have a story behind that name? Any specific reason?
Yeah. Yeah, he was basically a career criminal for a local, kind of like a thief, like a local criminal cartel, basically.
So you...
And his mentor was a silver blade, and he ended up having to kill his mentor.
Okay.
And that was his worthy. He killed him with a dagger, and that was his worthy kill as to become an invisible blade. So he ended up having to kill his master because he was getting set up by the guild.
No. What made you choose the name to go with him?
Well, because I thought it was just a cool name for like a human rogue. Like he's just like from like a city like slum.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he kind of got recruited by the cartel.
So he was basically from the slums, you know. I mean, so you kind of.
He was an extremely talented like thief and sort of like an assassin. Kind of like a good muscle for the guild.
Does he have a really extensive background, like backstory?
Yeah, because we started our characters at level 5 in that campaign.
That's cool. You think you could tell us a little bit about it?
Sure. Like because I played an invisible dagger, so pretty much what they were is they were rogues that pretty much just used daggers and have to pull it up because they were a really cool prestige class.
Oh, you're gonna pull that up?
Yeah, because essentially what the invisible blades do is they get more sneak attack bonus to their more hit dice to their or their damage dice to their sneak attack for just using daggers.
Mm-hmm.
And if you actually make a successful dagger sneak attack, you can sacrifice a point of damage to just put bleed on him.
That's pretty cool. So.
And he was pretty much trained by his master to become that, and then his master betrayed him because he was getting a little too powerful for the guild.
Now, with his master, do you have much of a storyline on him?
Not too much. Like his master was like a big, high-ranking like guild.
He was a what?
Kind of like the high-ranking like officer in the guild.
Oh, okay. And he basically took him under his wing.
Yeah.
Started teaching him, and then he turned on him after he started getting power.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course that was his worthy opponent when in single combat when using one or more daggers, because that's the requirement to become an invisible blade.
Okay. So he had to end up fighting him to become an invisible blade.
Yeah.
Same guy that taught him. Now see, that kind of reminds me of another game I play, or I used to play. It was Mage of the Awakening. You had your clans too. You know what I mean? They're not really clans, but guilds, and nobody trusted each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they knew they had to work together, but at the same time, they didn't really trust one another. And
like I said, That was the last character I played, and that was a while ago.
That was pretty good. How long ago?
Probably like 3 years ago.
3 years ain't too long for me, man. Just so you know. I mean,
Yeah.
it just okay. Now on your other names that you mentioned, is there anything you want to say about their names and where you came up with the names for them? Or anything that
For one of my characters.
of the ones that you mentioned?
Like Aaron Marshall, he was a paladin. He was in the order of like a crumbling like city, like the city was crumbling to some sort of calamity. He barely survived it, and he pretty much grew up in this order from a very young age. He was an orphan. He became a paladin of Veronius, dedicating his life to him.
Okay. Now,
And he really grew as a character going through the campaign too.
so when you named him, what made you decide to name him the name you gave him? Is there any special reason for it, or did it just sound good?
It just sounded like the kind of thing like you name like a knight or like a holy warrior, you know, maybe a crusader or something.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, so
He really grew as a character because he went to go to his order, like the cathedral of Veronius, to get some help and to warn them about the calamity.
that's where the story first starts off.
hmm
Of course, that's just where it starts off.
I mean, yeah.
So,
He meets up with the rest of the party. I think one of them played a monk.
oh yeah, monks.
Yeah, and the other one was like she was a rogue. She was like a rogue fighter.
Yeah.
They use like a whip chain or whatever.
Now, on the monks, did you use their equipment that was specifically set up for monks, or was it they could just basically have whatever they wanted? Because they've got cool equipment, tools and weapons and stuff.
No, he pretty much used like a lot of his unarmed combat and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked that is because, like, you know how I was talking to you earlier about using a lance, lance to turn into a bow.
Yeah.
They're really into lances and stuff too, so that's the reason why I was asked. Not too many people actually have monks in their campaigns, at least not from what I've been used to.
Yeah, 'cause that paladin, he ended up becoming like the leader of the party, and he would like guide people through like all the stuff that's going on the way to the holy cathedral.
Okay, now
Like run into
what was the main objective for the campaign?
we were supposed to stop this like calamity going in from the heavens. Like it was like a being trying to create all of the planes into one.
Okay. Now,
This wasn't my campaign. I was actually playing in this one as my paladin.
that's fine. I mean, I just figured I'd ask what that was, or what the main campaign objective was.
Yeah, because at a certain point we didn't finish the campaign. It's hard to finish a D&D campaign, really.
Yeah.
We got pretty far into it.
Okay, now,
Like my paladin was just like a monster in that campaign.
how long did you guys actually play it through? I mean, did it take months, years?
Yeah, it was months. Like we got to level 11.
That's pretty
which
good.
Which is pretty far in D&D. Yeah,
Exactly how many months do you remember?
maybe like 3 or 4-ish, I want to say.
Yeah, that is pretty good. You guys were really getting into it. All right, so
Yeah, he's like my paladin is one of my favorite characters I think I've ever played.
now there was this one other one that you mentioned too. I think it was in between. You said the paladin, and you said the last one. Wasn't there one in between?
The rogue. Yeah, and Neverwhere Nights. Neverwhere Nights. I had my sorcerer, my kobold sorcerer.
Yeah. Is there anything interesting about him?
He was pretty much he was really like gifted with magic at a young age when he was in his old tribe,
Okay.
and he kind of just became what was that?
Could you kind of explain a little bit about the tribe that he came from?
Okay.
It was just your basic tribe of kobolds who worshipped. Can't remember what the kobold god's name is.
Now, did they wear little tikis and stuff like that?
Yeah, they're really tribalistic.
Okay. Tropical island kind of tribalistic.
Yeah, it was on like an island. Yeah.
Because I wanted to kind of like set the scene straight. Because there's tribes in jungles in the middle of Africa, and then tribes on islands, things of that nature.
And he ended up just like not really caring too much about the tribe. Like he didn't like the evils they'd commit, so he just ended up abandoning the tribe and go on his own.
Did you ever bring out like the sort of evils that they committed, or was it just
Yeah.
like what was?
Yeah, like attacking caravans, robbing, stealing.
They didn't get into cannibalism
Basically.
or nothing, did
No, but kobolds will like stab each other in the back. I think that it's convenient for them.
they? Yeah.
And they're an evil race of they're an evil race, generally speaking.
Yeah. Okay. So, since we're past the tribal thing, I mean,
Race, generally speaking.
yeah. Okay. So, since we're past the tribal thing, I mean, I figured it was a good thing to bring up. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always a good story there. When it comes to, if you want to go on with your story about them.
Yeah, he basically just like went together with a tribe of other like outcasts of kobolds, and they made kind of like their own faction on the island.
Okay.
And can't remember exactly what the clan name was called. But it was a whole clan name, and my character was a sorcerer, and he was training like young, magically gifted kobolds how to control their power.
Well, that's cool. Do you remember what kind of magic he had?
He was more of a war mage. Like he had a lot of like destructive evocation spells.
Oh, that's cool. Evocation.
Yeah.
All right.
And this game was multiplayer too, so like all the other kobolds in the tribe was actual people who were all playing it.
There you go. So now talking about role-playing games, could you kind of give us a background on different kinds of role-playing games that you do play?
I mean, I like tabletop, like D&D, what we're talking about right now, and I do like a few like strategy role-playing games, like what have I been playing lately? Like strategy role-playing games, like Final Fantasy Tactics, stuff like that.
Basically, you're real focused on D&D then?
Yeah, I play a lot of Skyrim too.
Technically, that's not, I mean, it is role-playing, like on a video game, but I don't put it in the same category as like D&D, because it just, D&D rules, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to say it. Like, you talk to somebody on the computer who plays Skyrim and they don't play D&D, they just don't understand, you know what I mean?
No.
It's, explain to them what FACO is and stuff, and they just kind of like, yeah, whatever, my computer does that for me, so.
Well, there's a lot of like good old school role-playing games, like the old Final Fantasy games are good.
Yeah, I remember the old Final Fantasy. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, now, what editions of D&D do you like to play?
I mainly like 3.5, but I do like 5 too, sometimes too. But mainly 3.5.
All right. Before being a DM on a campaign, what are some of the tools that you think a person should always have before starting the campaign? Or just starting as a DM, you know what I mean? What's some of the most important tools you think they should have?
I mean, the Dungeon Master Guide's something you need for everything. Like, if you're doing 3.5, like I usually like to do, because it has like everything you need, like rewards, treasure, magical items, just different guidelines that you need.
Okay.
Because you're gonna have to, like, if you do it like I do it, like when I write everything down, I have to go and reference all these books.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else?
That's just the big thing. Is just, you know, get a bunch of references you can when you make your story.
Now, what kind of references would you suggest?
I mean, really, as much as you really want. I mean, the basic bare bones is you want the DMG and probably the player's handbook too, so you can, you know, have like rules you can fall back on to look through, see if you can do something. You know, that's if you even really go by the you know, rule book, because some people don't. It really just depends on how you run a campaign.
Okay, now, when it comes to like the dice and everything, do you think the Dungeon Master should provide it, or you think it'd be something more or less for the players to all come together?
I mean, really, like a lot of people who are in D&D will just get their own dice. You don't have to ask them.
Yeah.
From my experience.
Okay, now.
But, you know, generally, I usually have plenty of dice to give out if need be.
I mean, you got to admit that is a good question, because a lot of people show up to a D&D game and they don't have anything. I mean, I've been to so many of them where you have to write stat sheets out for them, you know, on a blank piece of paper, just so they can play.
Yeah.
So I just figured I'd put that out there, you know. And talking about dice, okay, in a D&D game, what dice would you should players have in order to run a campaign? I
mean, really just every type of dice you need, like a couple, like maybe 4 or 5 D6s. D20 is, of course, your main dice you're going to use for every roll.
Okay.
They're all pretty essential.
Okay. Now, yeah. Okay. Now, on the dice and everything, is there like any specific things that each of the dice are used for? You know what I mean? Could you explain some of them?
Yeah, like the D20 is pretty much going to be your main dice you roll for every sort of like skill check, attack, saving throws. It's pretty much just going to be your main dice. It's called a D20 system. And then like what's the other dice? You'll just need more for like damage for like your weapon or maybe a spell that will do a certain amount of damage.
Like your D6.
Which is pretty much like your D6, your D8s, your D12s, your D4s. That's mainly just damage, and then you have like your percentiles or D10s. It's pretty much if you need to roll like percentage chance on something.
All right. Now, on literature, what literature should a DM have close at hand, and what should they have ready before deciding to DM campaigns? Like right when you're at the game and you're ready to run your campaign, what kind of literature should he have right there at the game?
Pretty much all the core books, like the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master Guide, and definitely the Monster Manual.
Yeah, because the reason why I asked that is because I've known plenty of situations where like a PC he'll call you out on something and then you have to say, no, look, it's right here, man. You know. So you gotta say that's the way it is. This is the way the book says, and this is the way I want it. You know. So
yeah,
I've seen that plenty of times.
Me too.
So, how does that make you feel when that happens?
I mean, it kind of sucks. Hopefully we get past it.
Do you enjoy it, or?
Well, when people argue about, like, rules.
Yeah.
No, I don't enjoy that at all. This is, like, the most annoying thing ever.
When you get through it, though, I mean, have you actually resolved any arguments or anything like that?
Yeah, it happens. But sometimes it doesn't in the campaign. And it's a shame, but it happens, you know?
Yeah. Let me get this crazy cat real quick. He's at the door meowing.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Okay, so he got nosy. He wants to know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand that completely, man. It just completely ruins some games and everything. You'll have a whole room full of people playing, and you know, you get in a big argument about it.
Yeah.
All right. Could you explain a little bit about the stat sheets? You know, they're using the game.
Yeah.
Switch my windows over to where I freaking see that. Kind of go through it. So right here we have the stat sheets. And you want me to go ahead and ask each question, or you want to?
Yeah, you just go through it with me. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so over here it has the gear, and we have armor and / protective item. Okay, and then
Yes. Yeah, so that's pretty much just what your character is wearing, like armor-wise. Like, you know, if you're wearing like a, you know, what kind of suit of armor are you wearing? Are you wearing leather armor, splint mail? Like, what kind of protection do you have on your body?
now in the part where it says type, you know, what kind of types of armor are we talking about?
Like light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor are pretty much how they're classified.
Okay.
And if you're not wearing any type of those type, you're unarmored.
AC bonuses. What's that all about?
It's pretty much it goes towards your armor class, which is what like everything has to roll in order to hit you with an attack. That's pretty much represents your defense.
Okay. Are you able to say that off the top of your head? Like,
How to figure an AC.
yeah.
I know it's 10 plus your dex plus your armor and a shield if you have one, and then any sort of like magical protections like a ring of protection or something.
Okay, no.
I think yeah, actually if you look at the front of the character sheet, it'll give you like the equation you need.
Never even popped up the front. I just did the back.
Yeah.
Get that real quick. Neither one of them popped up 2 tabs. Alright. So let me go ahead and switch that over. So I think it already did, didn't it? Yes, it did. Isn't that pretty neat? It's the first time I've actually ever used this original source on yours. So
Yeah.
now we have the front, and this is what you're talking about.
And yeah, if you go up to the armor class to the very top,
Yeah.
it actually shows the equation you use to figure in your total armor class. The 3.5 character sheets are really good.
This is the 3.5
just-
character sheet, by the way.
Yeah.
Just so everybody knows. Okay. So now,
And that sheet is just really good because it lays it all out for you to figure out.
it's pretty nice. Now down here with fortitude and reflex and will, that right there is underneath it. That doesn't have an equation going in there, does it?
If you look to the right of it, that's the equation you use to figure it. Those little boxes,
Oh, okay. There you go.
which is going to be those are saving throws, which is how you figure if like a certain like effect or a spell hits them.
Okay.
Like fortitude pretty much represents like your like hardiness, like That's how you resist like a poison or a disease. Reflex is pretty much how like quick and fast you are. That's how you would figure if you like dodge like a trap or something, or somebody throws a spell at you. If you're a rogue, you can just dodge, roll out of the way with your reflex.
Now
And then will is pretty much your. Go ahead.
with all of this that we're talking about, which do you suggest writing with, a pencil or a pen?
A pencil, because it's all gonna change.
Just wanted to say that, or ask that question, because that is pretty important. I've known a lot of people that's actually tried to use a pen and then regret.
Yeah, no, this is all gonna change over time. Like you'll be like erased and marked in different stuff. But yeah, but then the will saving throw is pretty much, it represents your mental like strength. So if anybody tries to like use some sort of mind affecting spell on you, you know that's how you can resist it.
Okay. Now, up on top, everybody pretty much knows, or they should know, what strength is. Like dexterity, and then constitution, and intelligence, INT. You think you can go through some of that?
Well, dexterity just represents your character's like physical quickness, like how fast is he, how much reflex does he have,
Okay.
kind of like just how graceful is he. Constitution is just pretty much how like healthy they are, like how sturdy they are. That's for your hit points and stuff like that. The better constitution you have, the better you can resist like diseases for like your fortitude save.
And then earlier when we were talking about drinking and stuff in the game, that also, I know that's a part of Constitution too.
Yeah.
Just
like if you think of like dwarves who are like like big, like hardy, folk, that's pretty much why they have like a constitution bonus.
Yeah. Now, intelligence and wisdom, what's the difference?
Intelligence is pretty much like you're like raw, like how educated you are, how smart you are, pretty much.
Okay.
Like you're pretty well learned. If you've studied, you're pretty well learned. It's really important to have good intellect to learn how to master the arcane as a wizard.
Okay. Now, what about wisdom?
And wisdom is pretty much, how insightful you are, how insightful you are. You can think about it as like, a monk is a really wise, character,
Okay.
because he thinks about things like philosophy and stuff. A philosopher would have wisdom, or a priest who has who preaches the teachings of their god.
Alright.
He's imparting wisdom.
Now, charisma. The big charisma. I love when people talk about charisma. I don't know why, I just do.
Well, charisma kind of represents two things, really.
Okay.
Because the one thing that represents as a character is like, personality. How likable are they as a person? Like, are they like a natural leader? They have a high charisma. And also, like, if you notice, like, every sort of like natural like ability, like a sorcerer can just naturally cast spells. Like he has like a raw talent for it. That's kind of judged by charisma.
Yeah. Or like a warrior who freaking wants to just rush into battle. Kind of like that too, right?
Yeah, like if you are charismatic enough to like put fear into your enemies. That's another thing too.
Yeah. Okay. So,
It's really interesting, and like another thing about charisma is also like tied to like the paladins use charisma to judge like the gifts that the god gives them.
okay, now does charisma affect initiative?
No, it doesn't. That's something you would figure your dexterity for.
I've had that question asked quite a few times, and I've had to go through that, so I figured I'd bring that up in the video. A lot of people don't realize they're two separate, you know what I mean? They're not linked together.
Yeah.
So, alright. So, bringing up initiative, you want to kind of explain that a little bit?
It's just pretty much how you would figure like who goes first in like the actual like combat. So like when you first start a fight, you just like roll for initiative. Whoever has the highest roll goes first, and descends like who's the highest to lowest.
Alright, so now we get to the good. We got freaking flat-footed.
And like
Oh, you.
one other thing about initiative, like it's based on dexterity. So whoever's like the more dexterous character will probably have a higher initiative.
You get this cat out of the room
And go first.
He wants to be out. He doesn't like listening to our conversation. Alright, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, so with flat-footed, that's one thing I wanted to bring up too. You think you can talk a little bit about that?
So flat-footed, that's what your AC is going to be. Like when we talk about our armor class, you're adding in a factor which is going to be your dexterity. So if you're caught flat-footed, you lose your dexterity bonus to that, and it's just your armor and the base of 10.
Okay, now in the actual game, okay, when you're in,
And whatever magical bonuses you have too.
like, say you're in the campaign, okay. Now, how does your flat-footedness, I guess you say, how does that affect you in your performance?
You're just easier to hit, typically. It's probably worse off if you're like a high dexterity character, because that's like the main stat for your armor class. You just lose it. Whereas like if you're like a heavily armored character, you're kind of not really as dexterous, so it really doesn't affect you if you lose your dex. Anyway,
Yeah. And what about tripping and everything like that? Does it affect tripping? Bounce back?
That would be a separate thing. That's kind of like its own like maneuver, I guess you would say, for like combat.
Yeah.
But I don't think flat-foot doesn't have anything to do with that, no.
Okay. So now, we've already covered the top part there. Unless there's something else on here that I'm missing on the front you want to discuss.
Well, the opposite of flat-foot would be your touch armor class.
Yeah. You're about touch.
Which,
Sitting right next
which if you want to think about it, it's just basically, as it sounds like, it's something that touches you that damages you. Like a wizard that has like an electric touch spell, he just has to roll for a touch. So you lose your armor class for that, because your armor's not really stopping it from happening, because you're just touching somebody.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And really, if you're a heavily armored character, that's not a position you want to be in. But if you're a high dex character, then you should be fine. You're relying more on your dexterity than your armor.
Okay.
So it's pretty much like if somebody reaches out to touch you, you can just dodge them.
That would also, like you were talking about, like if it was an electrical charge or something like that.
Yeah, like a shopping grip spell from a wizard.
Yeah. Now, like there's weapons that can apply the same things that these spells are. You know what I mean? Now,
Yeah.
would that affect you with touch, or could some of them?
I think that's the Vaporeal effect that does that, or Vorpal Blades. Yeah, Vorpal I think does that, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Burst is pretty much a touch attack for your weapon. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's actually.
Because like it's just it's a blade that ignores armor.
Yeah, I forgot which.
It's a really powerful.
Yeah,
it's a really powerful magic effect you can put on a weapon.
I think I just went through the armor guide, and I think it was like up in 10th or 11th, something like that. Okay, so what about base attack bonuses?
That's pretty much going to depend on what class you play. Certain classes have a better base attack bonus than others. Like if you're like a fighter, then like a fighter, you'd have a better base attack bonus because that's your career. You fight in combat. That's pretty much that represents is their martial combat.
Okay. Now, when it comes to base attack, which one would you think would be the best, and which one do you think would be the worst if you had to find them up? Say,
Well, fighters are probably have the best base attack because they're just that's what they are. They're just they're warriors.
Yeah.
Or soldiers, and the worst would probably be wizards because they're quite the opposite. They're more scholarly. Like they study the arcane arts, which gives them their power over training with a weapon.
Which brings us to spell resistance.
Mm-hmm. And spell resistance is kind of weird. Like I think you have to whenever you have spell resistance, I think you roll a percentile. If I remember how it works correctly, because you say you have like a spell resistance of like 10, then you have a 10% chance to like nullify the spell effect on you. So you roll a percentile. If you roll like 10%, then the spell's just gone.
Yeah,
It doesn't affect you.
10% of what dice?
The percentile, so 2d10s.
Okay. Alright, now what about grapple?
Grapple is just pretty much, it represents how like a character like can like constrain somebody or pin them to the ground or hold them, with their strength pretty much. And there is pretty much like a formula right there on the character sheet that shows how to do it. I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I like how this 3.5 sheet is. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it pretty much like helps you figure everything out. You just have to look through the source.
Yeah, and down here, do you want to go over the attacks and things like that? The notes?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Your attack's pretty much your base attack plus whatever like skill your weapon uses. Like some weapons will use strength, some will use dex, or some people are trained to use dex for like a feat. I know ranged attacks are used with dex for like archery and stuff like that. Melee attacks generally use strength unless you're trained in using dex.
I like it on here too, how they even allow you underneath to keep track of your ammunition too. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright. So now I'm gonna flip over to the back side and see what we got going on there. It is pretty cool, man. I dropped that tab and it went right straight to the back side. Like I said, this is the first time I've actually used that. I'm impressed by it. Alright. Okay, so we talked about armor and protection, and what is that? Check from. Can you see that better than I can?
What are you looking at?
It's down underneath armor and protection.
Protection, check penalty. So there are certain skills.
Yeah.
Like climbing, like your climb skill, your acrobatics. Really just think of like physical like things you do, like tumbling or climbing or swimming.
Okay.
Armor usually, like the heavier armor will usually have like a penalty to that, so you take away from your roll if you have like heavy armor.
Yeah.
The lighter the armor it gets, generally the lower the check penalty. Unless it's like something like special or crazy. That's magical.
Yeah, and they have an option here, or they have spots where you can have your speed and your weight, your special.
Mm-hmm.
Is that proficiency?
Special properties, like if it's enchanted.
Yeah. But down underneath that, they have shield.
Because because the important thing to know about like armor is like you also have like a max dex restriction.
Yeah.
So the heavier the armor you get, like the more it takes away from your dex. So say like it's only a max of like a +1 to your modifier, then that's the highest you'll ever get out of it while you're wearing that, even if you have like a high dexterity.
Okay.
Because the armor's kind of constraining you, so you're not moving as like quickly as you would if you didn't have it on, you know.
Yeah. Now they have option or another spot down here, shield/protection item. What's the difference between the armor/protection item and the shield/protection item? Is there any difference?
I mean, basically, like you have like ropes that give you like an armor bonus or something like that, you know.
Yeah. So, but basically, it's the same other than like robes. No. What about leather and things of that nature?
Because there's also like certain bonus things that give you like a bonus armor class bonus, like a ring of deflection.
Yeah. And there are different types of armor too. Like there's wood armor. Freaking.
Yeah.
I think the elves do armor out of like leaves and stuff like that too.
Another important thing to talk about is the checkpoint is the where is it at here? Spell failure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, isn't that just down below it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No talk.
Because the heavier the armor you're wearing, the more chances you have for your spell. If you're like a spellcaster, that your spell will just pretty much disappear. Because you can't focus on casting a spell when you're like bogged down by armor.
Yeah.
And so like when you actually like have spell failure, you have to roll a percentile. And if you roll like whatever percentage chance you have, your spell will just disappear. You'll lose your spell for the day.
Your special percentile is listed right next to it too. So if you have this sheet, you can just go ahead and put that special percentile next to it, and you're good to go. You got it all right there in front of you.
That's a really nice sheet.
Now the area that has the protective items. Now, what kind of items are they talking about?
Pretty much things like a ring of deflection, +2 to get like a +2 deflection bonus to your armor.
Okay.
Or maybe like you'll have like a amulet of natural armor, which will give you a armor bonus of natural armor, because there's different types of bonuses.
Alright. Now,
because if you go through like the kind of every way that you can to figure up your AC, it's like 10 plus your dex bonus plus your armor bonus and shield bonus if you have one. And then there's deflection bonus and natural armor bonus.
Okay. Now with the other possessions, that would basically be everything else that's not listed, right?
Yeah, just like little things like tools or just that's pretty much your inventory.
Down here, they even have it set up where they have light load, medium load, heavy load. What is that? Lift.
They'll even give you, the equations for your lifting items and stuff, pushing.
Yeah.
That's based all off your strength. There's a whole chart in the strength section that pretty much gives you like a table of how much you can carry.
Now feats. What's that all about?
Feats are pretty important. Like you get one every 3 levels and your first level.
Okay, what do they do?
They're pretty much like special characteristics and special abilities that your character has. Like your character has like feats pretty much the amazing things your character can do, if you want to think about it that way.
Okay, like make an example. Like what kind of feats did some of your characters have? Like the rogue that was your character. What kind of feats did he have?
He had stuff like weapon focus on like a dagger, so he was just like extremely like focused on training with that dagger, where he became really good at with it. Two-handed fighting is another one where it pretty much lets you be more proficient with wielding 2 weapons. So he wielded 2 daggers at once. I think another one he had was trying to think, it was a while since I had that character.
Now, did he have pickpocket and stuff like that?
Yeah, those are skills. Those are different from feats.
Okay.
The feats are pretty much like stuff like cleave, where you can like slash into another like enemy next to you if you like fell one.
Okay.
Like stuff like that. They're really powerful. You get one, I think, every 3 levels. That's kind of like the main focus of the fire class too.
Now, what about special abilities?
Pretty much like stuff you'd be able to do in your class. Like a paladin can turn undead or do unholy smite or a holy smite. Then there's like certain things like spell-like abilities you can get from magical items and stuff. You can cast spells, so it's just like a natural ability.
Alright. Okay, what about spell save? I'm not even going to talk about spell category because everybody knows what a spell is. What about spell save?
That's pretty much the modifier that enemies have to roll against in order to avoid your spell. So, like, if you throw a fireball at somebody, they have to roll a reflex save, and that's going to be what they have to roll.
Okay, and how do you calculate a reflex save?
I think it's 10 plus your caster level, I believe, and then it's gonna be like the spell level. I think is what it is, along with like whatever your primary ability is, like intelligence or wisdom, if you're a cleric or a wizard.
Now, down here where it says arcane,
And then there's like. Then there's like miscellaneous stuff too that adds to that, like a spell focus feat.
Mm-hmm.
I think does that as well.